Welcome to Norway Chess 2025 and Norway Chess Women. Magnus Carlsen is back on home ground and gunning for that 7th victory. On the women's side, reigning Women's World Champion Ju Wen-jun is back to defend her Norway crown. It's going to take precision, power, and of course, pure class. Let's go.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs, and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. It's one Carlsen wins more often than not, and 2024 was no exception, his 5th title in the last 6 years.
Congratulations on winning 2024 Norway Chess.
This year, 5 of his fellow top 10 players are trying to take it down. The reigning world champion, Gukesh Dommaraju, 2023 Norway Chess champion and Carlsen's fiercest rival to date, Hikaru Nakamura, Carlsen's toughest world championship opponent ever, Fabiano Caruana, India's 2nd ever 2800 rated star, Arjun Erigaisi, China's #1 rated player, Wei Yi. Another world champion, Ju Wen-jun, took home last year's women's tournament. Trying to stop her this time, our former world championship challenger, Lei Ting-jae. 2 of India's best, Koneru Humpy and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. 2024 candidate, Anna Muzychuk. And Spain's top woman, Sarah Khadim. Will Carlsen and Ju Wen-jun run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
We are live.
We are live in the glorious city of Stavanger, and there, as we soak up these awesome views, just absorb the absolute heritage that this place has, the Vikings, and of course the ambience, because there is action to be had, and it's happening right in the middle in the Finansparken. And there we have 12 warriors that are about to be seated. They are about to be pushed to the limit. It's going to take ice cold focus and steely determination if they want to make it to the top. And whilst we wait for the players to be locked in to the playing hall, well, we are going to be locked into the studio. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Halska, and as always, it's going to be brilliant to have with us, taking through the brilliancies and the blunders and the surprises, the amazing Tanya Sachdev and Grandmaster David Howell. David and Tanya, how excited are you to be back?
I'm super excited, Jovanka. I mean, Norway Chess, it's always special, it's always dramatic, but this year, it just feels iconic. The stakes are higher than ever. You know, whether it's Magnus's comeback to classical chess, Gukesh having everything to prove, Hikaru's future on the line, Wen-jun's domination. It's a clash of generations, David, a clash of styles, a clash of stories, and to be here with you, with David, and chat, I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to say, 2 of my favourites here with me. I can't complain. It's a great format here in Norway Chess as well. It also happens to be in the country where you and I live now, Jovanka. Stacked field, everything that promises a fantastic tournament.
It's going to be a magical event, and it has a very unique format. So here is an explainer, one from that David made earlier. Let's have a listen.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, Black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. The prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
And as David mentioned, it's the format of Norway Chess that makes it so special. It's a double round robin tournament. And take a look at the time control. It's short and it's sharp and it is, of course, high speed. And there is no draw without a fight. And of course, the scoring system is unique. 3 points for that win and 1.5 points for a draw. And a win in Armageddon, 1 point for that Armageddon loss. So something very unique, high stakes, all-round pressure, but it's not the only exciting thing, because take a look at this. Then there you can see that it's an incredible field, and it's also completely unique time format.
I think that's what makes it so special, right? We've got this stellar star cast, but the fact that every game, in every round, we will have a decisive result. If it's a tie, if it's a draw in the classical, it goes down to the sprint. You know, first you do the marathon, then the sprint of the Armageddon. We're just in for, I don't know, just, David, I think it was your take, right? The tournament of the year.
Exactly. Tournament of the year, in my eyes at least. And yeah, we really can't complain. I just love the fact that there's always someone happy at the end of every day. There's always someone sad. That's what makes chess a sport.
But we're all happy.
Exactly.
We are all happy and we're all excited. And take a look at the pairings, because guess what? The Viking gods have conspired and we already begin with a bang. And there, Tanya, tell me what takes your pick.
I mean, that's an easy one, right, Jovanka? It's got to be all eyes on the world #1, taking on world champion Magnus versus Gukesh. Gukesh will play Magnus for the first time since he became world champion. Now, to my eyes, Magnus, you know, he's a generational athlete. He's somebody who sort of has rewritten how chess is played, how it's perceived. He's not only pushed his own limits as a chess player, but also the boundaries of the sport itself. Meanwhile, Gukesh, he rewrote history, becoming the youngest ever world champion. On paper, David, Magnus always a favorite, but Gukesh never backs down from a fight. It's greatness versus greatness.
Yeah, I can't wait. They haven't faced each other so many times in classical chess, Magnus and Gukesh, but that just adds to the intrigue. Nobody really knows what to expect. If it comes down to Armageddon, maybe Magnus is a favorite there, but classical chess isn't Magnus's favorites, and of course that's where Gukesh really thrives.
Yes, definitely. This is the big matchup. This is the one that we wanted. And of course, it happens in game 1. But it's not the only one. We also had a story of old rivalries, as we saw Fabiano Caruana face off against Hikaru Nakamura. Wei Yi, he hasn't played this tournament before. He's playing Arjun Erigaisi, another newcomer. And of course, in the women's events, it is a big rematch between Leitinje, the 2023 World Championship challenger, and Ju Wenjun. And there we can see the players getting ready. Now, I personally love this moment. It's the first round jitters in action. You're sat there at the table, you're not quite sure what form you're in or your opponent is going to be in.
Yeah, this is the one moment I don't really miss from playing professional chess, Jovanka. The nerves, the tension. Look at Wei Yi there, peering around. He just wants to get started. He wants to get given the green light to start the games now. And yeah, what are our predictions? What are we expecting? Some long, tense games? Some quick fireworks?
It's got to be fireworks when you've got Wei Yi versus Arjun, right? Just their brand of chess. And you were talking about the rematch of the 2023 Women's World Championship. And it was Leitinje who took the first lead in that match. She got the first win in, but Wenjun's just been such a dominating player in women chess over the last few years. 5-time women world champion, just incredible form. So last year at Norway Chess, she dominated the field as well. And speaking of epic rivalries like the one we've got in front of us, I mean, we have to talk about Fabi and Hikaru as well. It doesn't go that long back, right? 23, Norway Chess, Hikaru literally snatching the tournament victory in the very last round.
And it continued, you know, later on that year, FIDE Grand Swiss, both of them vying for the top. Hikaru wins again, and definitely American Cup. This year, it was Hikaru that emerged superior, but Fabiano has the white pieces, so perhaps Hikaru will be perhaps looking to just solidify things and take it to Armageddon. And this is what I love about it. If there's this boring draw in the classical, it's going to be a big fight in Armageddon. There's got to be a winner.
But are we going to have boring draws in the classical? Because it's 2 hours with no increment, David. So we can expect those time scrambles to happen, trying to reach that 40 move when finally they'll have that extra 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's a big trend these days, actually, against increment. And it seems to be bringing really exciting games across all time formats, rapid, classical, just removing that kind of safety net from the players, forces them to fight harder. And Yeah, we've seen, okay, wow, the big handshake now. Magnus arriving, about to sit down, take a seat against Gukesh. We'll see a ceremonial first move. We've seen that on some of the boards already, but this is the one. All eyeballs here.
I literally just got goosebumps just watching that scene play out, Ivanka, with Magnus walking in. You know, we had Gukesh earlier on with his getting into the zone, meditating. And then Magnus, with his nonchalant entry, sits down, will start with the white pieces. And of course, those are the ceremonial moves. I do not think that will be Magnus's move of choice.
Yeah, one knight c3 is a rare guest at the top level. I would be shocked, frankly, if Magnus kept that move. There we go, he takes it back. The players aren't tied to the moves that the dignitaries make. And, okay, handshake.
And we are off. And here we go. Let's wait for the moves to appear, and we see all 6 games on our screens.
What do we predict? Okay, the headline game, Carlsen against Gukesh. How aggressive is Magnus going to be? How direct? How safe do you think he's going to play?
And that's the big question, right? Now, traditionally, David, Magnus does take a few rounds to find his rhythm. It's always the first couple of games where perhaps it's the opponent's best shot to try to get him into those chaotic positions and get that sort of chaos going on the board. It comes down to Magnus's approach, right? Will he have a more vintage slowdown? I want to grind this out. I want a long game. Or will he want that inspiring chess where very often he wants to play fun chess, fun ideas?
Well, he took his time to make the first move, and eventually we have an answer. It is d4, wasn't knight c3. I would have been impressed if knight c3 had made the appearance, and knight to f6. So both the players actually have contrasting styles. So we have Magnus Carlsen, who's just a positional all-round genius, whereas Gukesh, excellent calculation, always goes for the most forcing line, thrives in complex positions. Well, hang on a second. Knight c3 did make an appearance. Perhaps he took inspiration from that honorary first move.
Yeah, and I'm very curious what Magnus will play next. Will it be the Jobava London system? It is. He brings out his bishop. This signals aggression, signals ambition from Magnus Carlsen. This is very trendy. It's not going to be 100% unexpected. Perhaps Magnus does play this from time to time in Blitz, but okay, this is the first shock. He does not want to play a slow, solid, boring game. Often this leads to very dynamic positions.
I love it. I love this approach, right? Because this is what we were talking about. Magnus, is he going to go for that grind down, or will he find that inspiring chess? And for Gukesh, I mean, London was a line that he definitely prepared against Ding in the World Championship match. But this really turns it around because this is an aggressive way of playing the London, right, Ivanka, when you take the knight out before the bishop?
Yeah, absolutely. And it has its own unique set of plans, right? You know, sometimes you're looking actually just storming on the king side by advancing those king side pawns. But I'm looking forward to seeing how the game develops, because there are ways for black to kind of lock the game down and try to argue that the white knight there on the c3 is actually getting in the way of its queenside pawns.
Yeah, and it's going to be fascinating to see how long Gukesh takes right here, right now. I would have thought, especially because Ding was behind in that World Championship match you mentioned, that Gukesh was preparing against ideas like this one, where the game becomes very kind of imbalanced, or it's kind of known as a winning attempt, essentially. So I would assume that Gukesh has something, 2 or 3 ideas up his sleeve. Maybe he's just choosing between them. This will not be a brand new position to him. Plenty of moves, as you mentioned here, Ivanka, that black can choose from. And, okay, Gukesh's first real think of the game.
Yes, and, well, Gukesh just pausing to consider many moves, as you mentioned. You can come out with your pawn to c5. You can also play just nice developing moves, e6, opening up the dark square bishop, and plenty other moves. But, yeah, you're both right. I can't wait to see Gukesh open that little repertoire box that he prepared for the World Championship.
And I want to point out one more idea of the Jobava London often is that you want to take that knight out further into the game to that b5 spot, combine it with the attacks with the bishop lined up against that c7 pawn, and that would perhaps in many circumstances force Gukesh to take his knight out to the corner of the board. It's good that he's slowed down, because when you're taken by surprise, and definitely this wasn't a top choice of prep against the world #1 by Gukesh in this game, so he's trying to figure out his structure. And I want to ask both of you this, right? Because now Magnus is a player who just sets not just everyone, but himself as well, at such high standards and has such a high bar for the performance and the strengths that he expects from his rivals and his closest rivals at least. And he hasn't really held back on his criticism on certain things when it comes to Gukesh. Now, Gukesh is somebody who does admire Magnus, has a lot of respect for him, but he's also very aware of everything that Magnus has spoken, especially during the World Championship. How do you think this sort of affects the mindset coming? Is that extra motivation for Gukesh to prove the world #1 wrong today?
You would think so, right? Surely, as a young player, if someone is being slightly judgmental about your moves, especially when you've achieved so much and you've already become world champion, you feel like you have a score to settle. It happens in so many sports throughout history. It's always the kind of players, the older players, they're like kids, you know, they don't do it the way we used to back in the day. But I don't know, Gukesh seems, out of all the young guys, maybe the most balanced, the calmest, meditates, the one who doesn't let things throw him off guard.
It's this new generation, and I would say particularly the generation from India, they don't seem to be thinking about other people's opinions of them. They're focusing on their own chess, right? And in the meantime, we do have an answer from Gukesh. He's advanced the c-pawn and is challenged to the center already, so we might be seeing your ideas in operation.
Yeah, there's, I believe, two main moves. By far, the main move here is pawn to e3, just to solidify white center. If Magnus is feeling really fruity, there is a gambit line, or I say kind of gambit line, with pawn to e4, which is quite popular at blitz level. I've seen very strong players employ this, but I would expect Magnus to just play pawn to e3, and this idea of white knight coming forward, definitely next up on the agenda, if allowed. And we'll see what happens next. So often black just trades off a set of pawns and then puts a pawn on a6 just to stop the white knight coming up to that b5 square.
And one of the reasons for that is that you want to develop your knight towards the center of the board. c6 is really the square that you want the black knight to land on. But if you allow the white knight that jump, then that becomes that much more difficult. So I think I won't be surprised if we see Gukesh take that path if Magnus was to respond with e3.
Yeah, Magnus still away from the board, it looks like, as Gukesh makes his decision. There we go, empty chair.
Do you think he's at the confession already?
Oh yeah, we should mention there is a confessional booth here.
Yeah, and last year it was Hikaru that was the confessional booth winner. And the confessional booth is somewhere where the players can just go in there and confess their thoughts. Normally along the lines of, I've got a surprise, watch what I'm doing. Or, you know, just saying that they're not very happy or they're happy with their position. But Magnus back, and c5 for sure, it's one of the main lines. It will not be a surprise to him, so he just has to make a decision. Is he feeling gutsy? No, he's going to go e3, just to solidify the center, as David has highlighted. So, wow, Gukesh also now answering quickly.
Okay, he brings his bishop out. This is not the main line, at least. I think it is a known move here, and it is very provocative, just asking white to push a pawn forward and block this attack. But I guess he's going to argue that once he retreats his bishop, maybe even quite a long way back, that white's structure isn't quite ideal here. I'm expecting pawn to f3 either way here, Tanya. Surprise back from Gukesh, I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are, because this looks like a Gukesh gambit, a GG here, right? Because you go f3, you force the bishop back, and that c5 pawn is undefended. Yes, it's playing with fire, because in some ways you do lose control of the center. Let's say if you were to push the pawn back, David, the bishop goes back, and you do capture that pawn. It does give black the free hand to perhaps develop the knight and advance that e-pawn eventually forward. This could get fun very quickly, Ivanka, if that gambit was accepted.
Yeah, I also think that this is going to be a fun game. But Magnus taking some time to consider the implications of the bishop coming out. Should he go f3? Should he go knight to f3? And it's still early days.
Do you think this is World Championship prep by Gukesh?
Yes.
I think so too.
Yeah.
It has to be, right?
Well, he answered very quickly, right? And I'm for sure he would have prepared something like this. Because of the World Championship, you have to just prepare absolutely everything. But the question is, can you remember everything? It's been a few months. But
how's your memory?
Oh.
Mine is awful, by the way. Just want to put it out there.
Wait, what was the question? Yeah, I think it's an age thing, right? Sometimes if you don't if you don't practice every day, if you don't drill the kind of patterns, force yourself to remember, then it gets harder and harder.
It definitely gets harder, but I would also say there's so much more data as well in the chess world these days. Because when I grew up, when I was Gukesh's age, you literally had maybe 3 variations that you played, and your opponent always played the same thing as well. So different times then. And definitely chess is a lot more flexible and a lot more variable these days.
Jovanka making us all feel like fossils in the studio.
No.
I miss those days too, where you could just remember one opening, you remember your lines in that opening, and that was enough. You turn up to the table.
I
Now
come
you have
from
to
the
remember
generation
everything.
where you pulled out this big book.
The ECOs, the encyclopedias of chess openings,
right.
they were this thick.
And talking of chess encyclopedias, Magnus is one. He's like a walking encyclopedia. And yeah, the main move here, according to the chess.com database, is to push this pawn forward to f3 for white. But black has a huge score there, apparently. So this is interesting. I must admit, pretty much a new variation for me, this bishop move by Gukesh. And it seems like it's a new line for Magnus as well. He's not sure exactly how to respond.
Yeah.
What do you think? Does he take it? Does he take the bait?
No.
No?
I think he's going to do this Boris Spassky approach, which is when you're surprised in the opening, you treat that idea with respect and you play something solid. Because why go all guns blazing in game 1? He has the white pieces. He can rely on the Armageddon to do some damage.
But that's the thing, how much can you actually, I mean, Armageddon, yes, for I think Magnus, he can rely on it, but I think for everyone else who plays against him in this tournament will be so incredibly tense to take the match to the Armageddon. I mean, this guy is the undisputed king of it all. Last Norway Chess dominated every single Armageddon. Also, everything that he's been doing in the CCT, in the Chess.com Classic with the time controls. I think it's just a bad idea to take it to Armageddon with Magnus.
Yes. Unless you want to bank 1 point, you probably won't get the 1.5 if you play Magnus in Armageddon, especially with white. I think his score, I think he's only ever lost 1 Armageddon, or maybe 2, with the white pieces in Norway Chess ever.
And he lost in Armageddon to Gukesh, but it was a blunder right at the end. But okay.
Ooh, okay, it's possible.
These two are kind of playing it slowly. But we do have 5 other games. Shall we take it to the bird's eye view and see how the other games are developing? And we can see that, okay, there's been a lot of progress. And maybe we should have a look at the rivalry between Caruana and Nakamura. Let's dive in there. Let's take a walk around the park and do like an assessment on all the openings and who's kind of emerged looking good.
Yeah, and still early days on all of the boards, of course. Yeah, very quick opening play on some of them. Some games, it's clear that players are relying a lot on preparation. Some, they've paused quite early on. But yeah, let's jump into that game first of all. We might not linger too long. It is an exchange Slav, and probably one of my least favorite openings in the world. Especially when I play black, I just can't play this opening because people try this against me and it just always fizzles out to the dullest positions ever. But I guess that's not the worst thing in the world when you're playing black against Fabiano Caruana. And maybe just to retrace our steps, just all the way back to move 1, just to show how we got here. This is move 7 now. We started with a queen's pawn opening. This is the Slav defense where black just backs up the central pawn. And after an exchange in the center, the exchange Slav, known for its drawish reputation here, drawish tendencies. This is the moment where Hikaru chooses to play maybe the lesser of the theoretical moves. You can also bring your bishop out very ambitiously to either of these 2 squares just to get your bishop out of the pawn chain before you lock it in with e6. Then the white queen will come out to the b3 square, attack a pawn. So Hikaru says, okay, I don't want any kind of fancy stuff there. And only now does he bring his bishop out. Big decision. Does he trade off? I think bishop takes knight is the recommended move here. If you go back, you might invite white to step forward. And things get more complicated. This just looks very, very solid. And Fabi's actually the one using time here, Tanya.
We might see the first imbalance, and there we have it. You know, you let that knight live on, it eventually jumps to the center of the board on that e5 square as well. He wants none of it. Yes, Fabi has got that bishop pair going, but one of the neutralizing ideas is to now get your bishop on d6, trade off the dark squared bishop, and it's sort of a very balanced middle game that goes on because of the symmetrical pawn formation. You know, we might even see a lot of trades down the c file. Bishop d3, I'm expecting Hikaru to do the same with his bishop.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, I've played this position from both sides, and I can say that there's a little more poison than we're giving the position credit for, because white does have that ability to kind of take control of the C line quickly. And we're talking about small margins and like with some potential, but there's ideas of going knight A4 to knight C5 at the right time. You know, also the fact that the queen is on the F3 and that white has the bishop pair for the time being. You know, there's some small kind of like extra space. It's not much, and I'm sure if black plays very accurately, then it will be neutralized. And okay, well, bishop to G5, bishop to E7 played.
Yeah, there's not going to be any repetition with bishop f4, bishop d6. I hope this one goes on, but as it does, David, there's action on the other board, and I think we should jump to that. The final board that we haven't had a look at in the men's section, and there we have it. Wei Yi against Arjun. There's a lot of action in that one. That's the top left board. A lot of trades, open position. The queen lined up against the black king. What's going on there?
Yeah, this is actually an opening that I used to play as a child quite a lot. I haven't had it for many years. I once had this against Wesley So, and it fizzled out quite quickly. But yeah, maybe we jump into that game. And, yeah, of course, we'll go to the other games at the bottom of our screens there very shortly. But yeah, this position, it came from a French defense. You might not have guessed it, but since French defenses normally end up very, very blocked. But this was the Tarrasch variation. And again, let's just do a quick action replay. This knight d2 move, it's out of fashion at the top level completely these days, mainly because of this move, pawn to c5, blowing open the center. And here, after a bunch of exchanges, here white taking the black knight. The trendy move is actually to take with the pawn. Maybe this is what Wei Yi was hoping for, to keep more tension. The white bishop looks like it's losing a bit of time. It will drop back. But the argument is that the black bishop ends up being a bit of a bad piece, stuck behind its own pawns. So here, Arjun actually elects to trade this bishop off. And now this is how the white queen lands up. Kind of eyeing up the black king on the diagonal. Black just defends with the queen, one of the main moves. And after some exchanges, yeah, this position, it looks like white's going to get a better pawn structure. I think that will be true. Black, for example, after a trade here, will be left with 2 pawn islands on the queen side. But black is so active. There have been a bunch of trades already. And knowing Arjun Erigaisi, he's prepared this. And yeah, it's got a very solid reputation, I've got to say, for black.
Yeah. Would you say it's a position of 2 results where only white is the one that's going to be pressing for the win? Even though, you know, black does have enough activity to offset the weaknesses of the pawns?
That's what I used to tell myself, at least when I played it as a younger player. I was like, yeah, it's safe. Play this against a GM, you won't lose. But I don't know, against Arjun, you can never guarantee that anything is completely safe.
But one thing about Arjun is he likes more pieces on the board, you know, to get those interesting complications going. So I think Wei Yi's done a very smart approach out of the opening. And there are plans of white fan-shadowing his dark squared bishop on the long diagonal, trying to create some weakness with that isolated queen's pawn. So I do think optically it looks like what Jovanka is saying, you know, it could turn out once those trades happen, that white's the one with that slight push, that slight edge into the game. And I also want to just touch upon these two players, you know, just their style of chess, because Wei Yi, the youngest ever player to break 2,700. He did it when he was 15. He was started as sort of this prince of chess, the biggest chess wizard from China. And I don't think you can sleep on him in this tournament. You know, he, over the last 2 years, has made such a big comeback, has once again skyrocketed his world rankings. He's in the world top 10 already. He won the Tata Steel in 2024, had a fantastic performance. His chess, always entertaining, always fascinating to watch. And I think he's someone who, at his best, could very well take the title of Norway Chess.
Yeah, he's a dark horse in this particular competition. You know, like you say, you know, he's razor sharp, excellent calculation, and he has a fantastic feel for the initiative. And that's incredibly useful, especially in the Armageddon format, you know, where you need to play on your wits. And it's an interesting choice that Arjun has gone for, you know, just saying, hey, I want the activity, I'm comfortable with the position, and yeah, we'll see how this one develops. But it's certainly looking like it's either going to fizzle out pretty quickly or the tension will just keep on building.
Yeah, I definitely feel Wei Yi actually plays better these days against the very best players when they kind of let him play. In Vachier-Lagrave and the Tata Steel Masters earlier this year, he drew, I think it was 12 out of his 13 games. That was because people were so scared of him, they were just trying to lock it down. They were just trying to neutralize him. But here, he will get chances. People will be trying to beat him. He's the lowest rated player. And that means he'll get chances on the counter.
What about Arjun, right? Because this is such a huge opportunity for the Indian Grandmaster. You know, he struggled to get invited into these top tournaments. He had this incredible performance of getting to the 2800 bracket and crossing the 2800 mark, becoming only the second Indian after Vishwanathan Anand to have ever done that. And I think only 16 players in the history of the game have crossed 2800. That's super duper elite club, Arjun being one of them. And now here he is, and I think this has been spoken about in the chess world as well, that, you know, Arjun, he can perform really well against the lower rated. You know, we saw his wins in all the opens that he played, the amazing 2024 he has, but does he really have it in him to prove himself when he's playing the absolute best in the world? So I think he wants to prove that narrative wrong here. This is his big chance, this is his big opportunity, and he's hungry for it.
Yeah, he's hungry for it. I just saw someone carrying some snacks as well. That made me hungry. But Tanya, you mentioned 2800. I've crossed that on chess.com. Does that count?
Woohoo! It counts for us.
It counts for us. But OK, let's zoom out of that game. And yeah, we do have 3 games in the women's Norway Chess Women here. Maybe we do a quick dive on those, and then we'll talk about the decision that Magnus Carlsen made after a bit of a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we go to the bottom right and have a look at the rivalry between Littingje and Ju Wenjun? They're great friends off the board, but on the board, you know, we can remember 2023, their World Championship match, where it was went all the way down to the wire, except game 12. Yeah. And that was the whole thing that turned it around. Ju Wenjun won, and she remained Women's World Champion. And of course, in Norway Chess last year, it was Ju Wenjun had the better score. But what do we think about this position? Maybe we can quickly just recap the moves and see how we got here, because the pawn structure looks very stable, and I say that, and then A5 appears. And now it's not looking as stable.
Yeah, that is a brave move. We'll need to do some calculation ourselves here in a moment. But just to show everyone how we got here, this is actually the game that's most developed, at least in terms of moves, across the events so far. It was the Petrov defense. This is a Chinese speciality, also known as the Russian defense. The Petrov here, both sides attacking central pawns, a trade of those pawns, and always ends up with a relatively symmetrical pawn structure. It feels like, again, the Chinese school of chess, they've been advocating this system with the black knight retreating, a trade of bishops now on this square, often, or the light squared bishops coming off. And it looks very, very level, apart from the fact that white's slightly ahead in development. The white knight now very strong. White has the access to the e-file here. Finally, the exchange is made, and a few moves down the line. This is how we got here. A bit of pressure now on the b7 square, since the black knight can be removed as a defender, forcing black to step forward with the pawn. Challenged, and a5. What do we make of this? Very committal from Ju Wenjun.
Indeed it is, but look at the clock management, Ivanka. I mean, she's barely taken any time, so it appears that it's part of some prep, because to me, it does look like a pawn sacrifice at first. White has a very direct line, and I think this is what you were alluding to, that we need to dive deeper and calculate what happens once you trade the knight, pick up the pawn on b5. Let's point out there are pins along the b file, so I wonder if that's what Wenjun has in mind.
Yeah, and big question as well, whether to trade rooks, I'm not sure. Let's say white takes off the rook, just to keep things simple for us. I don't like calculating when there's too many pieces on the board. And yeah, pins on the b file, as you mentioned here, Tanya.
But you've got to use the queen, because the rook needs to stay connected to the a5 pawn.
Exactly, rook to b8, and white goes 2 pawns ahead. So queen across. The bar doesn't move, which is good news when we make moves. And wow, yeah, keeping things intact. I do notice there's a key detail here that the white knight cannot come forward and put pressure on this central pawn, because actually black has some ideas on this diagonal as well. Maybe white can try this, but yeah, if black gets one more move, takes this pawn with the queen, looks like things might be level. She actually, going back to the game, takes the pawn first. This is the current position. And now at least black has the idea of taking back with the knight. You cannot take with the pawn as you would drop d5.
Yes. And, OK, this is super interesting, but I also have some gossip. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
You know that there's a confessional booth?
Yes.
Someone has already taken the lead in that. Can you guess who?
Magnus Carlsen.
No.
Not Magnus.
Okay,
he was away from the board for ages.
Who took the lead in the confessional? It was...
Give a name.
Hikaru.
Hikaru, of course. Hikaru Nakamura has visited the confessional booth. We'll be playing it during the break, but that's only available for subscribers. So if you want to listen to Hikaru's confession, then you do need to subscribe on Twitch to the chess.com channel, and you'll hear everything he has to say. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah. We always talk about him as the fourth commentator. Hopefully he gives us a deep dive, not just on his own game, of all the games, on his mindset, of what he had for lunch, I want to know it all. Come on, Hikaru.
It's like super fascinating, right? Because, like take this position that we have right in front of us between Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun. Ju Wenjun playing super quickly. We're assuming it's prep. Say she goes to the confessional, goes, you know what, guys? I am completely blagging this.
Bluff Central.
I love the confession booth. I mean, it just gives us so many insights into the player's mind and what's going on there. But with Hikaru, not just into his own game, like you said, but everything around it. And it's so important. What is his mindset coming into this tournament? He has spoken about himself, that how much this matters to him, because he's been considering retiring from classical chess if this was not to be a good tournament for him. What does that mean? Will he fight for his candidate spot? Will he try for another World Championship cycle? So much of it comes down to how Hikaru plays in Norway, in Stavanger.
True. I was actually going to ask both of you about that statement. Do you think that he's just saying that just in some kind of way to soothe himself and perhaps get ready for the fact that he might not win? Or do you think he's genuinely serious that he's going to retire and not kind of play classical chess in the way that he's used to?
Oh, that's a tough question, right? I think it's a bit of both, Jovanka. Like Hikaru, I'm going to say post-streaming Hikaru, like ever since he started turning on the camera and started posting these incredible results across all time formats, he clearly just loves playing without pressure. He loves playing for fun. He loves playing because he can, because he's good at it, not because he expects results. So I think he's very aware of that, whether that's manifested in him just telling him certain things, whether he's kind of prioritizing certain things, who knows, only he does. But I think we all want to see him challenge for the world title at least 1 or 2 more times.
I mean, it just blows my mind that we're even having this conversation considering that Hikaru is the world #2. It's insane, right? The kind of chess that he produces and the fact that he is still considering that if this tournament doesn't go well, I don't want to focus on classical chess anymore. It's not something that'll be important to me. But to David's point, yes, it's about taking the pressure off him. That's when his best comes out. But I think nobody wants to see that become a reality. So whether he means it or not, I think we're all hoping that we still have at least another 10 years of Hikaru Nakamura on the board.
Totally agree with that. But then, I have to say that chess players are in a unique situation that they have rather long shelf lives. Because, any other sport, once you get to 30 or 35, that's it. You have to retire. You're no longer at the top of your game. But chess players, we can go on for a long time. And going back to our bird's eye view, well, we glanced at Lei Tingjie. Maybe we continue with our roundup of the women's games. Maybe we kind of move to the left and take a look at the all-Indian derby between Humpy and Vachier-Lagrave.
Let's jump in. It's a very interesting position. That one, there's been one trade of pawns, but very, very complex. Middle game ahead, Tanya. I'm not even sure what to expect over the next few moves. It feels like White's last move very committal. You know what I'm going to say, don't you, Tanya?
Nice next 4 on the board.
Very committal.
Oh, but you have to kind of give a name to the zigzag of pawns.
For black.
For black, yeah.
The lopsided.
The weird, yeah.
Something.
Are you a fan of this particular pawn structure for black?
If you kind of put a black knight in the center, if you put the black knight here, I love it.
I was just going to say, I think, like you said, super complicated, complex, but I think the one thing that'll definitely happen is a rerouting of that black knight, either via the path that you're pointing out or even sometimes from the side of the board. But you have to, of course, time it really well so you don't end up destroying your pawn formation. But a black knight will land there because the last move that Humpy's just played, moving that c-pawn forward, it's sort of screaming for that. But in return, I think Humpy wants this pawn storm on the queen side. She wants to go b4, a4, b5 as quickly as possible. This is Humpy playing very ambitious. These two players did meet in the last Norway Chess. They traded blows. One game Vachier-Lagrave won, one game Humpy won. They recently played against each other in the Women's Grand Prix in Pune, and that ended in a draw. So it's going to be interesting. Now, I'll also point out that their styles are actually quite a clash to each other. Humpy's super solid, super strategic. Vachier-Lagrave loves to play the dynamic openings. She loves positions which are sharp and open. So keeping that in mind, I think somewhere because of just how complex it is, both players can be happy that they'll get a game. Vachier-Lagrave will play on the king side, perhaps even push those pawns for a king side attack, while Humpy will have a more strategic approach on the queen side.
Yeah, Tanya, you've been teammates of these two for years. Prediction, who's going to perform better in this tournament? Not just in this game.
Wow, that's a tough one. You know, Vachier-Lagrave, she did have a good run in the previous Norway Chess. Humpy finished 5th, I think, Ivanka, at the end. Vachier-Lagrave was coming fresh out of the candidates, but not so fresh because it had been a long tournament for her. Humpy, so motivated right now. She's had a string of great tournaments. So I think if she keeps up the form, we can see her be a top contender for a top spot here as well. For Vachier-Lagrave, you know, she's always hungry to play on. God, I can't answer that question, David Howell. You're putting me on a spot. But if I had to pick, I think both will play really well this time.
Yeah, cheering for them both. That's fair. That's allowed.
Okay, well, an interesting battle on our hands as we have Humpy's strategy against Vachier-Lagrave's dynamism. Well, that is definitely something to look out for, but so many intense matchups in this incredible tournament of Norway Chess. So, well, we are going to go on our first break, and of course, when we return, we're going to have so much action. But don't forget that if you do want to watch Hikaru's Confessional, subscribe to it on Twitch.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after.
Well, hello everybody. So I guess this year we're doing a slightly different setup. Feels like just not last year, feels like yesterday that I was last here. So felt like coming in very early, primarily because my game is already extremely boring. Pretty much it's going to come down to whether Fabiano is able to confuse me with a move order very early, or I think the game is going to be extremely dry and probably a draw. So remains to be seen. So I'm pretty happy with my game. Magnus's game, of course, we have this classic like Jobava London system with this bishop f4, c5, e3, not too different from some stuff that I've had against Magnus from both sides, actually, in some of the recent Chess Champions Tour events. So that game looks pretty exciting. Wei Yi's game versus Arjun, I think, is the other one. Fairly boring, but just felt like coming in early because either my game's going to peter out instantly, and in that case, I won't be back here, or I'll mess something up, and then I also won't be back here because I'll be thinking for a very long time. So it's all pretty normal, but it's good to be back here in Norway. It's good to see the general enthusiasm from the fans locally, and it's just a nice experience. So I'm sure I'll have more to say in the coming hours, maybe coming hours, maybe coming minutes. We'll see. But it's fun to be back, and just looking forward to the event. So it should be good. See you guys. Have a good one, as I say on YouTube. Bye.
round one of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And it's a tournament that is full with unique features. It has a brilliant time format, and it also has that confessional booth. As we saw earlier on, Hikaru Nakamura, the first participant to go in there, give us his thoughts, and he was saying that he's feeling pretty confident. He's happy to be back in Norway. He feels his position is either going to be like completely dead draw, peter out pretty quickly, or he's going to slip up somehow.
Yeah, and either way, he predicted he might not be back for a while, although I notice he's not in his seat right now. So hopefully that was just the first of many trips, Tanya, to the confessional from Hikaru. He's been entertaining us here in Norway Chess and Freestyle Chess with these confessional visits. And what do you make of it? I agree that the position looks roughly level, but do you think, again, is he just taking the pressure off himself before a big fight?
Very much in the balance, and I think very likely this is one of those games that, at least for now, early days, early moves, but still has probably the biggest shot of going into that Armageddon. And then, I don't know, Hikaru versus Fabi in an Armageddon. Does Hikaru consider himself just that the odds go towards him a little bit more in that shorter time format with the black pieces? Happy to go into that. Or will Fabi find a way to actually create chances? And my favorite part of that confession was Hikaru giving a shout out to his YouTube audience with that bye. And you know what else I love about his videos is how he starts with, what is it? And for today's video.
Today's game.
For today's. Gotta love it.
He's a class act. But I tell you one thing, the players just can't agree to a draw. They have to pass move 30. And as we revisit the bird's eye view, well, we should probably check in on the bottom left. The board in yellow, it looks like a very theoretical marshal between Anna Muzichuk and Sarah Kadem. Go on. Which one of you is a marshal expert?
I've played the marshal, but I'm not going to call myself an expert, David, when you're next to me.
I've played it as well, but I'm very far from an expert. And yeah, let's jump into that game. It's the one game between Anna Muzichuk and Sarah Kadem that we haven't visited so far. And yeah, this one is quite a way down the line, but it's clear that it's black who has struck the first psychological blow. Just the fact that she's 20 minutes up on the clock shows that her preparation has succeeded. And we talk about the marshal. I think we need to show the marshal to everyone at home because it is a fun opening at some levels. I'm going to say at the very top level, it does have a bit of a drawish reputation these days because it's been so deeply analysed. But yeah, the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez, not the exchange variation, white drops back instead, bringing the bishop out. And it's only in this position after white plays the move c3, a bit of a provocation these days here that it allows the marshal pawn to d5. This is a sacrifice which was accepted by Anna Muzichuk. And after knight takes e5, I've got to say, pawn to c6 by far the main move, first of all. Back in the day, though, Frank Marshall, he didn't play pawn to c6, he played other stuff. And bishop to b7 is another option that Magnus Carlsen's brought back into popularity recently. He actually played this against me. Magnus's final game as classical world champion was against me, and and it was a draw. And he played, well, I don't know. I was very boring. I was begging for a draw with white, which wasn't much fun. I was suffering for a long time. But bishop to b7 was the move he chose, and I was out of book. I knew this was an old move, but it didn't have a great reputation. But modern engines show that everything is playable.
I just love how you were like, no, I'm no martial expert, but I played this against Magnus.
I'm sure, without any big trouble.
I was white. I was a pawn up. I just gave it back just to force a draw. Is that something to be proud of? I don't know.
I mean, a draw against Magnus, of course there is, but I think that's a great idea and a great point you make about the marshal, that, you give up a pawn and very often you win that back, eventually neutralizing the activity that you're pointing out with the bishops.
Yeah, and black's main idea actually is the move knight to f4 here, just unleashing the bishop on this diagonal. And yeah, as opposed to putting a pawn on c6 where the bishop gets developed in a different way. White has several main moves, just to mention. White can actually play the move queen to f3 with a pin on this diagonal, something I was trying to calculate in that game. I spent 35 minutes here, I think, on one move, because I was out of book immediately. And Anna Muzichuk's reacted much quicker. She plays the more standard pawn to d4. Bishop kicked back, and I think I played the move knight to a3 against Magnus, although it was a couple of years ago now, and my memory is... We're talking about memory. Memory is not the sharpest, but Anna instead plays the move bishop to d2, and that is met by a very clever move by Sarah. Now the white knight cannot develop.
Yeah. Was this game at a Norwegian club championship?
Yeah.
It was.
It was, yeah.
See, your memory is better than mine.
But, to this point, I think this is such a great idea and a very thematic one by Sarah. We can see that black is down a pawn. You want to not only, you've got this great light squared bishop, but you also want targets for your dark squared bishop. Eventually, what black's aiming for is to take on c3, provoke white to recapture with the b pawn, and then advance that c pawn as well to c5 and try and get those open diagonals. So constantly looking for piece activity for compensation for that sacrificed material. I actually really enjoy playing the marshal with the black pieces, where yes, you're down a pawn, and sometimes because the computer is always so materialistic, they'd give white to have this advantage, but practically it's never easy to fight against the compensation.
Yeah, no, definitely. Black's bishop pair, they're just roaming supreme. Well, fascinating struggle here, but let's go back to the bird's eye view, because some other developments kind of caught my eye. And, we left one game, our big marquee matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh, on a bit of a cliffhanger, right? The bishop came out, we were like, oh, is he going to go f3? Is he going to play the most popular line, which doesn't have, and I can see that f3 was nowhere, not played at all. And instead, we see a knight on g3, a queen on e2, something very solid is happening.
Yeah, and Magnus, yet again, not in his seat right now. So let's do a quick action replay. We left it after bishop to g4, attacking the white queen. Just to mention, the main move for white was to push the pawn forward. But this is clearly what Gukesh had prepared. Now the black bishop normally retreats back to the d7 square. As Tanya mentioned earlier, this is a pawn sacrifice. You can capture this pawn. And now black, for example, can bring the knight out, can bring the queen out to try and regain this pawn. A lot of potential moves here. And this is still well-known theory, but maybe theory that Magnus wanted to avoid. So instead, he developed his bishop, much more solid, as Jovanka mentioned, a trade. Now, taking with the c knight does look a bit awkward, but I guess the other knight would prefer to be on f3, maybe coming into the center. And in the Jabava London, normally that white knight is either very well placed or it's very badly placed in front of its pawn. So Magnus instead builds the big pyramid with the pawns on dark squares here in the center. Combined with the dark square bishop, I'm not sure what kind of impression they make right now, but this is the current position, and Magnus refraining from castling, Tanya. He's hinting that just with his last move, he's going to stay flexible. Maybe some kingside pawn storm in the future here.
We'd love to see it. I was as surprised with that knight retreat, recapturing it and rerouting it to the king side. But then, as they say, the future explains the past. And I think Magnus is eyeing these ideas on that right side of the board. But it would be slightly surprising if he does choose safety of his own king on the queen side, right? Because it feels that Gukesh has made headway with that pawn on c5. It might be easy for him to get that attack going, to get those open lines. The queen also jumping onto either b6 or a5 eventually. Magnus keeps it flexible, David, but if I had to make a bet, I think he still castles kingside, if at all he castles. What do you think, Jovanka? Will it be a race to each other's king with opposite side castling, or will we have a safer approach?
Actually, I'm going to cheat here. I'm going to say, we've heard your thoughts, but maybe we should hear from the man himself.
Well, hello everybody. So I guess this year we're doing a slightly different setup. Feels like just not last year, feels like yesterday that I was last here. So felt like coming in very early, primarily because my game is already extremely boring. Pretty much it's going to come down to whether Fabiano is able to confuse me with a move order very early, or I think the game is going to be extremely dry and probably a draw. So remain.
Oops, there was a little bit of a glitch in the matrix there, but okay.
Magnus looked a little different in that one, Jovanka.
Had a makeover.
Yeah, well, it wasn't quite Magnus, but okay. We will get Magnus's thoughts later on. But yeah, it's an interesting position. But in the meantime, we do have some developments. So, of course, the question was answered for me.
I love that. Cheating never pays off, kids. That's the lesson there. And yeah, we'll get Magnus's thoughts. This was the Hikaru game, just while we jumped to it, just for that moment. But let's go back to Magnus. And okay, big moment. Gukesh pushes a kingside pawn forward.
Will we see h4?
Oh, I hope
David,
so.
will he go for it?
Actually, the bishop on f4 is a little bit in trouble, right?
Yes.
Because in the air, it's in the air. I'm not going to say now. I'm not going to be that bold. But there is some ideas of David's highlighted for it. He can read my mind. G5, and then trap that bishop in the middle of the board.
Will we see h4 or not? Yes or no?
Oh, Magnus loves pushing his h-pawn, right? No. He loves it. but
I think we're going to see like moves like knight e5.
You guys are...
And the crowd goes boo.
I think rook d1.
Rook d1.
I'm predicting.
Whoa, provoking g5.
Yeah, and there's still one square for now, at least to survive on short term.
Is your plan e4?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, pushing pawns. I love it.
Yeah.
But then, do you want to go rook d1 or you want to castle on the queen side?
I'm not brave enough. Magnus is braver than me, but that is another level of brave. Like, the white king has no protection over that side, right? As you pointed out.
Oh, big moment.
Big moment.
Look at him. He's totally locked in on this one.
Magnus is taking risks. Like, the opening choice, the job over London, just the way he's set up here, it's unconventional, it's provocative, I've mentioned. Yeah, this is going to be fun. That's guaranteed.
I want to hear it from our chat. What do you guys think Magnus is going to play right now? Will he go for that h-pawn? Will he go for a more cautious approach with rook d1, but also with aggressive ideas eventually? Chat, what is your prediction here?
Yep, and well, we've asked Slack, we've asked our experts. Now let's ask the man himself.
Well, I tried to surprise him, and I figured, you know, since he's prepared for a World Championship match, he'd kind of have a surprise everywhere. Maybe I should have known about this move, bishop g4. Like usually it's played after c takes d4, and e takes d4. And he thought for a few minutes, played bishop g4, and I just realized, well, I don't know anything. So I responded the way you like often do, and especially in the first round, in the absolute kind of wussiest way possible, with bishop e2 and knight c takes e2. Now I just intend to set up a structure with c3, knight f3, maybe then h4, knight g3, and so on. But it's all like completely equal. Like I'm not remotely better, but I was gonna say it's a game at least, but it's barely even that. It's just quite dull, to be honest.
Well, interesting choice of words from Magnus. The wussiest way possible as a reaction to bishop to g4. But he did mention, interestingly enough, this whole idea of going knight g3, h4 much earlier on. So it's definitely on his radar.
Yeah, and I was going to be nice and say it's like the minimalistic type of approach where you just don't necessarily want to take big risks and you just get a position and play. But interesting choice of words, definitely from Magnus. And yeah, h4 definitely on his radar. I think his last move, queen to e2, does hint that he might try and break in the center in the near future as well. But he thinks everything is equal.
Yeah. And that was a few moments ago, right? That confessional. I wonder if he's changed his mind right now with the developments that we're seeing, because he said quite dull, to be honest. What was that about? What we've got going on right now with all the makings of perhaps an opposite side castling, of maybe the e4 break that you're talking about, or even if all hell breaks loose and h4 on the board, it would be anything but dull.
Yeah. Imagine you could push your h-pawn. If you move your knight out the way later, push some more pawns towards the black king, that would be, yeah, we'd have to redefine the word dull in the dictionary. But yeah, I just can't see this fizzling out. There's so many pieces still on the board.
Yeah, and it's actually difficult to follow through h4. And I know chat is pounding the table for h4. We all want that drama, right, on the board. But it is difficult, right? Where are you going to put the white king after you make such a committal move? I've been sat next to David for a long time. He's always exercised caution when
commitment issues. I expect a long think from Magnus, you know. I think the fact that he's already down 14 minutes is telling, but I could see that growing, the time differential. I actually thought heading into this game that Magnus would try and play on the clock because Gukesh has had some time trouble issues in the World Championship, for example. But it's Magnus down on time here.
David, you keep mentioning that you've got commitment issues, and I've got a bone to pick on that. You know, you've got this one style that you've stayed so committed to all your chess career. I think you're the last one to use that for yourselves.
I'm committed to one style, but my style is to not commit any pawns forward. Just don't make trades, just delay the tension on and on and on, and only when both sides are down at 5 seconds left, and then you go for it.
Yeah. I tell you one thing, Tanya, when David first kind of came onto the scene as a young junior, he was killing every one of the attacks. You know, he was like amazing gambits here, there. And I remember like Sorry, David.
Go on.
Spill the secrets.
Go on.
No, I just remember that
Memory lane.
the only time I drew against him was basically because it was in an endgame, but he was very young then. So.
I think I was 12.
But what happened then? Why did you switch?
I just woke up one day and forgot how to checkmate. Like something fell out of my brain. I was like, wait, how do I attack? And I don't know, the fear. I was scared of sacrificing suddenly. I haven't sacrificed anything in like 10 years.
Age.
But before that, like Jovanka's saying, I was just throwing pawns at my opponents. It's age, it's knowing too much is a curse, I tell you. No, I think I just wanted to be more consistent. That's the reason.
But also, it's something to be said, right? Talking about your style of play, of finding something that you're exceptional at, and then just making that your claw, the thing that you clobber your opponents with.
And I wonder if that's what separates the absolute best in the world from the rest, that, they don't just focus on perhaps that one big strength, but try to have a more universal, versatile play and constantly actually work and improve on those positions that they feel most uncomfortable playing.
100% agree. Like Magnus, he's got a reputation also as a grinder, and he loves his end games, and I think we share that kind of bond because we both appreciate that style. But Magnus has so many different gears. Like we've seen him attack people, we've seen him in freestyle chess lately, just go at people and take massive risks, change pawn structures, push H pawns forward, and yeah, it's just him, Hikaru as well, attacker, but also a grinder, depending on the mood, depending on the position. Yeah, the top players have an extra level.
Interesting you mentioned Hikaru, because David read my mind, because guess who's back in the confessional? Oh, well, maybe I kind of spoiled the plot there. Oh, no.
So I said it might be a matter of hours or minutes. I have a feeling this will be the last time that I come back here, barring something crazy happening in the game. This whole position that I have right now, or this whole system, this exchange Slav, was what I had in the candidates about, 14 months ago against Abasov in the third round. It's kind of funny that I had this against Fabiano, because I remember at the time, Fabiano did a podcast, hashtag not an ad, and he spoke about how he thought I wasn't very serious about the event because I lost a bit in round 2, and then in round 3 I played the Slav against Abasov. The game ended in a very boring draw, and it didn't look like I would be in contention to win the tournament. So it's kind of funny that Fabiano made these remarks, and now he's playing this exact same variation from the white side. I mean, unless I forget something or confuse an order, I have absolutely no problems in this game. In fact, I think there's a very decent chance it'll be a fairly quick draw, but remains to be seen. Nonetheless, in the first round, it's always good to get a comfortable position with the black pieces from the get-go. So I'm pretty happy from that standpoint. On the other hand, I would say that I'm also already kind of bored out of my mind, because unless something insane happens, the game is just not really interesting. But it is what it is. The Magnus game, however, is the interesting one, because Magnus, it would seem, is maybe out-prepared or perhaps not familiar with the specific line, because Gukesh played c5, bishop g4, and Magnus has already used a little bit of time. So maybe Magnus is trying to be a poker player and just overuse the time to confuse Gukesh.
Well, I don't know anything.
That game should be really exciting, because it would appear that Gukesh is in prep out of the opening, and it should turn into a very sharp game. But that actually will have the most action in the opening. The Wei Yi game versus Arjun looks very, very balanced as well. So the Magnus game is the one to watch, which probably isn't that surprising because it's the hype game that everyone wants to see. So I think for the fans out there, my game is boring, Arjun's game is boring, but Magnus's game will have action. So that's what you want to see, and that's going to be it for now until something happens in my game, or one way or the other. But I won't be back anytime soon. All right, see you guys.
And huge shout out to the editors for that amazing edit.
That's amazing.
But
round of applause.
Okay, I mean, I'm curious now, right? Hikaru saying he's bored right out of his mind. Like, come on, we're actually, all of us like our positional games. Is this a fair assessment?
I think it's more fair than Magnus saying that his position's very dull. I think I can understand why Hikaru feels this way, the symmetrical pawn structure that we have. And there's a big chance that this eventually does, despite having a lot of pieces on the board, fizzle out into going into an Armageddon with what we have. But Fabi's managed to get that knight c5. And Yovi, this was an idea that you pointed out, I want to say yesterday, with the knight transferring to a4. So finding these dark squared weaknesses on the queen side. So slightly better pieces, the bishop on d3 will be unchallenged. Is there just a little something for Fabi to play for?
Yeah, visually, it does look slightly preferable for white. I agree. I would take white over black here, but I don't know, now that there's no bishop pair, now it's quite one-dimensional. It's kind of only playing with this knight on c5. If this ever gets kicked back, by the way, I mean, black has a clear plan. Black's going to play pawn to a5 in the next few moves and then play b6, kick this knight away. And then the question is, what else do you have? Is there anything left to cling on to? The white queen looks nice, but she doesn't really connect with the rest of her army. And maybe the one plan I see is to double up rooks on the c-file for white. And the question is, if Hikaru has something concrete to deal with that, then it's just going to fizzle out. I could see him maybe moving his knight out the way, kicking back the white knight, trading rooks. And yeah, if he doesn't have anything, Fabi, in the next 4 or 5 moves, then I agree with Hikaru.
Nice defensive try, because I want to say that white's only plan in this position, in my experience, is to double up. And I have lost to that plan many, many times, including to one of our good friends, who's actually here, Grandmaster Simon Williams.
Yeah, it's not his style, right? But he has great results, actually, in the Exchange Slav. Oh, God, I hate this opening. I said it was boring as well, so I'm glad Hikaru is backing me up. But let's see, maybe it comes to life. Let's predict what happens next then, just to fully break down the nuances of this game. Rook to c3 from Fabi?
I was thinking that you could, rook c3 I think makes a lot of sense with this idea that both of you are pointing out and setting up some tactics with knight takes pawn once you've got the double attack on the c line, hitting on that knight on c6. You know, you're actually targeting both these pawns, not just the a6 one, but knight takes b7 as well becomes a big threat right now. I like that, and I'm just wondering do you want to put your rook on c3, or do you want to include a3 and perhaps put it on c2? Is there a way to decide which is a better square here?
Good question. This is where I would burn 20 minutes on the clock and then decide that they were both the same. Yeah, I quite like rook c3 for now. Let's try and save a bit of time with one move. Unless I get hit by a knight, although the bar slides, of course. My main worry is that knight to b4, yeah, consequences of not playing a3.
And then maybe b6 to follow as well once you fall back with your bishop.
The bishop drops back, then, yeah,
Then
b6
is done in e.
Tanya, you were right all along. I should have known.
But it's a kind of a slow build position, right? So you can take your time. Not that much stuff is happening. So let's go a3 and then rook c2, rook c1. I can see this being very nice for white. And it's black who has to go into grovel mode. a5, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This is a nice kind of move, a5, because it's not immediately apparent, right, that you're going to go a5 because you literally played a6. Now you're going a5, but yeah, I like it.
And it's mainly just to do with kicking back the enemy's best piece. Otherwise, the pawn would have been hanging. And also, I like the fact a5 after a3 just to stop white from pushing forward with b4.
Yeah, I was just about to add to that, you know, you stop the expansion as well. And then if white continues with his plan, maybe you're just not in time because your knight does get pushed back and then trades along the c line. All right, so do we sort of agree with Hikaru's assessment in the confessional here that it feels balanced, he feels pretty relaxed about his position, starting with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana, the outcome of the opening?
Well, you know what? I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to condition that sentence with the fact that he has to be accurate here, because I feel like if he doesn't go a5 and this whole idea of kicking the knight back, then white can get a really lovely position with going rook c3, rook c1. And if you can't dislodge that knight from c5, you're in big trouble.
Yeah. You're going to suffer. The problem is it's Hikaru and he's so good defensively, he's so good positionally, like he's just so good, full stop. And he's also, what, 37 minutes up on the clock, Hikaru? He's going to play a5, then he's going to play b6, he's going to move his knight away, there's going to be trades on the c-file.
And we're going to get an Armageddon.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. You know, I'm going to say it. I really want to see these two guys as the candidates. I really hope that they find their path into fighting for the world championship.
You'll see Fabi there. He's guaranteed.
Yes.
He's in.
He's in already. Hikaru still has to fight for that spot. And again, it comes down to his motivation depending so much on how Norway Chess goes.
Yeah, exactly. Like Fabi can relax and, well, he can enjoy this tournament, you know, with absolutely zero pressure. But, of course, he wants to win. Every chess player wants to win. And there, as we see the players locked in action, you know, again, I'm going to come back to this again and again and again.
Do it.
I'm going to put you guys on the spot. We have a player who's given us not one, but 2 confessionals. And it's not the usual suspects.
So it's not Magnus and it's not Hikaru.
Yeah.
Can you tell us if it's from the women or the Open, or is that too much? All right, I'll take a guess here.
Yeah.
It is Fabi.
No.
Oh, I never get these right.
Fabi's been thinking
No,
like the whole time.
Yeah, but it could be recorded earlier.
And just to tease everyone even some more, you can hear it during the break. And remember that if you do want to hear the confessionals, you do have to subscribe to chess.com on Twitch. So
You didn't give your pick.
Please.
You always
I
get
wish
this.
it was Gukesh, but I don't think it
It's
is.
not.
It's not. Ah.
But you got the right country.
Oh,
There you go.
Arjun?
Arjun.
Bring it on.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear what he's thinking because, you know, he's got a fiery style. Let's have a look at his game, actually.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, and let's try to get into Arjun's mind, and then during the break, all will be revealed.
You know, I just want to say one thing about Arjun, right? You were talking about his fiery style, and every time he plays, we can expect just absolute chaos and fireworks on the board. You get those tactics, you get that entertainment. But off the board, Arjun's one of the sweetest guys. He's so soft-spoken. It's actually incredibly surprising the contrast in his off-board personality and his on-board persona.
Hang on a second. Are you saying that Gukesh and Prague and all the other are not as soft-spoken and polite?
They are, but look at their chess as well. I mean, it
Yeah.
sort of seems, you know, more controlled. Arjun's the king of chaos.
Yeah.
Looks are deceptive, definitely. I used to think you could just understand someone's chess style by like looking at them, spending time with them for 5 seconds. Like that was enough, but there are anomalies. Arjun's
I
definitely
got
one of them.
one for you. Can you determine a chess player style by their handshake?
Oof.
Oh, I shouldn't name names. I've shaken players' hands, and it's not the firmest. It's like they barely want to shake your hand.
Yeah.
It's like they barely stick out one finger to. But then they turn out to be like super aggressive, like super alpha games on the board.
I think we need to make a handshake into a high five for chess before the start. Well, what would you think about that?
High 10.
I agree with you. Or like a namaste or something. Yeah, you don't need to shake hands
You know,
with someone.
there was
I
the
agree.
namaste thing during COVID, right? When just right after, when we had these OTB tournaments just opening up, there was a sort of a no handshake rule for a while.
Yeah, Magnus was doing that for ages, the namaste, like bowing to his opponents. I don't know if I should say this. This is the most random thing in the world, but Arjun Erigaisi has the exact same hands as Gawain Jones, the English Grandmaster.
What? What does that even mean, David Howell?
I don't know. Like,
I don't know. Elaborate
it's
on
the
this
hands.
one,
It's the
please.
way they hold like their hands. They're both left-handed. They're both like I don't know. Just I don't know. I have this thing. I remember faces really well, and I don't know. I remember hands really well. That's just I don't know how chess pattern recognition affects life or translates to life skills, but that's the one thing. And I don't know why we're zooming in on his hands right
We're
now.
trying to do that.
He's got the exact same body language, the way he holds his hands, crosses his arms. It's Gawain Jones.
Oh my God, and they have the same kind of style.
They have the same kind of playing
Yeah.
style. It's been in my mind for ages. I'm glad I don't know why it came out here and now, but we were on the topic.
I never saw it until you mentioned it, but now that you do,
You will not unsee it, I
you can't
promise
unsee
you.
it.
And okay, let's jump into the chess.
Yes.
Let's jump into the position. And yeah, talking of craziness, he started, it looked like the quietest position ever, but he started creating threats, Arjun Erigaisi, and the tactics are in the air. Pawn to e5 from Wei Yi, unleashing a bit of tension between the queens now and ignoring the threat on the white knight. Suddenly the white knight might get taken, the black knight might get taken, the white bishop, the black bishop. Okay, let's maybe just retrace our steps.
Yeah, let's find out how we got here, because first up, I want to ask, like, how did the black pawn structure become so neat? Because, yeah, I mean, it was like that. People were like, yeah, there's going to be e takes d5, and it didn't even happen.
Yeah, I think the safe approach and the way I used to play it, still play it online, is to take with the pawn just while there is a pin, and black recaptures with the knight. You move your knight out of the way, and black does have these two weaknesses long term. But a black bishop on f6 is going to be super strong on this diagonal, and the black knight also a great piece. There's more than enough compensation for the fractured pawn structure, so this is very level. Instead, Wei Yi played much more ambitiously. Nice to see. He pushed his pawn forward to b3. Castles, the bishop came out, and it was here with enough pressure to make black feel uncomfortable that Arjun decided to go active. Queen to f4. Pawn to e5 is the answer. There was a double attack against the knight and pawn, so this is understandable. And okay, let's break this down. Where to start? Do we capture queen? Oh, Arjun does capture queens.
which means he calculated it. When he went queen f4, it's not a move that he missed e5. But now again, the forcing sequence continues, right? It's only not only the knight that's hanging, but also the pawn on c6. So you have to play pretty actively. And I'm guessing what Arjun has in mind is to jump to the center of the board, knight e4, try and open on the d line, get your rook to the second rank in compensation for the pawn that's about to be picked up.
Yeah, after all, you're arguing that White's extra pawn is a double A pawn. Not the most dangerous.
Yeah, what pawn?
Yeah.
What extra pawn?
Quarter of a pawn, maybe? Quarter of a pawn up, I don't know. Just to mention as well, for anyone wondering at home, if Black had taken this knight instead, then after a capture on f6, I don't know, it just looks like you'll have to ruin your own pawn structure. This just looks ugly, I'm going to say. Queen takes bishop, I don't really want to allow a pawn to sit on e7, and yeah, this pawn structure White is playing for advantage for free. Level pawns and weakened kingside. So queen's coming off looks good, and I also predict Tanya's move, knight into e4. And just to show the end of that variation, rook takes pawn, and Black is probably just going to regain the pawn, if you even want to take it. I don't know whether you do the pawn on a2, but this looks like it might start fizzling out.
Because rook b1 just runs into rook b8 and you end up losing a whole piece, right? So you might be forced to actually give up that pawn.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure where you put the bishop. No great squares. I'm a bit scared of getting pinned this direction as well. And you might have to go back to your starting square, and this does not look like White is playing for advantage. Round of applause, meanwhile.
We're hearing applause come in from the playing arena. What does that mean?
We are in a bank. Maybe someone's just made a great investment.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be that. Someone just made a lot of money.
I don't think it's coming from the playing hall. It has to be silence, remember? Unless the audience are really like enthusiastic, you know, they're appreciating something.
And they were, right? At the start, we had the opening ceremony right by where we are. And when the players walked in, you could hear the cheers. And when Magnus walked in, it was wild.
Absolutely. No, Magnus is a legend here in Norway. And whilst we're expecting some trades to happen in that game between Wei Yi and Arjun, let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's revisit some of the other games. So I'm looking on the bottom row especially. Which one of those games catches your eyes?
We'll go to that. I just want to point out, David really does know Magnus Carlsen best, because look at that top right board. Eventually, it is the idea that you were talking about, the rook sliding down next to the king, rook d1 played. A cautious approach, but with some aggressive plans. But Yovi, to your point, I'm going to throw it to David. Pick a game.
Thanks. Really appreciate it. Okay, maybe a quick check-in on the game. We were actually at last in the women's section. Before maybe jumping to another one that's also caught my eye, but Muzichuk against Sara Kardem. That one, the bar, at least out of all the games I see so far, that's maybe the only one that's really in White's favour. Out of the 6 we see on our screens, that's the bottom left board. That's a kind of yellow goldy type of board. And the fact that White's a pawn up, promising for Anna Muzichuk, but the fact that it's the marshal played, the sacrifice by Sara Kardem, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. Black always gets decent long-term compensation, but okay, the bar we see giving White a decent advantage, 0.7. I'm not sure how much that translates to in human terms, though.
Okay, first question, why can't Black recapture on d4, and then I realize it's White's move.
Yeah, that would be a great move, though, if Black got another turn.
Good to know. So he couldn't, because the rook lined up against this, because the knight on d5 needed to be defended in that last move. So we see the move marked in yellow. So right now, the d4 pawn is under attack. Are you going to bring out your queen, get aggressive on that g4 square, try to terrify Black a little bit, defending your pawn, also eyeing the Black king?
Yeah, that's a cool move, actually. I quite like that one. The question is, what else? I was initially looking at like queen exchanges.
Such a David Howell move, just want to say it.
I was going to say, but then I felt guilty and I tried not to see it, tried to not to look at that move anymore, just based on the fact that there are back rank issues even for Black. Tongue twister, Black with back rank.
It's very easy to say bank rank as well when you're learning.
We're literally sitting in a bank as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I actually like queen g4 a lot as well.
It makes so much sense, right? You know, you defend the pawn on d4, you get out of the eye line of the Black rook. And you just start unraveling, you know, the White rook can swing into the action. And one of the ideas that White has is just to simply initiate a whole load of trades and just cackle enormously and go, I'm extra pawn up, deal with that one. Yeah. It's just a psychological factor, really.
Yeah. I mean, Anna Muzichuk has no real danger, I'm going to say here. And that's the one downside with the marshal. Like if white plays super safe, just wants to lock things down, trade off, then often white can kind of guarantee a draw. So I'm going to say extra pressure on Sarah Kardem. I was talking to her yesterday. She's so excited to be here. I was asking her, like, what are you expecting? Have you been preparing? She's like, no, I'm just enjoying life, just loving life with my family. She's prepared a bit. Maybe not as much as, it's hard to know how much is enough, right, in chess. But she's just saying how much she's enjoying life right now, how grateful she is to be here. And normally when you're enjoying things, that's when the good results come.
Right. And when you're not feeling the pressure and you're just happy to be there, then you're kind of more into the easy come, easy go. And that's the state of mind that you want to be in when you're playing chess. No stress.
Yeah, it's such a mind game, and you want to be in the best possible mindset, just feeling positive about everything. And I think that's also something that's worked in Hikaru's favor so many times, right? When he's feeling good about life, he plays his best chess. The one thing I've noticed at Norway Chess here is, right, the guys, they're all here with their seconds. A lot of them have their trainers, there's Hikaru, who's come with...
Chris Littlejohn.
Yes. There is Guy Veski, who's here with Gukesh. We've got Arjun with Fabi. But I'm thinking about the women players, and I haven't seen so many of the seconds and the trainers here with them.
No, it's something, right? I know last year Ju Wenjun brought Nihua with her, but maybe they're just going to make an appearance later on.
Maybe they're in hiding right now.
Where's Prag supporting his sister? Where is he?
Vaishali's here with her mom, and I think their mom is their biggest support. That's the biggest second in the Ramesh Babu family.
That's the only second you need.
Is the mother.
Lei Ting-jae, I guess, with her husband.
Raymond Song.
He's Grandmaster.
Yes. Humpy's by herself here.
Humpy's by herself, yeah.
She's always by herself. She likes to study alone and get remote help. But it definitely is going to be, in this type of event, a question on mindset, on how you're feeling and how you're able to adjust to all of those changes. And there, as we look at the moves that have been played, we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to have more of the action. And for those of you subscribed on Twitch, well, you can enjoy 2 Arjun Confessionals.
So I said it might be a matter of hours or minutes. I have a feeling this will be the last time that I come back here, barring something crazy happening in the game. This whole position that I have right now, or this whole system, this exchange Slav, was what I had in the candidates about, 14 months ago again.
Yeah, I think my opponent chose that 3 knight d2 position in the French, and I'm still in my preparation and I'm feeling quite confident. About other games, Magnus went for the Jobava London, which has become quite famous, but not necessarily in classical. I'm a bit surprised to see him play it in classical, but Magnus can play anything. And Gukesh opted for a very interesting and not so known line, and Magnus is already thinking, so let's see how that will go. It looks exciting already, with some f3, bishop d7 stuff coming in. And the Hikaru's game, I think they both surprised each other or something, I'm not really sure, but it's an exchange slab, and if white manages to put some pressure, then it would be something, otherwise it might just be equal. In Magnus's game, I think I spoke a bit too soon that it will be very exciting with f3, bishop d7. He opted for this bishop e2 and knight c2 in a very London way of playing. I think this is comfortably fine. Magnus just wants to get a game and try to outplay. London without the light square bishop is really no pressure or anything. But I think that's just how Magnus is playing, that he is not trying to gain an advantage out of the opening by going into some theory, but just getting some fresh position and playing an equal game.
Well, I don't know anything.
So Vachier-Lagrave was a very aggressive setup against Hampi with early knight e4 and f5. That also looks very exciting.
We are back with round one of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and we go back to the beautiful playing arena in the Finansparken. Silence there, but the players are going to be using every ounce of concentration to either maintain the balance or just to keep those games going, because this is Norway Chess. This is one of the most intense tournaments perhaps on the planet. It's happening right here in Stavanger, and right here in the studio, well, we are locked in, we are ready. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kauske, and I'm joined by the absolutely wonderful International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. And wow, what a start we've had so far. We've had confessionals, we've had some action on the board, we've had players being very confident about their chances of holding the games.
Yeah, it's been awesome so far, right? We've had Magnus in there twice, I want to say, Hikaru in there, we had Arjun, and then something happened there, not sure what really happened, but it was a fun one to watch. And also the opening surprises, right? Magnus starting with the Jabava London, not something that I think many expected to happen. Hikaru said he's happy with the opening outcome so far. I want to ask you guys this, and let's start with David here, and then Yobi, you take it on. How many Armageddons, considering what we have, if you just bring up our bird's eye view with all the action that's on the board, how many Armageddons are we getting today?
Oh, tough question. I predict the first game to finish might be between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi, just because it feels like they've been rushing headfirst into a very level endgame. Queen's off the board, that's the top left, the brown board there.
So that's one?
I predict Armageddon there. I predict that Hikaru probably is going to be right. He always is.
That's two.
Armageddon in his game. I think Magnus, too early to predict. I'll say that's decisive. I don't know who's going to win, but I'm going to stay there. And then
Are you sure you don't know who's going to win, David Howell?
I have no idea who's
Okay.
I wish I knew.
Yobi.
I'll say one Armageddon in the women's, so 3 total out of the 6.
Yobi.
Yeah, I kind of feel like in the Open, it's going to be all draws, 3 Armageddons. In the women, somehow my spider senses are telling me that Anna is going to eke out a win against Sarah. And anything can happen against Humpy and Vachier-Lagrave. And probably, okay, 2 Armageddons there.
So 2 Armageddon in the women?
So yeah, 1 decisive result, I think that.
So 5 of the 6?
Yeah, 5 of the 6.
5 Armageddons?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm really uncomfortable by the way that you were like 5.
That's a lot of Armageddon.
5-ageddon.
Yes, I would love to see that. I think I'll go with 4, 2 and 2.
Okay.
And I think Magnus Gukesh decisive, and I think Humpy Vachier-Lagrave decisive.
Interesting.
Is my prediction, guys.
Okay. And yeah, chat maybe can tell us as well what they think.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to know which one of us is the correct. Actually, chat probably by logic have to go lower, right?
Yeah.
So, David, how many did you have? You had
3 overall.
3, 4, 5.
We should have this. I mean, Armageddon, the whole point is to get a winner at the end of every day. Maybe we should have a winner among us every day who guesses
like
the number
that.
of Armageddons.
I love it.
Chess players in the building.
We can tally it up at the end of the...
I know. Are you guys competitive? I know David is.
Maybe.
I think I am. I mean, I'm not playing as much as I used to, but I still feel... And the funny thing is, it's just not just over the chessboard, you know? I feel like it just translates into anything we do.
Yes. I play a lot of board games, quiz games, everything. Like, yeah.
Avalon.
Avalon, yeah. I once made my partner, like, I was like, you can't sleep in here tonight unless you apologize for letting our team down.
Really? I think that's the reason we don't get invited to so many parties, you know?
Really?
Players at parties, what?
I would say I was competitive, but it kind of all stopped around about 2016. It was after I got upset with my partner. I was playing partner chess and I got upset with my partner, my actual real life partner. And I said, oh, how are you playing chess like this? And I was so mean. And he went, yes, yes. And I thought, I'm just bad. And then I just adapted my chess to his.
It gives the extra edge, though. It's what you need in sports. So it's tricky to kind of find that balance between being happy, being composed, relaxed, and finding that urge, that desire to win. And okay, in the meantime, we do still see the bird's eye view. Where are we going next?
Yeah, so maybe we should have a look. So it's a lot of fun at the top, but I do feel like maybe we should give some love to the bottom right between Vachier-Lagrave and Zhu Wenjun. After all, this is a match between rivals. And Zhu Wenjun, she was in fantastic form at the Women's World Championship just now against Han Zhongyi. You know, she lost a game and then she fought back. And then she just won title in 9 rounds, and she put on a really powerful performance. Now, one of the things I love about these two in particular is that Vachier-Lagrave has a very direct, very aggressive tactical style. She's the sword, whereas Zhu Wenjun, she's like the shield. She's constantly, you know, she's really not defensive, I would say, but she's always playing in a very positional way, very natural, with kind of full board awareness.
I'm going to say Zhu Wenjun's so underrated in terms of FIDE rating as well. Like, I don't know. I just think of her as like a very strong, stable 2600. She's so consistent. you don't become world champion and keep it 5 times, without being just phenomenally strong. And this position, I think she's happy to just stabilize things. The position maybe slightly better for white due to one weak pawn, one target, but nothing too significant here, Tanya.
Yes, the theory of pawn islands, right? We can see that Wenjun does have these 3 pawn islands, while for Lei, she's got a healthier pawn formation, the knight's centralized, but then it's just one weakness that can easily be defended by the queen and the rook. So it does look like it should be level. And to Jovanka's point, I completely agree. You know, Wenjun's style is this solid strategic approach, and she's always ready for a long fight. It doesn't matter how, you know, you'll never find her taking those quick draws, trying to get into unnecessary complications. She's always ready for them. But I think what she really enjoys is those strategic grinds. And again, a universal player. So her domination in women chess has been spectacular to watch over the last many years. And she's a big, heavy favorite this year's Norway Chess.
Yeah, she's in a really good form if we can judge her by the World Championship match. You know, what struck me there was like her endgame was out of this world. Fantastic technique. And, you know, let's not forget, Ju Wenjun. She did defeat Ali Reza Firouzja and Tata Steel in 2024. And, yeah, Lei Ting-Jie, she's kind of taken a pause, though, I would say. She wasn't so active in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, she used to be playing week in, week out every big event, but yeah, much less these days. And I like her position. I'm not sure it suits her style, as you mentioned. If she's the sword, if she's the aggressor, then I mean, this is going to be a very kind of slow strategic battle. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I kind of like the idea of white at some point bringing a rook up, trying to shift the queen behind, pinning this pawn, maybe winning this pawn. But it just takes so long. And in the meantime, black might start planting knights on active squares. And maybe bring the queen, her own queen, out to nice posts. I have a feeling this is one of the Armageddon games. I should have gone one higher. I think you're going to be the favorite, Tanya.
We're doing that, right? The prediction competition in the studio. But you know, what is it? It's called the Alekhine's gun, right? When you triple up the 3 majors on a file with a target, the plan that you're suggesting, the 2 rooks, and then perhaps the queen as well, joining in to attack a5. All right, we will see how this one develops. Still pretty much in the balance, with perhaps Ting-Jie having that slight pull because of a target on a5, easier to get to weakness. But there's action all around if we bring up our bird's eye view. And I've got my eye on that top left board. It's the line that we were looking at, in fact, which has been played out in the Wei Yi Arjun game right here, with the rook swooping in, attacking the bishop, x-raying the pawn. In the balance, I want to say, according to our bar, but all 3 games pretty much there. Gukesh, meanwhile, has burnt quite a bit of time on this next move after Magnus got the rook to the center file. Yeah,
and I'm predicting Wei Yi against Arjun very likely, and Armageddon very likely to be a quick one as well. Okay, Fabiano's brought his queen 1 square forward as well, and in the meantime, Magnus. Yeah, I was talking about the clock situation. He was, what, 20-something minutes down? Yeah. Now he's 6 minutes up. Gukesh needs to speed up. It's only move 11 in that game. I want more confessionals. Every time Magnus, I see an empty chair now, I'm just assuming he's in the confessional. Or maybe snacking in the green room. The players have a private area, but...
I don't think Gukesh has gotten up from his chair even once this game.
No, that was the thing, actually, in the World Championship match. And actually, whenever Gukesh plays, he rarely gets up from the board. You know, he kind of steadies himself by retreating inwards. You know, he's well known for, you know, having a small meditation just before the game begins. And when he finds himself surprised, have you noticed that he takes a step back and he closes his eyes and then he kind of adjusts?
Just incredible maturity in handling those moments, and so much of it comes to his mind training. You know, he worked with Paddy Upton, a mind coach, for so many months before the World Championship match, and I think all those learnings, he wants to take them forward in these coming matches. He does look calm on the outside, but do you think he's feeling the nerves on the inside right now?
Definitely. I would be. I always do when I think for half an hour, like Gukesh is thinking right now. Actually, Jovanka and myself, we were in Singapore. One of my favorite moments was we got AI to help us track how often he had his eyes closed. And it was huge percentages of every game. It was often like nearly 20%, maybe even above 20% of games. He would just sit there with his eyes shut. And I've noticed that less, actually, when he's been playing recently. When he played in the Grand Chess Tour, maybe meditating slightly less. I don't know whether he's gone for a different approach. Now he finally moves. He brings his queen out, attacking a loose pawn. Loose pawns drop off, I guess. But that looks, well, surprising.
Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Because you perhaps would have expected white, or black rather, to kind of perhaps prepare at some point some kind of b5, a5, b4 pawn storm on the left side. But queen a5, okay, that's going to be met by a3, presumably, you know. Why not? But maybe his plan is just to go queen a4 and infiltrate on the light squares.
Very positional. Creepy, crawly chess. You just creep in, you take a square, you never relinquish it, and you win a game. That's the dream. But yeah, Magnus, he'll probably have to take a timeout. The reason I was a bit surprised, Tanya, is because let's just put this move on the board, pawn to a3. Okay, it's all the dark squared pawns now, but b5 is part of the plan, just to come through. But now pawn takes pawn, and your queen is a bit clumsy on the square. You cannot recapture with the bishop, for example, due to a fork. So you're not really preparing the move that ideally you do want. So Gukesh, is it just a one mover? Is he going to play something like queen to a6, offer a queen trade at the cost of slightly damaged pawn structure? And sometimes if you get access to the b file, you don't currently, because the white bishop covers b8. And maybe this is an interesting idea.
It's a very interesting idea, especially if black manages to get a stranglehold on the light squares with c5, c4. It's interesting. I would also be very curious to know whether Magnus is entirely happy with his position. You know, he said, you know, it was a soft kind of, very soft way that he handled this whole thing. He didn't test Gukesh that much and the position was dull. But I do have word that Magnus has been in the confessional again. And we're currently editing it. So, yeah, more entertainment courtesy of Magnus.
Those edits are incredible. Can I just say that? Huge shout out to our production team. It's awesome to hear the players, but made even more entertaining. You know, to what Arjun said about this matchup when he was in the confessional was that Magnus is just aiming for a game in this one. You know, he just wants to have a long fight, a complex battle. And he's not taking in as this is the first round. I want to play solid, take it to the Armageddon, see what happens. He wants to fight this out for the 3 points because it's a massive difference. You get the dub in classical, that's 3 points. That's a lot of gain in that. And I think from that perspective, Magnus has managed to get get that game going. To David's idea of that queen falling back, I wonder if Gukesh will do that instantly, because a3 feels like the most natural move, right? Nobody's bringing that rook back to defend the pawn. You don't push the b pawn forward. C pawn's falling down as well. So once a3 is played, and Magnus, I think, about to make a move any moment now, I don't think he's going to sacrifice that pawn. That's going to be too much. He's reaching out, and there it is. Now, does Gukesh rush with the queen trade that you were pointing, or does he continue improving his position? You know, there are the two central lines. You could get the rook from f8 to d8 or the rook from a8 to c8, and just keep that queen trade always in hand to counter a kingside attack.
Yeah, it's interesting decisions to be made by Gukesh. But meanwhile, let's hear from Magnus himself as to whether he's comfortable with his position or not.
So this might look like a very quiet position, which it kind of is, but it has a lot of hidden potential. Gukesh's last move, h6, is very typical of his style. And now I spend a lot of time contemplating. I mean, the obvious move maybe is to go for h4, which I was kind of considering anyway. But I couldn't really make it work, especially since then the g4 square becomes a serious issue in some lines, especially if I take on c5 and then go e4. So I decided at the end of the day to just allow his idea, which is, I think, to play g5, bishop e5, and then knight d7. And I spent a lot of time looking at concrete lines, but I think I ended up just thinking that knight h5, let's say f6. I mean, he could play queen e8 as well, but then at least I got g4. So f6, bishop g3 back, queen e8, knight d2, protecting the knight, and queen g6, I think. And here I spend a lot of time thinking about moves like h4, even like queen b5, which I think is insane. But what I ended up with after a while is I can probably just castle, and he's actually not trapping my knight on h5. Like f5, for instance, I got h3, and then the idea is to go maybe bishop h2 and g4. And yeah, he has a lot of space. Like his position looks very impressive in a way, but I'm not sure it's great. Like I don't think I'm better by any means, but I do have some resources, so
Good one.
we'll see what happens.
An impressive piece of calculation there from Magnus Carlsen, but it didn't really appear on the board. So, David, can you talk us through his calculation? Because he was like solely focused on what happens if Gukesh just chases down that dark square bishop.
Yeah, now we're looking at the other side of the board completely, right? We're looking at the queen side, like the black queen doing some stuff over here. But I think this is why Gukesh spent such a long time on the last move. I'm going to try and recreate that from memory, although I might fail. Rook to d1. Magnus was talking about allowing black's plan, clearly with pushing the pawn to h6. It's at least trying to scare the opponent, attacking this bishop, which is almost trapped. The bishop only has one safe square. The black knight goes back, threatening to trap the bishop again. Now Magnus wants to move the knight to the edge of the board. Now the bishop has an escape square. Magnus wants to kick the bishop. Bishop retreats. Now hit the knight, which is also trapped, but can be defended by the white queen. And here, after queen to g6, he mentioned a bunch of moves, but castling, for instance, and now pawn to f5, h3. And here, Magnus, yeah, he was talking about dropping his bishop back, pushing a pawn forward to cement his knight on the edge of the board. And this position still looks very balanced. The engine slightly prefers black, we see on the sidebar here. But yeah, fascinating to see that Magnus is thinking, what is this, 7, 8 moves into the future? And still kind of reeling off variations here. He's talking about queen to b5. Coming this direction, as well as playing more positionally. And he was happy with this. Gukesh, in the end, not happy with this, and deciding to bring his queen out to the other side instead. And after a3, this is still the live position. But yeah, Magnus doesn't talk about himself as a great calculator. He says he relies a lot more on intuition. He prefers short, sharp variations, but there he proved he can hang.
Right.
Maybe the fact he's playing the great calculator Gukesh makes him want to fight him hand-to-hand in his strength.
But this is a trademark of the great players. They don't calculate every single move. They are calculating at the right moment. So in this particular position, well, minus a3 and queen a5, it was absolutely imperative that you work out the consequences of going rook d1. Otherwise, the bishop or the knight could have got trapped, and that would have been game over. So yeah, you kind of have to choose your moment, right?
Especially in this time format, no? When you've got no increment, no bonus time, you need to use your time wisely in those critical moments like you're pointing out. And I wonder, to your point, if, Magnus, like you said, Gukesh, one of his biggest strengths, I think even in your players card, by the way, I'm missing those David Howell player cards. Just want to put it out there. But I think you gave very high marks to Gukesh for his calculation skills on that. For Magnus, he just does everything slightly better than everyone else. So I'm just wondering, him not thinking he's a great calculator, is that just his own standard and his own bar? Because relative to the rest of the world, he's still bloody good.
He's still probably the best. It's just not by a massive margin like he is in other kind of his skill set, of his traits there. But yeah, I have seen moments where Magnus does stop variations slightly too soon. But normally when it's that kind of variation, like Ivanka said, like it's hanging by a thread, you either lose a bishop or you get your knight trapped if you miscalculate, if you get one little detail wrong. It's when the stakes are high, that's when he stops and pauses.
Mm-hmm. Is it just me, or did Magnus's hair just grow 2 inches since the start of the game?
I was talking so long about that variation. The confessional, we were there for hours watching, and he hasn't been to the hairdresser in a while, I believe. And in the meantime, okay, we've been guessing moves quite well in this game. A rook centralizes to the d8 square.
Mm-hmm. I think your idea of the queen trade is just such a good resource to have when Gukesh needs a bailout from a potential attack on the king side, right? But when you've got the time and you've got pieces that are not ideally placed, you need to get that going to make sure that you sort of preempt any opening up of the lines, of those central lines, if Magnus gets an e4 in. He wants to be able to put pressure on that d4 pawn. I like this approach, this plan that Gukesh has. Oh, when we're getting some close-up shots.
I was going to say, I thought you liked the handiwork of our cameraman. Yeah, look. Wow.
Whoa. The growth in...
It's definitely happened, David.
It's definitely... I mean, I like that pun as well, Jovanka, the handiwork. They zoomed in the hands last time. Now it's the hair. Great hair quality downstairs in the playing hall. And yeah, I think that move doesn't change too much, right? But it does hint that maybe black will trade off bishops at some point, maybe just a bit more solidity in the center, and very flexible still from both sides.
Yeah, well, it's kind of quite a position where both sides actually have to find a plan, right? Okay, so black has won, bishop to d6. What's white's idea? Complete development,
Castle.
and then wait. Very difficult to just wait and do nothing, but, well, we will see. Maybe we take a pause from this game and we revisit it later on. Maybe go back to the bird's eye view and let's hunt for some excitement.
Okay, the hunt is not an easy one.
But it's on.
It's on. There have been a couple of moves between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, but nothing really changing. Wei Yi and Arjun Nakamura, that would be a great player. Arjun Erigaisi even. That one seems to be racing towards a draw. That's going to be a rook and bishop endgame, maybe even just a pure rook endgame in the near future. And in the women's tournament, still some moves. The all-Indian clash looks like maybe the most tense of all the games.
Yeah, there's a white knight there in the middle of the board, my favorite octo knight. Maybe we can just quickly glance at that one and see how things have developed.
Yeah, both sides with very strong pieces. Like you said there, Jovanka, the white knight's super strong, but can be traded off. And the black knight also looks like it's on a fortified statue right now. Just can't really be challenged. Especially if these bishops disappear, the black knight is going to be very stable for the rest of the game. Although both sides have weak pawns, maybe this is a bit of a backward pawn for black, and the a pawn not completely safe for white. Who would we pick here if you had to choose?
It's just such a complicated middle game this one is, right? I do want to say that right now I prefer black. With that knight on d5 and the kingside pawn slightly forward, the potential advance of the g pawn and an f4 break, that bishop d6 idea that Jovanka earlier hinted at as well. The queen ideally placed once the knight is off to jump on to g6, target the king. It feels like the moves might be slightly easier to play here. Also, you are, as black, trading the important bishop. You know, white's got this dark squared bishop that's sort of stuck behind its own pawn, so you get rid of the light squared bishop, and that's a trade that's going to suit Vachier-Lagrave. So I'm liking black just a little bit more in this position.
Yeah, the more that I'm looking at the position, I'm also agreeing with you. But I'm kind of basing it also on the fact that white's bishop on b2 is so bad, But the knight is good. And if the knight is traded off, then the bishop comes back to life, so it swings and roundabouts. But you know me, I dream about launching a checkmating attack, taking space. David is like, he knows what I would be suggesting, g5, Get the rook to a7, swing it over.
Ooh, nice. Wasn't thinking about that rook.
Yeah, I was thinking rook f6 and swing it over, but I love the full board awareness there of getting the other piece across.
Yeah, it does feel like Humpy here, she needs to do something quickly.
Also the clock, right? It tells your story as well. She's down by quite a bit. And once again, there's a no draw for rule till move 30 here. And the players still have to reach move 40 to get that extra 10 second.
I remember Vachier-Lagrave last year, she'd come off the candidates. She had so many decisive games, and she came here, she was fighting. She was always the last game to finish pretty much every round. And again, 20 minutes up on the clock, black with a nice knight. Hard to calculate concrete variations too deeply here because there's still so much choice, but slightly better for black, I'm going to say.
I think we all three just agreed on a position then. That's a first.
It's boring to agree, but it's got to be done sometimes.
Yeah, we agreed, right? Yeah.
We all feel that Vachier-Lagrave has that slight push in this one. Should we zoom out and take a look at the other action?
Yep, let's do it. And I'm going to put the question to you both. Which one catches your eye?
I'm going to say Wei Yi, Arjun, unless Tanya has...
I just want to say, shout out to H4. It's on the board.
Wow.
Magnus is getting that H-pawn rolling.
Wow, I still don't really see the plan, but it's always cool to see the h pawn rolling. Magnus keeping his options open. That is like the most tense, kind of mysterious position I've seen in a while.
He's completely contradicted himself, which goes to show, you know, this is why we love the confessional boost, because he said, yeah, he didn't really believe in h4 because it weakened the g4 square, and that was it. He left it at that, and now he's kind of gone, yeah, it's been too irresistible now, and he has to go h4.
He's so flaky, changing his mind. How dare he?
Exactly. You know, that's one of the disadvantages with having a legal training. So, you know, you get it drummed into you that it's really good to be consistent. You have to apply the law consistently. But as a chess player, you have to be able to pivot.
Yeah, you have to be able to change your opinion from one move to the next, or kind of write off an idea because it's impossible, it's impossible, it's impossible, and then suddenly it becomes like the only move. And okay, Gukesh advances his queen. Very positional. This is something that we discussed earlier. Just unclear what the exact threat is, but a nice conquer of the light squares on the queen side.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, we'll break this down a bit more, but just the mindset of this move, right? So many of us will be thinking about the queen trade. Magnus plays h4, get those queens off the board. You really don't want them alive. But this is another very sort of an inbuilt cheat code that the younger generation has. They just don't let the fact that they're playing against Magnus Carlsen, who has such a huge presence. I think we often use this term, you know, living rent-free in his opponent's head for his own compatriots, his own sort of colleagues of his generation. But it's not true. It's not the same when he's playing the younger lot. They're ready for the fight. They're ready for the game. Very aware that Magnus is still a favorite in that match, but they want to take him on. They see that as an opportunity to sort of prove themselves.
Yeah, 100% agree. There's a lot of players of Magnus's generation and older who try and force a draw against him. Like, they don't want tension. Tension is like a dirty word for them. Myself included, when I play the top guys, I'm like, oh yeah, let's just simplify this. But yeah, the young generation, they embrace that tension. They just want to keep their options open. They want to test the opponent, give them a chance to go wrong. And Queen A4, it's that type of move which it doesn't look like it does much, but actually does create concrete ideas of now the black pawn starting to step forward and completely just obliterating the queen side. And it's also just throwing the pressure back on Magnus. What does h4 actually do? That in itself is not obvious, especially because the white knight blocks the g-pawn from ever advancing.
Well.
Ooh.
I have an idea.
Okay.
And you see, I just base it on patterns. I'm like, okay, Queen A4 is a move that I mentioned. I wasn't especially sure that it was going to make an appearance, but the queen is offside. That's why my long-winded way of saying that. And that, to me, is a red flag, and that I should go forward. But I can't do it, as David mentioned, with g4. So let's do it. Knight g5. Take my knight, please.
What's this called? Is it the
I don't know.
Fishing hook? No, what's... chat, help us out.
Yeah.
Is it the fishing hook attack, where you basically ask your opponent to take a piece just to hook open the...
The variation bar goes.
The bar goes.
Yeah, and suddenly if this black knight saves itself, if it jumps into the center, for example, whoops, this is going to be checkmate. You can try and create an escape route, but that will be locked down, and the white queen comes in. Nice, Ivanka. The big question is, what happens if black doesn't take this knight?
And this is where I was hoping for a fusion of minds to make this idea work, because...
I actually love it. I mean, whether black definitely should not accept it, but even if you don't, let's say you continue with either b5 or a queen trade offer, you also vacated a square for your own queen to come into f3 at the right moment to avoid any of those trades. The bar remains at the move that you've suggested, so b5 feels like the right approach. But knight g5, very exciting stuff. What's the follow-up, though? Yes.
That was a little glitch, right? There was a problem with that, but
let's do it. Let's go knight h5. Let's throw it all in.
Let's
go.
Okay.
Of course, the bar says it's like basically level. I was like, oh, how is this level?
Okay, say what happens if you just ignore it? You just like whatever and go b4. Let's just play out, and you can.
White's 0.4 better.
Oh, just 0.4.
I just see the bar. I don't know what the moves are, but.
Do you trade and get in with your queen to h5?
Boom. Threat.
Oof, not the best.
We also have moves like queen to d3 as well. Just to threat and checkmate.
Ooh, queen d3.
Oh, that's a nice one.
That's very sneaky.
That's a big move with a big threat.
Is it? my favorite thing to do is to ignore that type of threat and just play on, but let's say I just take a pawn or something.
This is how whenever I play Blitz against David, and he goes, is it?
Is it? Is it? Wait,
And I'm like, it looks scary.
But maybe it's too quick. We shouldn't rush in because your king will be super safe on e7.
Yeah.
And then you're wondering what your queen's doing. But maybe you don't rush in, you just recapture on c3. But regardless, this gets really fun very quickly, right? If we do see a knight g5 jump on the board. But our live position right now, we do have queen a4 and no move, no decision by Magnus. I'd love to see knight g5 Yovi's move here.
Yeah, I was actually wondering, after you suggested that, I was wondering if bishop g5 is also
yeah.
move. Like, I'm just going to put it on the board just so I can see the bar drop. Oh, yeah, whoops.
So then you perhaps take it and your queen isn't in time? Is that the problem?
Now the white queen's path is blocked. Alas. Maybe black is now in time to just kind of push a pawn. And
We clearly know who's the attacker in the studio.
yeah, that's why I changed my style. You asked me. I can't remember how to checkmate anymore. And yeah, this is fascinating. It does feel like it's the type of attack, though. It's like you have to be a real magician. You literally have to conjure it up yourself. Because at the moment, it does look like black's got everything covered. So it's not one of those attacks that's kind of there, like tempting you to come in. It's something that is going to be out of the blue. And oh, he moves his knight.
I was going to suggest this one as well, you know, because also it kind of clears the path. I'm sure he's got ideas of knight h5 as well. But I was going to ask you about Magnus's position, though, on a general level, because Gukesh's plan is pretty easy, b5, b4. Like, how much risk does Magnus have to take in order to meet this plan of Gukesh?
Yeah, it's a good question. It does feel quite high responsibility. It's like if you just castle with Magnus, then you've basically made a bunch of weird moves. You've played like h4, which doesn't fit in with just normal development. You've put all your pawns on dark squares. Light squares, you're a bit weak. It's the type of position where, like, if I saw this, if I was playing Guess the Elo, I'm not sure I would go too high because it just feels like you're kind of yet to settle on one clear, distinct plan. And normally the top players, they're quite consistent with those things. So I think it's yet to be seen, of course, but to see it, I'm expecting from Gukesh, and it does feel like Magnus still needs to be creative to do something.
What would be your Guess the Elo range in this one?
I don't know. I wouldn't go 2800. Is that bad? What would yours be?
I think it's still too early, but I would say this could be a game anyone between 2500 and above, or even 2400 and above. It just feels like h4 is an idea of a player who wants to get a game on, who wants to get an interesting position on. And apart from that, normal developing moves have been played.
It's true. Although white lacks much control over the light squares. And that positionally just warning bells in my head long term. So we'll see. Gukesh.
How do you think Gukesh is feeling about his position right now?
He likes it.
He likes
Queen
it?
A4, it's like a confident move, right?
And he makes another one. He does trade. That's what I felt. Yes, it is knight takes knight. And I would, if I had a second to make a move, I would just grab it with the bishop.
Me too.
You would, right?
Yeah, I would. And this is where we should really sit in our hands.
Yes.
And calculate.
And have more than a second.
Pawn takes knight, yes, but I'm with you there, Tanya. I would be just as eager. Bishop takes knight. Yeah, it makes so much sense. You know, you have the makings of a kingside attack. And, well, exciting game ahead for the two players. But going back to the bird's eye view, Tanya, you mentioned that you wanted to look at Wei Yi, Arjun, and that one looked like they were on the speedway to a draw. Is that still the case?
I'm trying to do the math really quickly. Right now,
top left.
Yes, the top left board, Wei Yi with the white pieces. I think Arjun just picked up that a4 pawn, highlighted in yellow, so he has that extra pawn, but he's about to lose a central pawn as well. So material balance will be restored. Usually when that's a dynamic 4 versus 3 and an a passer, I do prefer black because it feels like you've got a ready-made passed pawn to put pressure. If I had to pick a side, I think I'd take Arjun in this endgame.
Yeah, I could definitely see a world where like white wins the pawn back, but then there's a bishop trade and one set of rooks come off, and then black's just left with one rook versus one rook and just kind of propelling this pawn forward. And that could be scary for white. Of course, it should be a draw somehow. I'm wondering whether you actually trade rooks and then kind of go hunting for some other pawns. What's the easiest way to save this for Wei Yi? He's not sure. Like the time difference in this one, 45 minutes now.
Massive.
That's huge. Arjun's so quick.
What is that, an hour and 25 minutes? He's taken about 15 minutes. There's no increment. No, I've got the math wrong, right?
They started with 2 hours.
Yeah.
But still, he's quick. 35 minutes to get to this point.
That's a lot. That's not much.
Yeah, Wei Yi's taken over an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, and he does not play with increments. He only gets that increment once they've completed move 40.
Yes.
It's only 10 seconds, and that's difficult pit to extricate yourself from. But
a lot of trades. I mean, it's quite simplified as well, on the other hand, no?
Yeah, but there's danger, right? And you always have that ghost of that runaway a-pawn. So Arjun, he's had plenty of time, and he seems to have taken a liking to the confession booth because once again he's there, but it's for the subscribers of chess.com on Twitch. You can watch it when it comes during the break. I'd love to hear his thoughts.
I mean, what are you guys doing? Just go subscribe right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Why have you been missing out on the Hikaru Confessions, the Magnus Confessions? It's gold. What a time to be alive that we actually get to hear the thoughts of the players, the world's best players in action in real time.
Yeah, completely.
It's amazing.
No other sports, do you get that? You don't hear footballers just come off the side of the pitch and be like, you know what I'm thinking right now? I've been dribbled past so many times. I think partly Arjun's bored, where he's been spending so long on the clock and it's a drawish endgame. But I think partly Arjun, he heard it during one of the freestyle tournaments. I think the young guys were asked very politely, like, try and visit the confessionals. Because Magnus, Hikaru, they're doing it on a regular basis, but the young guys very rarely do. And Arjun, he went in Paris at the freestyle tournament there once or twice, and now he's doing it again. It feels like he's embracing what the chess fans want.
Also, just want to point out, that could be also because Arjun was the only one to kind of make it through. Everyone else was really struggling with a lot of stuff at freestyle.
That as well.
But you're totally right. I mean, we've seen Hikaru, Magnus, Fabi so many times at the confessional, and it's like they're just such, they feel so much at ease, like it's home, you know? And sometimes you kind of see them figuring out variations and lines while they're inside that confessional. So using it almost like chess therapy.
Yeah. Absolutely. And on that note, we are going to go on a short break. And when we return, we're going to dive into all of the action. And for those of you subscribed on Twitch, well, you can enjoy Arjun's confession.
I went for the pawn sacrifice with queen f4. Because of his double day pawns, I think I should be fine. He cannot immediately take on c6 because after knight e4, d4, rook c6, I'll have rook d2. But he can play slowly, like maybe rook c2 or bishop c3. His structure is preferable because of my e4 and c6 pawns, but at the same time, because of his double day pawn, I should be having enough compensation to hold the balance. And as for the other games, I think Fabi did manage to get slight pull, and Magnus game is equal, but probably it will hit up at some point.
round one, and already we're having so much fun in the studio. The games are providing us with a lot of entertainment. And what a start we've had, you know. There's a lot of tension, there's a lot of hidden possibilities underneath the surface. And wow, I'm enjoying every single second of it.
Loving it. And a lot of confessions from the players, and the boards are just heating up, right? And we're getting closer to that mark where to make move 40, you've got to start playing really fast, which means that we could be seeing mistakes happen. And positions are quite hot in most of our boards, David.
Yeah, it's refreshing to see like true, full-blown classical chess where the first hour or two, it's mysterious, it's intrigue, it's great for the opening aficionados and those who like the deep strategy. The third hour heats up, the fourth hour gets crazy, and then it's the Armageddons. So we're going to have a bit of everything, but I'm especially excited about Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh.
Yeah, I mean, we had the hype match already from game one, right? It was what we all wanted to see. So there's been a fair few amount of moves. So let's dive in and see exactly what's happened. So this game has gone through a few chapters, right? It started off with a surprise, and then it became quiet, and then H4 made an appearance, and we were like, is the White King going to go? Is Magnus going to go on the attack? And now, what do we think?
I think this is what I love about classical chess, is exactly what you mentioned. You know, you get to see all these different phases of the game played out in a very exciting fashion. You know, it could be an opening idea that your opponent wasn't expecting at all. Like you said, the Jabava London in this one, the middle game, the creativity of the middle game, you know, whether it's Gukesh coming out with his queen, planting it on A4, Magnus creating play on the right side with that H-pawn moving forward, which sort of we were expecting at some point, but still a little baffling because what is the follow-up? And then now we've seen some trades happen. Gukesh eventually did fall back, and maybe we'll do an action replay. But I think this is exactly what classical chess is about. Each and every move is so well thought out. The quality is so incredibly high, and this is just chess beauty at its max.
Yeah, this is where it does differ from other sports like tennis. You can lose a few points and the game goes on. You still have a chance to come back. But classical chess, if you make one mistake, a semi-big mistake, you might just get punished no way home. That's why the players are spending so much time on every move. But yeah, action replay, you mentioned it, Tanya. Let's go. It was Magnus jumping in with the knight that we last saw, and Gukesh snapping that one off quite quickly, wanting that piece gone. It was bishop takes from Magnus. There was a bit of a crossroads here. You could take with the pawn, but after the knight drops back, the white bishop does look a bit stuck. Partly defending its own pawn, but blocked in here by its own pawn. And unless you can generate some kind of attack, you might just be struggling with double pawns in an endgame long term. So he took with the bishop, a much safer move. The knight retreats, keeping some pressure on this bishop. Maybe another threat of actually trapping this bishop, stepping this pawn forward. Magnus preempts that by retreating. Now you cannot trap this bishop. If you play the move pawn to g5, you get caught on the h-file, as Jovanka pointed out earlier. Something very similar instead. Bishop to f4. What do we make of this? Magnus has lost a couple of moves, but he's cleared the board a bit. He's traded off a set of knights and maybe feeling slightly cramped.
And there is a direct idea that Magnus could set up. Now that the knight has fallen back, the white knight could jump to h5, queen g4, the makings of some threats against the black king side right there, with the queen bishop knight combining for an attack as well. So something that Gukesh will have to keep in mind. The one thing, Jovanka, that I'm sort of, I am impressed by has been Gukesh's time management in the game so far. It's been one of the factors that I think Magnus also has been critical about with Gukesh. You know, just that the quality of his chess suffers when he's low on the clock. I think that's very normal and very usual for most, but I think for Gukesh, it's been a standout factor. And so far, he sort of managed to keep the clock levels. Do you think, how important a factor do you think that is sort of from the psychological part of the game?
It's incredibly important to be practical, right? And especially with this time control where you don't have that increment to rely on, you don't have that massive added time once you pass move 40. Here you have to kind of really pace things out so that you don't find yourself in a situation where you're having to make like 10 moves with not much time on the clock to get to move 40, or you find yourself in that trap where you've only got 10 seconds. No one can play great chess there. But it's very, very important. But I would say Gukesh is like he's matching Magnus in pace. But it's the position on the board that I see there's a lot of trouble brewing on the horizon. But for both sides, actually. For white, I'm especially excited about your idea of knight h5, getting a knight there, g4, g5. The brute in me is very, very happy. Yeah, this is a nice idea there for Gukesh, because maybe Gukesh was feeling a little bit scared.
Yeah, that's a very opportune moment as well, just before white gets the knight to h5 and backs it up with the queen. Now it's harder to run away if you, from this queen trade, Gukesh's last move. If Magnus runs with his queen, he might just get hit by the black knight and have to retreat, although this is still very possible. What are we expecting here? A queen trade, we mentioned this earlier. To those of you just joining us, we mentioned that this would ruin the black pawn structure, but black does get the semi-open b-file long-term. Once you kind of deal with this bishop, you get the b-file, and I actually think an endgame here, queen's coming off the board, despite Magnus's reputation in that type of position. I think it's very comfortable for black just to show a few moves. Like here now, it does become very possible to threaten g5, to trap this bishop. If you retreat with the white knight, maybe we'll see the black knight start coming over to this side of the board. Lots of holes in Magnus's light squares here.
Yeah, I like it. And it's funny, right? Because it's counterintuitive to get your pawns on that A line doubled up. But I think all these factors that you get in return, and then once that knight moves and you're able to trade off the dark squared bishop, you will have control over the B file as well. So yes, coming to your Magnus repetition point that, you just don't trade queens against the sky. Go into an endgame, bad idea. But I think this is a very smart choice by Gukesh. I wonder if Magnus, for a change, will decline the queen trade and want to go for those ideas, Jovanka, that we were discussing earlier. Maybe move that queen to f3, queen g4 runs into knight f6, go to queen f3, and then eventually get that knight away, push that g-pawn, or line up the queen on the g line. I think we're going to know so much about Magnus's mindset with this next decision. Keep the queens on or off?
That is a big choice ahead of him because, yeah, if he keeps the queen on, then suddenly it's like rolling the dice, right? So both sides can win. But I also wonder whether Magnus will kind of change tack and try to make moves like f3 with the whole idea of tucking the king in the f2 square and then saying, if you're going to go into an endgame, I'm going to try and take control over the whole board.
Yeah, that was very Magnus-esque. Magnus like putting a pawn in h5, playing f3 and just playing an endgame very happily. Yeah, I could see him switching pace here. Yeah, h4, I think we all just want to see some action, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Magnus is forced yet. He's not gambled anything, he's not all in. So he could switch things up, definitely.
I'm rooting for queen f3, but after Jovanka mentioned the move f3, and as you called it, very Magnus-esque to play that, I think we might be seeing a queen trade on the horizon very soon. Magnus with head in hands, trying to think whether he wants to go for an attack or the makings of it, or would he rather try to do a vintage Magnus grind. By the way, before we go deeper into this position, are we team increment or not in the studio?
Well, which hat do you want me to put on? Commentator hat? Oh, no increment, please. I want to see pieces flying. I want to see the nerves. I want to see the hands shaking.
That sounds like the commentator's hat.
Exactly. That's the commentator hat. The player hat is like, no, no, no. Give me the increment. Can't handle the pressure.
Yeah, I need increment as a player. Otherwise, I would just lose on time in every game. Like, literally every game. Classical, blitz, rapid. I need the increment as a player. But commentator, I agree.
Yeah.
It's more cutthroat this way.
I think you make a great point. I think for the fans and for us in the studio, it's so much fun to see the players actually have to also deal with that time factor in a big way, right? We call it the 17th piece, the clock, and it really comes to play when there's no bonus time. And it kind of pushes everybody to level up their game, not just on the board, but in clock management as well. So I think overall, I'm very pro not having the increment. And even as a player, when I do play, I feel like you end up adapting to it over time. It just it feels more like a sport.
And especially like for TV broadcasts, like it's nice knowing exactly how long a game will last. With increment, it could last like 30 minutes longer, could last 45 minutes longer. It could, there's no...
And it's like one of the most annoying things, right? You're watching a game, the clock ticks down to 1 second, they make the move, and you're kind of literally looking at the clock going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And then suddenly they get like 30 seconds extra on the clock and you're like, oh, well, why did I get myself worked up for nothing? But
5 minutes later, they have 3 minutes. You're like, why was I excited in the first place?
Exactly. Okay. Well, there's a lot of decisions to be made here in the game between Magnus and Gukesh.
Is Magnus going to trade Jovanka, or does he let the trade happen even if it's on his terms, or do you think he moves the queen away?
Somehow, I think he's going to allow the trade.
I don't think he'll take black's queen. Might allow it.
So you think the queen stays where it is?
I think he'll play either h5 or queen f3.
What queen f3? You can't just take everything. You can't go like f3.
Or queen g4. Queen
Allow the trade. He'll also not allow the trade. He might play h5. You have to choose one.
He might rewind and reverse Uno. I'll say he'll play h5.
Okay, I go with queen f3.
Okay.
So you're kind of predicting f3.
Yeah.
Queen f3 and h5.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, he's about to move, I think.
Okay.
Body language. Or he wants to move. He's just double checking Magnus. He's.
Ooh, and it is.
Queen F3,
Tanya
Tanya.
1, David Johanka 0.
Yeah.
Oh, you bluffed me out of that. Oh, queen f3. I just said h5 to be different. But that just, I mean, it shows, right? You said it would tell us a lot. That's a lot of information. He wants blood, Magnus. He doesn't want to just kind of maneuver in some equal-ish queenless position. He wants to keep attacking potential on the board.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's exciting times ahead. Let's, okay, we've got the bird's eye view, but I want to check in on the All-American derby between Fabiano and Hikaru. And, well, Hikaru has confidently told us in the confessional booth that he feels like he's fine, no problems. Let's take a look at his board quickly and then see whether Hikaru himself has an update for us.
Yeah, fascinating. Just, I mean, the fact that the game's still going and the fact that Fabiano, well, he's still got some time on his clock. I was going to say that the fact that he's not miles behind is a big thing, but he is pretty much down on time here, almost by half an hour, Fabiano. And yeah, let's just do a very quick action replay because we haven't actually had too many moves in the last hour or more. And we actually left it after pawn to a3. A few moves ago, we saw Hikaru had played pawn to a5. Here, Fabi pushed his queen forward one square. Very mysterious move, I've got to say. Hinting maybe at some sacrifices, but those are unlikely to really be sufficient. This was prevented by Hikaru. The white queen drops back, so this was the idea. Fabi switching angles here, switching his queen's focus, and now knight to a4. Only now that the black queen has moved away from the protection of this pawn does he retreat. And okay, this is the live position. A lot of pressure on the b5 pawn. And to push or not to push, that is the question.
I do like the way that Fabi has handled his queen. Queen f3, queen g4, queen d1, queen e2. Let's get it all on the diagonal. The only thing that's missing is h5.
Might happen. The game's not over yet. But right now, big threat, like you said, the b5 pawn is hanging. And to push or not to push, you've got to calculate the consequences. You know, every pawn move comes with a set of those. You are allowing the white knight to jump to a4 and giving a free hand to get to a really nice outpost. Maybe white trades first or does it immediately, but it gives a free path to Fabi to get a nice square for the white knight. And the other move, Jovanka, that I was looking at was knight c4 to block the attack. But I just wonder if Fabi plans to explode the center with e4 once Hikaru loses control of that square.
Interesting, because like knight c4 is like the move you want to be playing, right? You want to solve two birds with one stone, but that's not actually the expression, but never mind.
It is from now on.
I love it.
We love it.
Metaphors are there to be mixed, anyway.
Okay, queen to d7. Okay,
I think he just wants to be in control.
Exactly, be in control. Also, you know, he doesn't have to rush with knight c4. He can go f5 and then just jump in with a knight. But what do we think about the position? Objectively level, but still some stuff under the surface.
Yeah, still enough pieces on the board to create some confusion for both sides. I do worry about Fabi's clock. If he gets down to like 10, 15 minutes, maybe Hikaru will gamble slightly. It's easier to see how black improves than for white.
Yeah, well, on the subject as to whether Hikaru will gamble, let's take a look at his confessional.
Well, I made it back here. I did not actually expect this to happen. It's strange. I think earlier I said that my game was probably the most boring, alongside Arjun's game against Wei Yi, and Magnus's game would be the one that would be critical. But it feels to me like my game has now become the interesting one because Fabiano basically, it felt to me like he refused to make a draw. He could have, of course, done a bunch of simple moves, just made the draw. But now the game's going to get very sharp because he kind of forced me to go for this b6, b5, and after knight c5, e5, I'm not really sure what's going on necessarily. I don't really think I can be worse though, so I figure if I can't be worse, I might as well just play on. So I actually have some pretty high hopes for this game now, because it's going to get very sharp, and I have a big advantage on the clock. So things are looking exciting in my game, whereas an hour ago, I thought it would just be Armageddon. So that's pretty much it. I think my game's the one to watch, and the other two are now very boring. So we'll see what happens, but I feel kind of excited because at least there's some life to it now. So we'll see. All right, see you guys later.
Well, some excitement now for Hikaru. Although it's interesting because he was calculating the sharpest line that Fabiano could have played, just like in the Magnus Confessional, where they were both calculating razor-sharp lines. And the reality is, another move gets played. It's like wasted energy almost, and they have to go back to the drawing board again.
Yeah, that's the problem I've found in my career, like calculating really sharp lines, like you spend 20 minutes calculating. The problem is the opponent's also calculating that sharp line, and they're probably equally apprehensive or scared, and then they choose not to play it, and then it's just kind of wasted energy. But yeah, I've got to say, I expected Fabiano as well to put the white knight on the c5 square instead of retreating. And yeah, just to show what Hikaru was talking about, knight to c5, and e5 was his idea, and this would have exploded the center. Probably a capture, and black's knight's coming in. This looks very imbalanced. But yeah, Tanya, instead, we just saw a move from Fabiano. He played the move b3, maybe damage limitation mode, just controlling some squares. No knight coming in, and still looks roughly symmetrical, roughly level.
Makes a lot of sense, right? Because now once the queen moves to d7, your ideas of e4 kind of come under fire because d4 pawn will be a weakness. So he makes sure that there's no knight c4 in the air. And there's one open file in the whole position. That's the C line, right? It really is about the fight for that. I wonder if it's time for these players to think about not doubling up, an idea that we mentioned earlier on. And Hikaru could start with it right now with the b5 pawn defended, to think about rook c7, rook c8, the c3 knight, not as stable as it was when the pawn was in b2, and try and get some trades going.
Yeah, I like that plan as well. I mean, white does have a failsafe in that the white knight can go to a2. So you can always initiate some trades that way. But b3 for me is a very nice move, just to kill black's activity. No knight c4.
So you see that? He reached out and then just pulled back, made a little bit of a head shake and not happy with the decision he's about to take, or I'm not sure. It's so hard to read Hikaru's expressions.
I think he's going to play rook c7. I think you're going to predict right. And then the big question would be, like, what if, firstly, white brings the knight back, but also if white copies rook c7, anything you can do, I can do better. Rook c2. And both sides just stack up on the c file. And it just feels like it's going to reach boiling point at some point, and someone's going to blink, and everything will come off on the c file.
There's an interesting possibility, though, if white goes rook c2. And that's just to go knight c4 anyhow. And say,
wow.
Hey, okay, look, it's just a cheap shot. I'm not sure it's actually any good because I haven't done that much calculation on it. But the whole idea is that, hey, you make some trades.
Yeah, I love it.
I just wanted to point that out.
Nice shot there. And this is a way of simplifying. Okay, he's about to make a move. He puts it on c6.
Oh, okay, that's just being flashy,
Yeah.
right? He's saying, hey, looks like the pawn on b5 is up for grabs, but no. Take it, and you'll find that some pieces are on prise.
Just very quickly to show everyone, you should not take this pawn. Even though it's only defended twice currently, there's still an indirect defense with the black queen on this square. And at the very end, black defends it twice, white only attacks it twice, black wins a piece. So yeah, rook c6, I have no idea why that's better than the c7 square, but
It just looks better, David.
it just looks cooler.
That's the point. You know, he's doing it for content.
Yeah.
Rook c6, flashier move, like you said it. I do like the idea, especially if your knight c4 jump, which, by the way, optically looks very strong, but I saw the bar, it seemed to say that white's got a resource there. That does white continue with what you suggested earlier, you know, rook c2, rook c8, rook c1. Pass the ball back to Hikaru. What's your progress then?
Yeah, I don't really see what either side's progress is going to be. It feels like a bit of a waiting game there. Black might just like put the queen on b7 and just sit and wait until the white knight moves out the way, then all the rooks come off and level endgame.
Well, maybe black's only idea is just to triple on the c line, you know, get the queen somehow on c8 so she's supporting her rooks.
Alekhine's gun.
Yeah.
Tanya, you predicted the future. Not in this game, but you referenced it.
Matter. Same thing.
Just to show that idea. It might take a bit of help from the opponent. I don't think white can take this pawn still because of all the rook trades. So like if white does, let's say, nothing, and black can triple up. Again, I'm not sure what the next step is if white like just defends everything. But okay, the bar's slightly moving in black's favor.
And this is the kind of position where black is the one, it feels like they're in control. So they can make these kind of like extension moves like f5, g5, get ready to switch over to the king side. So ultimately it's equal, but it's harder for the opponent to make those moves.
Yeah.
I'm still going to go for an arm of armor in this one.
Ooh, that's nice.
Nice.
Just farming those Armageddons.
Who's going to be farming who in the Armageddon?
That is the big question.
That is.
But I do think that in an Armageddon, perhaps just again, these two, it's so hard to put a favorite on paper, but I wonder if the odds just go slightly more to Hikaru, simply given his speed skills.
Yeah, he's like Blitz. Has he been Blitz World Champion? Never.
Not yet.
Also, Hikaru will have the black pieces in the Armageddon, so they keep their colors, which means he'll have 7 minutes on the clock. Fabi will have 10, but if the game ends in a draw, Hikaru takes the match.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been an interesting kind of Armageddon experience here at Norway Chess because at times, you know, it felt like white with the 10 minutes has the upper hand. And then there's been other years where it's been black with their draw odds that has been completely superior. It just seems to kind of ride in waves.
Definitely it's cycles. It's like maybe 1 year white, all the kind of aggressive openings are in vogue, and then that helps. I should mention, Hikaru the last 2 years has been really good. Like 2023, he won. 2024 last year, like if he'd won his final classical game, he would have tied with Magnus, and yeah, he would have caught him. Of course, classical, that was always going to be difficult, but he's been very consistent.
What happened?
David, I'm just tracking the evaluation bars, and we've got to go to the bottom left. The game in yellow between Anna Muzichuk and Sarah Kadem because, well, the evaluation bar is all the way in white side, and what is happening here?
Yeah, and okay, a bit of a miss apparently on the last move for black. Maybe there was something better. Let's quickly catch up, and then we'll dive into this exact position. Some mistakes creeping in. We did mention when we were last here that queen to g4, probably the best move. Played by Anna Muzichuk, very natural, defending the loose pawn. A knight trade. Sarah Kadem finding the only move to kind of maintain the current evaluation. Pawn to c5, the blue arrow shows that's the best move, according to the computer. Her queen attacked, however, and she moved it. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to turn the engine on. Apparently, black's only move to maintain the balance was to bring the queen out this way. I'm not sure I would have found that. Maybe with a bit of time on the clock, but to gain time on the white bishop. Instead, queen to f8 is a serious mistake.
And I think the most non-human scary part of that move that you earlier said is that you leave your king side completely free. You know, you've got these ghosts running through your head. If the queen comes on b5, bishop takes pawn, queen e6 ideas, you know, that f7 pawn being weak. And yes, it doesn't work, but you really want your queen closer to your king. So from a human perspective, a very tough move to make.
Yeah, completely. And I'm just, again, fascinated by the current position. I've noticed some tactical issues, like somehow if a bishop were to get to like c5, the queen is trapped on f8. Ooh. So can one make use of that? I was like trying to make c4 work, but c4 unfortunately doesn't quite work because the bishop takes pawn.
That's a good point, Ivanka. Like, if there are ever exchanges, black's whole idea is that there's a pin on the d-file. Black's trying to win back the pawn that she's down right now. But if there are ever any exchanges, then bishop b4 at the end might be a really useful resource.
So that means that in a sense, maybe black isn't even threatening to pick up that pawn in some positions if you can't hit that white queen.
Some positions, yeah. So black's relying on the fact that the rook will come to the square, as you mentioned. So I don't know whether you just preemptively retreat, but the eval bar hints that there's something even stronger, right?
Oof. And will Sarah find it?
Yeah, that's the question as well, because the evaluation bar is one thing, but, you know, is human. So maybe you can you take the time out and go bishop c2, cheap threats. Bishop c2, set up a battery of the queen and bishop along the h line.
You could maybe do it at the other order as well, but yeah, bishop c2. Oh, the bar likes it, Ivanka.
Oh. So you're threatening queen f5. That's a big threat.
Yeah, that was my cheapo.
Yeah, this comes up on Puzzle Rush for anyone wondering, by the way. This type of tactic, it's the threat of mate, and the only way to block. I mean, here you can give some material away by playing pawn to d3, but the only way otherwise to block is to lose your bishop.
Very nice.
I wonder whether, same idea, like starting with the queen.
Yeah, queen.
Oh, and you're also putting pressure on that c5 pawn. You're threatening bishop c2.
And at the end of it, as David's highlighted, so say you go bishop c8, there's queen takes c5.
c5.
Back rank.
Exactly.
Oh,
bank rank.
Bank rank.
Bank rank.
When you're in Stavanger.
Exactly. And this would be checkmate. So white would, in this end position, be 2 pawns up. Looks like it should be sufficient. Although still not over this position. Black can still fight, like deal with the back rank problems, and I'm not sure how it's exactly. And still some pressure on the bishop, but okay. So it looks like this is the key idea in one order or the other.
Mm-hmm. And the bar approved of it. So queen f5 might be the right move order, but bishop c2 as well, equally strong. Like you said, it is about finding this motive, right? Of figuring out just how strong this queen and bishop battery will be, given black's piece formation of that bishop on f6 being a tender spot. So Sara, big moment for her. Can she clutch the advantage here?
And I'm just checking the computer. Apparently those are 2 of the 3 top moves. So
3? What's the third one?
The third one I don't understand at all. Queen to f4.
Ooh,
just out of curiosity, I'm going to check it out. Pawn takes, and if black takes with a rook, now you jump in with the queen, and next move you land your bishop. Okay, now it's obvious.
Also very similar to your move queen g3 that you had earlier mentioned.
Yeah, and I just want to point out one final detail. The bishop's hanging, but if rook takes bishop...
Oh, queen takes f7.
Puzzle
Rush. Beautiful.
Puzzle Rush, checkmate due to the pin. Okay, I would never play queen f4. I would never find that move, but really nice. This is where computers do add some beauty to the game.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, though, because when you warm up as a commentator, there's obviously you check your notes, you read for storylines, but I also kind of try and play Puzzle Rush just to be a little bit sharp.
Mm-hmm. I do the same before tournaments these days because I'm always so rusty in the first 2 or 3 rounds. And it does help. It does force you to think.
I think it was Gukesh in the World Championship match, right? He said it, that he's been doing some Puzzle Rush before his games as well, to just get into the zone, sort of get your sharpness going. It's a good way to also unwind somehow. Mm-hmm. You know, you feel more relaxed, you've seen some tactics, you feel you're ready to go. So it really puts you in the zone for that, for a match coming up.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And I think the main thing is, like, don't necessarily time it. You can go for the survival ones where you're constantly testing yourself to be disciplined and also to just be rigorous in your calculations. So yeah, queen f5. It's very tempting as well, you know, to set up that lovely checkmating idea on h7. Queen f4, computer analysis there, but also bishop c2. So that's very well within Anna's capability of finding it.
I'm wondering, out of these 3 moves, which one is the most human to look at?
Queen f5.
I think queen.
You step forward with the queen. You know, bishop c2 is a little bit passive.
I think if you see bishop c2, you probably also try the other order, and queen f5 like reduces the options for black. She plays queen g3, so similar idea.
Yes, and actually quite impressive. I mean, she still keeps an advantage, and it's your... Oh, it gets a double question mark, but I think that's only because there was a stronger move available. Is there a difference between queen f4 and queen g3 is what I'm wondering?
Computer seems to think there is, and black first should take the pawn. I think she will take the pawn, most likely.
And if you take it back with the rook, then queen c7, it's a transposition.
Same thing, and white wins. So, okay, let's jump in. Pawn takes pawn, the blue arrow confirms. It's also the most natural move to take. Why not? So she does have her eyes on this square. The big question is, what can black do to improve? One move you shouldn't play, queen takes pawn on a3, just to point out, because loose queens drop off. Bishop takes pawn, it's a check, and you win the black queen at the end. So you have to be wary of grabbing poison pawns. Bishop takes, maybe? At least now there's no back rank problems.
And bishop b4?
Bishop c5.
5.
Yeah, I say it through gritted teeth.
It's like you're just hanging by a thread, you know, with the queen c7 motifs coming in.
Yeah, like bishop takes pawn wins a pawn check, because taking with the king, you can jump in and nasty stuff's going to happen. But I guess black just takes it back with the queen and fights on. This position opposite color bishops.
Yeah, this might be the best for black. And if you're precise, you get this and you try to hold.
Yeah, but even this is long-term suffering.
It is,
Totally
100%.
Even the presence of opposite color bishops actually makes it worse for black because they can't challenge on those dark squares.
Yeah.
It's crazy how the computer points out these mild differences between two squares, right? F4 and G3. So I'm just wondering, David, if the queen is on F4, the same line perhaps does not work. Because after, if you take it back and bishop takes pawn, now you step forward with your bishop, bishop C5, and at the end the F7 pawn is hanging.
Such subtle differences. Extra pressure here just wins you the game as opposed to maybe forcing you to grind out a slightly better endgame for 50 moves.
Just checkmate, right? Bishop takes bishop, queen takes pawn, and rook E8.
Yeah, check. And rook E8. And game over on the back rank. The bank,
You mean bank rank.
The bank rank. Oh, I'm going to struggle to talk in future years now. Okay.
We're really messing with David's mind, Tanya.
Stop it, guys. Tongue twisters are the one thing I can't do. Queen G3, double question mark.
Oof.
Black's back in the game, but
I want to say, David, this was also the move that came to your mind intuitively at first, you know? So can you really fault Anna for playing this? When I asked you what's the most human move, perhaps this was it.
Yeah.
You know, you want to put your queen lined up against the king. You're eyeing that C7 square. You move away from the rook takes pawn, laterally attacking the queen idea.
Also, I would say it's a stylistic choice. You know, Anna is primarily someone who enjoys strategy, positional games. And so I think she's looking for that, that comfortable way just to kind of get that great position. Whereas someone who's kind of more aggressively inclined might just automatically go, hey, checkmate, I don't care if it's strategically any good.
Well, someone who I think is wanting to get a checkmate in is Magnus Carlsen. Should we zoom out of this one for just a moment and jump in with our marquee matchup, David?
Yeah, and we will jump into the Magnus game. Just a very quick update on Wei Yi versus Arjun Erigaisi, because that could be finishing very, very soon. Maybe we just jump there. It looks like the players are starting to maybe repeat moves. Even Arjun, I wonder whether he had anything better a few moments ago, because I do see a double question mark move. So just a quick action replay. Basically, everything was traded off in order to get rid of black's strong A-pawn. White sacrificed the exchange, but okay, I don't think it's a real miss. The computer gives this next move a double question mark, rook to A4. Or at least it did on my screen. But let's just show the moment where it was in this position. Wei Yi decided to sacrifice in order to get rid of this powerful A-pawn, the potential winner. He actually traded off his rook here, double exclamation mark move. And this position, due to the fact it's all pawns on one side, this should be a draw. And let's race forward towards the live position. At least Arjun's on the attacking side of the draw. I'm just not sure whether he can make any more progress. The bishop's just going to sit. Anytime the black rook comes round to try and check the white king away, the white king might actually even come towards the black pawn. And yeah, it just feels like black's run out of material here.
What if you allow the absolute worst as white and you allow that check and you allow the black king onto F3? Is that something that then Arjun can start getting hopeful about with white's king stuck on the H file?
Probably. I would be terrified if the white king is passive and the black king comes even closer. I think this is like the last stand. This is, you just got to hold this line. You've got to stop the black king, or stop you from being forced back, at least if you're white.
And what are the kind of pitfalls for white, for instance? Like, should white be kind of going for some kind of H4, being able to put the bishop on B5, or is that actually a mistake?
Yeah, and fix the bishop here. Yeah, the only thing is he might get zugzwang.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
If a black king sits on the G4 square, the black rook kind of pins pawn. Or it's difficult. Normally you want pawns and king to control light squares. Your bishop controls the dark squares, so you control all entry points. Like sometimes you can draw like rook and pawn versus bishop and pawn just if you control any entry points for the opponent's king. So, or it's difficult though. I mean, this is a very case-by-case basis.
But a very impressive game by Arjun overall, right? With the black pieces never in danger, you know, just sort of meeting any idea of Wei's with his own counterplay. And now here he is in this endgame, most likely to end into a draw and go into an Armageddon, but still on Arjun's term, I would say.
Definitely.
Yeah, very confident performance, right? Great opening, excellent middle game. And, well, we see the rook slide back to attack the bishop. We're expecting this to finish in a draw.
But the good news about Norway Chess is that nothing ends in a draw. At the end of the day, you'll always have a winner.
Exactly, no draw without a fight, because after the draw, of course, the games are settled by Armageddon, good old-fashioned Armageddon, where White will have 10 minutes, Black will have 7 minutes, and Black will have the draw odds. So there's always fun to be had.
And I think we leave this endgame. We'll probably see more of these players very, very shortly. We'll update you if the result comes in. If Armageddon is confirmed, should be a draw, but Wei Yi having to prove it. And now, I promise I won't take our viewers away from Magnus and Gukesh any longer. Let's jump in to the giants of the chess world. And Magnus not on his seat. Maybe in the confessional?
Maybe. Yeah, world #1 against world champion. And Tanya, look, it's a queen and a knight sniffing around the black king. That looks pretty ominous.
It does, right? Especially because that black king, it really doesn't have any of the forces around it right now. You've got the queen offside, the rook far away. The knight also is not on its key defensive square of f6, which is nicely controlled. Magnus does have a threat at some point to go queen g4, start putting pressure, just threatening checkmate in one. The resource you're counting at is that g-pawn moving forward, g6 to defend that mate. You're highlighting the idea of a rook lift. Do you even rook lift Magnus Carlsen is the question here in the studio. I think Magnus has all this in mind. While he does, you know, it's traditional chess wisdom. When your opponent's going for an attack on the king side, you want to try to open up lines at the center of the board. I'm trying to make somehow e5 work here, David. It's an idea that would not only open up those lines I'm talking about, but also clear the pathway for the queen to swoop onto the defense to that right side. Help me make it happen.
Yeah, I love this idea, actually. And yeah, sorry, go on.
Can we not do it in one go? Although there's...
One takes.
Pawn takes pawn
and then
first.
queen e6 or rook.
Immediately.
Yeah, queen e6. Yeah, but then there's queen to back. Yeah, so take.
Let's say we try.
Nobody wants to take the pawn, yes. And then queen e6.
Computer approves.
Nice.
And then here I was thinking queen g3, and maybe you got enough time to defend.
And queen e5?
Queen e5,
F4.
rook takes d5. Oh,
No, knight is hanging. Rook d5 is very nice.
it's d5, deflection.
Super stuff.
And the black queen can't take the rook due to checkmate, and white wins a pawn. But yeah, if queen e6, yeah, if black has to play the move g6,
Then at least we have...
at the very minimum, you can drop your knight back, win this pawn anyway. So, okay, computer says it's fine, e5, but why? Maybe this one? Maybe? And then if
Knight g3.
the knight drops back, then queen e6?
Oh, that's sophisticated stuff there.
Can you go knight f5 and aim for some e7 check and taking on d5 in the end?
Yeah, knight f5. It still looks scary for black. I don't like this one bit. I don't think Gukesh particularly enjoys either. This looks okay. I mean, the big question, I think, for Gukesh, he has to try e5. Once you said it, it's suddenly a light bulb went off for me. Like, I think you're right. And the only other question is whether you take pawn takes pawn first, because now e5 makes a lot of sense.
This is nice. And you just take knight takes pawn, right? Yeah. And the e-line's opened up.
Exactly.
I like this.
Yeah, whoops. You get skewered just before you give checkmate. I wish you could kind of...
We make the perfect chess player, by the way.
If the three of us could team up. Us versus Magnus. I mean, the world versus Magnus, that was still a draw. So that was, how many people? 100 and...
40,000? Something around that?
Power of 3. But yeah, pawn takes pawn. I guess white does have the opportunity to like flick in a queen move, or maybe even take the pawn with the queen, or something something along these lines. So options.
I want to point one more thing out. If you take with the c-pawn, you know, fighting against the idea of the e-file opening up, now you're allowing Gukesh to come in with his own rook and set up some kiss of death checkmate ideas with rook c8, rook c2, and guess what? Black might be faster to white's king.
Yeah, whoops. Whoops. Yeah, this is definitely something that Gukesh needs to try. I think this is the only justification for what he's done. We should mention, since we were last here, we left it after queen to f3 just a few moves ago. He was the one to trade off this white bishop. He was the one to kind of spend 2 tempi, bringing his bishop forward, and then only helping the white queen improve. So, yeah, now long term, without the kind of bishop dynamic, I think white's very happy in some endgames. In the meantime, we do see a draw between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi. That means we get our first Armageddon. We're one result closer to knowing who wins in the prediction game.
And the players will have some time just to prepare for the Armageddon, but of course we will be following that one with an eagle eye, because it's going to be our first result. Like, who will get 1.5 points, who will get 1 point.
And who is a favorite in the Armageddon when it goes to these two, right? And there we've got the format, Yovi.
Yeah, you can see white starts with 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, and they do get a bonus time, but it happens from move 41. And if it's a draw, black will win and they'll get the 1.5 points. It's an interesting question, right? Who will win? Who is the favorite? Both of these players excel in complicated chess. They're fantastic at calculation. They're fantastic blitz players as well. So it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be extremely competitive between these two.
So Arjun starts with the black pieces. Wei Yi will have white. Armageddon predictions, my dear co-commentators?
I say Arjun. They both played in the Champions Chess Tour recently, and I think Arjun went slightly further. So I'll say Arjun Erigaisi, especially based on this game that they just played, where he was always in control as black.
What do you think, Yovi?
Okay, well, if David's chosen Arjun, I'm going to go for Wei Yi.
That's the solidarity.
I think my heart wants to say Arjun, but the fact that these two players, it does. But my argument here, my brain is telling me that Arjun starts with the black pieces. He's got 7 minutes on the clock. Wei Yi has that extra 3 minutes, which counts for a lot when there's no increment, there's no bonus time. And given their brand of chess, I think draw is not a likely outcome. So for me, I think Wei Yi is perhaps a slight favorite in this one.
I like how logic trumps loyalty. Yes, and the action will begin roughly around 8:05 p.m., roughly in 20 minutes. Yeah. So the players do get some time to reset, maybe discuss with their coaches what they're going to do. I always have in mind that they kind of pick up that red telephone and they go to their coach, hello. And coach says, play this, and you go, okay.
Phone a friend. It's an emergency, I need an opening. What am I going to do? I have to win.
But I mean, knowing this format, this is something the players are definitely prepared for, right? Coming into for Norway Chess, that they are expecting most of these matches to go into Armageddon. What will their opening of choice be? So I think this is something that they've thought of before landing into Stavanger.
Most likely, or at least they should have been doing. Professional players should have a strategy. Of course, this game still in full flow. Magnus against Gukesh, and the clock situation, is that worrying for Gukesh? Down to half an hour now. He's on to 30 minutes and a little bit. 10 minutes down to Magnus, and it's definitely black having to be accurate here.
And I think there are questions that lie ahead, right? It's just sort of the start of this complex, complicated battle where you will have to be precise later on as black as well. Right now, I think this is exactly what's on Gukesh's radar. Does he strike immediately with e5? You know, with the idea that Jovanka mentioned that you can slide in your queen and pick up that pawn eventually? Or will he go for the trade and then try to open up the line? And perhaps after the trade, for Magnus, the best decision, the best recapture might be queen takes pawn after all the lines that we saw.
Yeah, I kind of saw that one last, because normally you want to take with the pawn, right?
Exactly.
It's just the most natural to keep some grip in the center, especially when trying to attack. If you have a stable base in the center, kind of helps that. But yeah, queen takes pawn, threatening checkmate, that might be the key. Tempo is always maybe the most important over structural things. So pawn takes pawn is the move Gukesh most likely wants to play. Queen takes pawn, threatening checkmate, and no good way of guarding this, actually. No perfect way, at least. Pawn to f6, this looks horrible. The queen will slide across. No real defense now other than pushing g5, which looks unthinkable. And you can't block with a knight. You have to block with a pawn, that means. And queen takes pawn. He needs something here.
It's a sacrifice. You've given up a central pawn, and I wonder if you can actually even move the knight, because you can take queen takes rook. You get 2 rooks for a queen, so even a knight jump is hard to imagine right now. It's not an easy position to evaluate. Even though our bar says this sacrifice works, I wouldn't be so sure going into this line as black.
Yeah, that you're just not losing a pawn, right? It's a difficult one.
Is it queen g6?
Yeah, I was thinking queen g6 as well, but the knight can just simply slide back to g3, and then white gets the opportunity to castle, and that's the only thing that black is counting on.
Yeah, that might mean the black queen should stay on this diagonal, cutting the white king from running to safety. You just need one move, or maybe two moves. You need to somehow protect your rook, and then you need your knight to kind of jump in.
Queen b6?
Queen b6, yeah, maybe.
Or not.
Yeah, computer doesn't hate it. Castles, maybe.
That's the point, right? You're just allowing white's king to safety. So you have to defend your rook, not allow white to castle, and then jump your knight. That's a lot of things that black needs.
That's a lot of things. Whoops, mouse slipped by me there, but queen takes pawn. The problem is you might just get pinned for eternity as well. The white rooks might come rook to b1 as well, looking very tempting. Oh, this is a tough position. I've got to say for Gukesh, if we go back to the live game, like, to take this has so many consequences. Like, you give up a pawn and fishing in murky waters for compensation, but e5 itself, you need to be very accurate. Even that line looked unclear that we were thinking about.
Is there a third move here? I mean, let's say he doesn't like this pawn sacrifice, he doesn't want to go for e5. Is there another way that Gukesh can create counterplay here?
The problem is the black queen's just so far offside. She's cut off. If you could pick her up and put her on g6 without sacrificing a pawn, you're like, oh, I'm defending, I'm fine. All's good. But
and white's one move away, right? David, get rook h3, and then you're late with all these ideas.
Yeah, two moves and white wins. It's just going to be checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't even dislodge the knight on h5. Like moves such as g6, it's just awful. I mean, so many levels because I'm just like looking at queen takes h6, and oops, the black king is in huge problems because of the rook lift. So you don't want to be making any weakening move whatsoever on the king side. So your hands are tied, basically. You have to...
And he does make a decision. He does go for
e5
on the board.
The immediate e5, the bar doesn't react much, meaning it is a good move. It is one of the best for Gukesh. And it's that variation we were talking about. Magnus's most natural is to recapture this, or to capture this pawn, go a pawn up. But Gukesh has some queen maneuvers in mind.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, and you have to be precise, right, with the queen maneuvers as well. So there's a lot of margin for error here for Gukesh. He has to tread carefully, whereas for Magnus, he can just smile and capture the pawn and see what Gukesh has up his sleeve.
You know what's going to be worrying is if once Magnus takes the pawn and Gukesh goes into another 10-minute thing. He can't afford to do that. I think he has to be really confident about the fact that he's found that queen g6, because earlier we wanted to put that queen on e6. And that wasn't working out to perfection, right? White gets the advantage if black wants to recapture it quickly. So it's very important that not only spotting e5, but the follow-up and how quickly Gukesh plays the next few moves.
Yeah, he has to play quickly because, as you mentioned, you know, the clock situation, it's ticking down to danger levels because 27 minutes sounds like a lot, but they're not getting any increment. What you see on the clock is what you get, and they only get that 10-second time bonus once they pass move 40. So, yeah.
It's 21 moves left. It's a lot of moves to make.
And there's still danger ahead.
Yeah, just over 1 minute per move on average at this moment. Let's come out of this game just for a second. Just want to mention that another game might be going to Armageddon. That is the game between Lei Tingjie and Zhu Wenjun. That one is fizzling out quickly, everything being traded off. That's the bottom right game for everyone at home, the purple board. And I don't know, should we jump there just very briefly?
Let's do it because it could finish pretty quickly.
Good, and it's looking very level now. Black's temporarily a pawn up at least, but let's just do a quick action replay just of the last 3-4 moves actually, because here Zhu Wenjun was spending ages on the clock. She thought for a good long time before deciding to trade off knights and jump in with her queen and counterattack. So the black knight hanging, but the white knight also hanging. Engine says dead level. I'm just wondering the quickest way here. Probably, to my eyes, I would want to be taking this pawn, or maybe just to
take the knight and then repeat moves.
So takes.
And win the f7 pawn in the end. So you take on c6, take on d4.
Can we not give a check?
Oh, you want to go c8, f5?
Yeah, exactly.
That is the
if you
easiest way to do
intercept with queen f8, then I'm taking the pawn.
I missed this one. Queen c8, nice spot, Ivanka.
Yeah,
check.
So did I.
And yeah, if the king comes, then this is just an immediate draw. And yeah, this is no reason to play on here for black, even though this is probably a draw as well. And queen and 4 versus queen and 4, symmetrical dead draw. Okay, looks like the final moments. Very fair result, it feels like, after this game.
Yes. And it's just, starting the tournament with the black pieces once again. Yes, on paper, Wenjun, the world champion, but I think she doesn't have anything to feel bad about in this. A confident hold, you go into Armageddon and you see what happens there. I think she should be quite happy with the fact that she never was under pressure in this one.
No, definitely not under pressure. And again, I'm just looking at the cameras and I'm seeing the body language. Ju Wenjun, she's sitting up. She's wearing black because a lot of chess players are superstitious. They wear black when they play the black pieces.
And with white,
exactly.
with white pieces.
And Lei Tingjie's, her body language says everything. This is not the position that she wanted. She wanted to put more pressure on her compatriot, but sometimes you just have to mentally adjust, to the future, and you have to kind of get ready for what is coming. And Armageddon, for sure, is coming to these two.
I do feel like this is Tingjie's classic body language, though. Even when she's about to checkmate her opponent in 2 moves, she still looks like, you know what, I'm really not happy with the position I have, and then 5 seconds later, she's winning.
Yeah. I once played like a 100-move game against her, and she had that body language for like 7 hours, just non-stop. Just very hard to read. Yeah, this one, Armageddon, who do we hold as the favourite?
Ju Wenjun, she's the Armageddon queen.
I'm betting against you.
She won virtually all of the Armageddons that she played. And, well, whilst we were talking, she did make a decision.
So she attacks the black queen. Now the queen has to move to a square where you keep pursuing the white knight, and then perhaps your idea of the trade, and then repeat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doesn't change things too much. Knight to a2, though. Clever move. Wasn't on my radar at all. That might be one of the reasons Ju Wenjun was thinking for such a long time. She does attack the white knight, and we will still see a similar sequence. Apparently,
and the players
going for it.
Rushing through. So check. Are we expecting queen c8?
You could also go queen e8 if you really want to play for a win. Take the f7 pawn.
But first you take c6, or you immediately want to give a check?
All roads lead to Rome. Everything leads to a draw.
True.
It's a queen ending, and it's going to be level pawns.
The question is, who benefits from drawing out the game like this? And one of the things about Ju Wenjun is that she is incredibly resilient. She has masses of endurance. So if you kind of went queen e8, queen takes f7, went into that endgame, maybe Lei is in danger of tiring herself out.
Yeah, I don't really see any real reason to get ambitious here with white. You can force the draw immediately. Black can't even block this time. With queen c8, I think that's the most likely in this position. Time to bail out. Like queen takes pawn here, and yeah, black will just clear a square for the king, and it's just dead level.
Arma Farma?
Arma Farma. Bring it on.
Yep.
Yeah.
My prediction looking good, guys.
Well, we're
all in the race.
We're all in the race, right? There was, what was it, 3, 4, 5?
3, 4, 5.
Although I was banking on only 1 in the women's, 2 in the 2 in Norway Chess. I don't have a good feeling about my my bed of 3 right now.
I think it's either me or Yovi. You're almost out of this, David, today.
I've always been a slow starter in tournaments.
But actually, we all might be wrong. I mean, actually, David, Anna looking good against Sarah in her game. Humpy, Vaishali, anything could happen. I might be eating my words. We might actually get only 1 Arma Farmer in the women.
Let's see. And Ju Wenjun looking up at the screen, that means she's ready to get out of there. She knows it's going to be a draw. In the meantime, I've just spotted here in the venue Arjun Erigaisi, who's getting ready for his Armageddon. And okay, where to go in the meantime?
Yeah, let's do a quick jump over to Magnus and then also Hikaru look over before we start with Jovi.
Well, we are definitely gonna dive into all of the action. But we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, it is going to be Armageddon time, so stay tuned. And we are back, and we are casting our eye over the glorious playing arena where the players, they're locked in battle, locked in thought. It's so tense right now. You can kind of feel pin drop. And the suspense is in the air because we have our very first Armageddon. It is between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi, and that will be happening any minute now. In the meantime, well, we have a lot of games still going, and there you see, talking about Armageddons, it's already there in action.
We're off, and Arjun starts with 7 minutes on the clock. Wei Yi with base time of 10 minutes. We can see all that being played out. Arjun needs only a draw. Wei Yi must win to take the match. And opening moves coming in fast and quick, David. What was this? Was this the Roy Lopez, I want to say?
Yeah, it was a very rare sideline of the Roy Lopez of the Spanish. Just very quick backtrack as we catch up with the current position. E4, E5 were the moves, and here Roy Lopez, bishop to B5, and a very rare guest at top level, bishop out to C5. Erigaisi prizing surprise, just the first surprise over anything here. There are lots of moves. White can even take a pawn on E5, but instead, pawn to C3. White tries to build a center first, hits now the black knight, and Erigaisi plants that knight in the middle of the board. If there's a capture, black will most likely give a check, and the game goes on. This is still known stuff, but Wei Yi burning a bit of time. He castles first, and the black bishop retreats. Arjun, this is fascinating. He's only spent 16 seconds. He's already got a minute and a half off Wei Yi's clock. A draw good enough for black? Tanya, this is just his trademark.
And he's playing so quickly as well. He seems very well prepared. Even though it felt like this was an offbeat variation, Arjun knows his stuff. I can say Arjun is, in chat, the favorite one to win this Armageddon. 68% favor.
Oh, wow.
Arjun, yeah.
Got a lot of fans.
I thought you meant he was in chat. He was just hanging out. He was like multitasking.
I've got so much time. I'm playing so fast. Let me just chill and chat. You know, Arjun subscribed, though. You guys should as well.
Yeah.
He was watching his own confessionals after subscribing. It's okay. It's an IQP, an isolated queen's pawn position after a trade a couple of moves ago. And I've got to say, Arjun, he's got nothing significantly wrong with his position. He's been eating away at the time advantage. It's only just over a minute now between them. This looks like it's gone great so far for black.
You know, you've got that weakness that you pointed out. All your pieces are playing. You're thinking about doubling up on that D file as well. He's playing with energy. He's playing fast. The clocks are almost leveling out as well right now. He's done everything right. Bishop F5 coming in, Rook D8 coming in. Wei Yi falls back with the bishop to D3, stopping at least one active square for black's bishop.
And now the question for Arjun is how is he going to complete development? So in comes the bishop to E6, and he's got a very nice plan of centralizing the rooks and putting pressure on White's isolated pawn. And the onus now on Wei Yi. How is he going to build the momentum? Is he going to start centralizing the knight, attack the queen, start just transferring some pieces over towards the black king?
I like that idea, right? You have to find a way to actually make inroads right now. Knight E4 looks like a very active play here.
Yeah, knight E4, and followed up by maybe a move like knight to G5, hitting this bishop, and there would have been a hit on this pawn as well. Okay, preemptively, Arjun retreats his queen. Now he can react if the white knight does ever step forward. Bit of a cagey game. It does feel like Wei Yi's a bit indecisive. He keeps kind of lifting his hand up, not quite executing the move, double-checking things. You need to speed up. You need to just trust yourself. Key moments are later.
You can't let the clocks level out in an Armageddon as White so early on in the game. Like you said, a lot of critical decisions coming up. But despite that, the bar indicates that Wei Yi's quality of play is still pretty high. He's got a one-move threat attacking that pawn. Arjun needs to take a decision. Does he commit with a pawn move like 8-6 to defend it? Or will he play more passively retreating with the knight, keeping the pawn formation in front of the king intact?
Yeah, and Arjun making some serious inroads on the clock situation as well. He started with a time deficit, but it's kind of narrowing down, and queen to C2 seems to have stopped Arjun somewhat, but H6, the response, I'm expecting E3, prevent a knight from jumping to B4, and such a tense position. Oof. And remember, Wei Yi is in a must-win situation. He has to win this if he wants to get those 1.5 points.
I think as White, that's ideal, right? You've got all the minors on the board. Not much has been traded off. The one thing you have to watch out for White is always this sacrifice on H3. Bishop takes pawn is something that you have to have on your radar.
Yeah, and White will hope that he has enough defensive pieces around his king for now, but definitely long term. On every move, you have to calculate that, which isn't pleasant. Arjun, in the meantime, eating away even further at that time advantage. And everyone is centralized now. All the pieces on almost their ideal squares. This is the moment. This is where it gets really difficult, how to improve your pieces, what to do, what is your plan. This is where actually the clock might become more of a factor for Arjun.
And the problem with this type of open positions is that White is ready to spring forward with their pieces. So that's why we're seeing a trade of knights. Oh, decision time. If you capture with the pawn, well, you are letting go of the pawn on a3. If you capture with the queen, that's not necessarily ideal. So Wei Yi, he's prepared to gambit the a3 pawn, but Arjun is not having any of it. It just improves the position.
And the best move, or one of the best moves according to the computer, given an exclamation mark, he's actually threatening the other side of the board now, threatening to capture the white knight and ruin the white pawn structure. I just can't get over Arjun's, just the way he moves pieces. It's go in, Jones.
David's obsession with hands will continue, but David, I have to point out that bishop takes pawn, I think, would have invited a lot of tactics for Wei Yi with that d pawn moving forward. This was an absolutely essential move for Arjun to make, to stop d5, opening up that d line, discover check ideas or pins on the way. So bishop d5 really nicely found and quickly played here by Arjun.
And the decision now is on Wei Yi. What is he going to do with the knight on f3? How is he going to protect it? How is he going to come forward and start troubling the black positions? Because there's a beautiful harmony there. And
he's got less time on the clock than Arjun does now.
It's a sprint, Armageddon, essentially, and he started too slow. Look at the clock times. 3 extra minutes he started this game. This is only move 18.
And he has to win.
He has to win.
well, both players making their debut, so they're just getting familiar with this Armageddon scenario, and the bishop swoops in to attack the queen, but that's an easy decision for Arjun.
Yep, she
must step forward.
Yeah, one safe square for that queen, attacking a pawn still, attacking the white knight still. This just feels fantastic. As you mentioned, it's the first time here for both of them, but just it feels like a huge opportunity. They both really want to prove that they can be considered part of the elite in the chess world, but in order to do that, you need to beat your rivals. And okay, Wei Yi's going to retreat his knight. He's going to come forward and harass the black queen even further, if given time. But he's nearly 1 minute down now.
Is Arjun going to be brave enough to pick up that a3 pawn this time, now that the central squares are under control? It looks like it's too much, though. He's reaching out for it, though he goes for it.
A pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn. And I think the big thing to calculate is, does White have these central pawn moves, a c4, d5 ideas, or does Arjun have a key knight jump attacking that exposed queen on c2 with knight b4?
He just has to go for it. He has to make a decision, and quick. He just has to come forward with his pieces. He's in a must-win scenario because Arjun has those draw odds.
This has just been bad time management by Wei Yi.
Yeah, why is he thinking, just trust yourself, c4 or something, whatever it is, rook a1, hit the black queen.
You're going to lose on the clock otherwise.
He's more than a minute down. This is red lights flashing. This is panic stations for the players, especially Wei Yi right now.
And look at Arjun, how confident he is. He knows he's up on the clock. He just plays so calmly and so cool. He comes back with the queen, c4. Knight b4 will be a key jump at the right moment in case there is a d5 push after the bishop falls back.
Yep. Well, Wei Yi, he's making great moves, though. It's just he's making them slowly. And bear in mind that the players do not get any increment until they have completed move 40. So the bishop retreats. Now, just advance something. Jump in with the knight, push a pawn.
But we have the bar telling us Wei Yi is doing fine, right? If you're sitting on the board, you're just thinking, I lost a pawn, I'm down on the clock, everything's gone wrong here.
Yeah, he gives a check. He's still looking very calm as he plays the moves. He's going to step forward with one of the pawns. This is a fork, double attack on the black knight and black bishop, but the black knight is going to jump out the way with gain of tempo. The move Tanya mentioned a while ago, knight to b4, attacking the white queen. Now the bishop saves itself.
And you can go all the way back because your rook's already developed to those central lines. And he does it.
He's a pawn up, and the white bishop is offside. Otherwise, white would play the move pawn to c5 and win the black knight. But the white bishop, the light squared bishop, is also vulnerable. So this one, still anyone's game, hanging in the balance. But black's a pawn up and a minute and a half up.
Whoa, this is getting incredibly tense. But for Arjun, he's a happy man right now. He's got that extra pawn, he's got that time on the clock, and no clear way to develop an attack as white. Can you jump forward with that knight? Knight e4 hitting the queen.
Ooh.
He goes for your idea, and it's a big mistake.
Big mistake. Now the black queen is going to retreat. If she takes this pawn, this central pawn is poisoned. The white bishop would actually come back and kick the black queen and win the black knight on the next move. So Arjun only has one move. But is he going to find it? It's a winning move.
Oh, he's reaching out. Has he calculated his way through? Queen d7 needs to be found by Arjun Erigaisi.
Oh, you need such restraint not to capture a free pawn in the center of the board there. But it's all about the fact that the white queen cannot move, or if she does, the white bishop falls as well.
He does! He finds it! What a beast.
Oh, great move. He's in control here, Jovanka.
He certainly is. Some great, cool, collected chess there from Arjun, finding all the right moves. But Wei Yi still has to find something. He has to generate the play. He has to roll the dice.
The problem is he's going to be a pawn down and maybe facing the bishop pair as well. And otherwise, it's a second pawn that's about to be picked off in the center of the board. White's pawns have overextended, if anything.
And the bad news is, right, you play c5 and then you go into a think. I think queen d7 was a miss by Wei Yi as well. It's such a difficult move to make, sort of putting your queen in the way of your own bishop. Such precision by Arjun. How does Wei Yi continue this game with less than 2 minutes on the clock?
He's incredible, Arjun. He went forward, grabbed a pawn, then he's been in reverse gear ever since, like bishop all the way back to c8, queen back to d7 now, retreating. But he's playing the moment and he's playing so fast and confident.
You know, it's always so insane and incredible to watch Arjun play these positions out, where it feels like every move is a high responsibility move, and he shows incredible calmness. You know, he's got those ice cold nerves of steel, and just finds these best moves in these chaotic positions.
Yeah. And now is not the time to be perfect for Wei Yi. He just has to find the way that will cause the most chaos. He just has to accept the d pawn will fall. And he comes in with the knight. But Arjun playing such precise chess, you know.
It's going to be the exchange down, though. The white rook in the corner hanging. Wei Yi, though, the clock is the main factor. 1 minute left. It's only moved 28, and it's just been too slow.
Arjun's up by more than 2 minutes on the clock. He's got big material advantage as well. He continues to put the pace on the clock as well. The bishop falls back. Wei Yi doesn't recapture. Arjun retreats. That's an extra exchange for black.
And a pawn.
And a pawn. And you could have an hour on the clock and you're still worse here.
Yeah, you're still worse, if not losing in this position. And Arjun still has a problem, how to unravel the black pieces, but he's got plenty of time to work that out.
Jovanka, I'm just so amazed with the calmness that Arjun has shown in this Armageddon.
Yeah.
The control over the clock is one thing, and over his own nerves.
Yeah, totally. You know, he's played a model Armageddon, but it's not over. And there we see b6. Not the best move, because the evaluation bar suddenly goes up in white's favor. So mistakes can happen in this time control. It's just about playing quickly. Isn't that a b6 pawn that is up for grabs? I mean, was this just some moment of nervousness from Arjun?
Yeah, very strange. Giving up a pawn is one thing, but also after the white bishop takes this pawn, the black rook is trapped. The black rook on d8. He's giving back all of his material here.
This doesn't make any sense. Bishop takes pawn. You win the rook on the next move. He doesn't take it. Did he not take that pawn?
No, he did not take it. And I can tell you the time is ticking down, Tanya. 27 seconds left.
Why would you not take that pawn?
He just trusted Arjun.
That's bizarre. That's a free pawn.
What? With what do you trust your opponent? There's no idea on the board.
Queen a3 is like an admission of defeat, and you're 2 minutes down. Wei Yi, his head is gone. He wanted to set up a one-move checkmate on the h7 square. That was blocked, but this will not be enough. He's grabbed just one pawn back in 23 seconds. This looks hopeless. Black is now winning the central pawn. White's pride and joy. This one, no more attack, no more tricks. Arjun just needs to not blunder.
No more time as well as Wei Yi. As you can see, 15 seconds and still a few moves until they reach move 40. And then it's only a 1 second increment, which is next to nothing.
It's barely enough to make a move. And I'm just still reeling from the fact that Wei Yi did not pick up that pawn. Even if he could have potentially gotten pinned on that file, not won the exchange, you get that pawn. And then you play on. And right now it's completely busted for white on the board and the clock.
Yeah, I'm shocked by that moment as well. That's just pure nerves. That's what the Armageddon format can do to you, especially over the board. 1 second sounds like a lot in Tidal Tuesday online, for example, when you have a mouse, but over the board, 1 second will not save you. 13 seconds meanwhile. Arjun just keeping things nice and calm, cool and collected. Everything's protected for black. He's just got full control.
All that's left for Arjun now is just to
He has to make a move.
Well, he's frozen.
And how many moves to 40?
This will be move 40 on the next go. Oh, Wei Yi.
his hesitation.
He made it with 2 seconds left, move 40, so 1 second increment. But look at the clock. We're going to see this forever now, for eternity. 2 seconds left for Wei Yi.
But the problem is he's lost on the board as well. And look at that, Arjun, he just triples down on the D pawn, attacks the queen. His own queen can come in. Wei Yi panicking every move.
And just making those moves with 1 second left on the clock.
How can you guarantee that you keep the speed for the rest of the game?
And he doesn't do it.
He loses on time, Wei Yi. It was a lost position, but it was the clock that decides it. Arjun Erigaisi takes the first Armageddon win of Norway Chess 2025.
Yeah, what a thriller that was, right? It started off with this tactical melee, very, very complicated. And then it was just the clock. It was somehow like Wei Yi froze. He couldn't find the perfect continuation and he just burnt too much time on the clock. But Arjun, that was just great stuff there.
Fantastic start for the world number 4, Arjun Recap, making his debut, you know, a confident hold in the classical game, and then finally in the Armageddon. He was just so strong, figuring those calculations, those complications out, but also just playing like a beast on Wei Yi's clock.
Yeah, just so smooth from Arjun Erigaisi. Always had 1 minute in the bank. We've been talking about bank ranks, but having time in the bank is the most important thing in Armageddon chess, and that was very instructive. Arjun's strategy there, just fast, confident play at the beginning. That is what the top players do, and Wei Yi will learn from that one. He will need to. In the meantime, we still have 5 games ongoing.
Yeah, after we catch our breaths after the exciting Armageddon, let's go to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the updates now, of course. What about our hype match there in the top right? The game in red between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh.
Didn't go the paths we were expecting. Gukesh tried to sacrifice a pawn. Magnus said no. Magnus got the queens off, and Magnus is trying to grind this one. He just wants it to be as dull a position as possible, I'm going to say, or at least as quiet a position as possible.
The one thing that I do see on that top right board is Gukesh's pawn formation on the right side. And I wonder if that's a weakness that Magnus will play against, you know, a free flow of the pawn storm in the center once he's able to get his own pawns moving up the board. Gukesh trying to get the queen side pawns up the board as well. We have another ending, that's the center board on that top row, Fabi versus Hikaru. Also still in balance, still absolutely level. I mean, this game start to finish has been the same. Is there something that either of the players can fight for in this endgame?
I think in a single word, no. I think this one is also going to head to Armageddon. That would be our second Armageddon of the day, getting all of us closer to our predicted number, but also getting Hikaru closer to his prediction that he called very, very early on. And I think Hikaru, maybe, if anything, is the more comfortable of the two players, but body language, we see there on the camera, they're just making very fast moves, and it's just nothing left on the board, not enough left on the board.
And Ivanka, I'm looking at our bottom row. Lei Tingzhe and Arjun are still playing. A position that we thought would end in a repetition about 30 minutes ago.
I think it will end finally in a repetition, as Black should probably start giving some checks at some point.
That's the bottom right purple board. Queen F4 check is what Ivanka's looking at, and keep checking the king.
Queen G1, come behind.
Queen G1's even better.
Force the draw. Zhu Wenjun is a pawn down. But yeah, now we're going to see the handshake any moment between these two fighters. The Chinese derby is going to Armageddon.
It is, and yeah, we are going to stick with this and see if we can catch the handshake. Yeah, and then the players will have 20 minutes to prepare for the Armageddon, and then it is off to work, where White will have 10 minutes and Black has 7 minutes and draw odds, and there the players are repeating They can actually agree a draw, having passed move 30. There's no...
Ooh, eye contact.
There's the handshake. And it's our second Armageddon of the day.
Okay.
So you've got the luxury of just one more, David Howell. I've got 2 and Jovanka can get 3 more. So it's 3, 4, 5. Let's remember this.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that I've only got one last one and Caruana Nakamura looks guaranteed to be a draw. I think I might have reached my quota and it's the first 3 games to finish. Oh dear. But we'll see. There's still plenty of action elsewhere. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that Armageddon. That'll be fun. I'm curious to see whether Zhu Wenjun can maintain her reputation as the Armageddon queen.
Yep, definitely. Last year she was very impressive. She lost 1 Armageddon game and the rest all went in her favour. But who do you think is the favourite between Lei Ting-Jie and Zhu Wenjun?
I'm just never betting against Zhu Wenjun ever. I mean, just her performance over the last 5 years, 5-time world champion, the dominating show that she put into last year's Norway Chess. At least on paper, I think Wenjun is a favourite in this one. Also, by the way, there's a lot of action in the Magnus Endgame, and I think we should do a deep dive into that because, yes, it's a material balance, and it might look like, you know what, are we going to get another Armageddon? We might, but I think there's still a lot to play for there, David.
Especially with this last move, Magnus is signalling that he knows he needed to do something. Black was actually launching a pawn storm down on the queen side. Magnus has blocked that, and I know it's a streamer's favourite move, but en passant, apparently by far the best move in this position, the only move to maintain the balance. You have to capture this white pawn. If you don't capture the b4 pawn en passant, as the blue arrow indicates, then the white knight is going to sit on the square forever, unchallenged, no way to trade it off, no way to destabilize it, and the white knight will tie down the black pieces to 2 weaknesses. But this is very concrete. If you take en passant, you also kind of break the head of your pawn chain, you get more pawn islands, and it becomes very concrete, the game. So a key moment for Gukesh.
And somehow, I know en passant is the best move, as you mentioned, but somehow it doesn't feel that appealing, because you're literally giving all of the chances to white. You're saying, hey, there's a target on b5 for you to munch on, and then it's a nice plan of just centralizing the king, doubling on the b line, and all black can do is just sit and hold that. So I don't know. When I was looking at this instinctively, I was like, well, you know, maybe go a4. And I know the white knight is so strong on c3, being able to peek above the fence and target b5 and d5. But at least I have a protected passed pawn on c4.
And I think that's a really beautiful passed pawn, but the problem is there's no progress to be made after that. You're just giving a free hand to Magnus to just prepare a pawn launch on the right side of the board, right? If you were to go a4, you know, you can start with rook d1, e4, and just strike in the center and get a free play on the king side. So it's a big decision for Gukesh, and the evaluation bar seems to say that Magnus is doing better. And David, I think for Gukesh fans, this endgame is not good news. It could very well be a vintage grind.
Yeah, this is like Magnus in his pajamas at home, like comfort zone. He's so happy in these types of positions. He wins them more often than not, right? Like even if the computer says 0.1, 0.2, this is Magnus loving life.
Do you think Gukesh will be tempted to make moves like rook to d7? Try to resolve things in that way, you know, saying, yes, I'm going to give you the a5 pawn, but then at least I get active with the rook and try to offset white's advantage?
Possible, definitely possible to keep the tension here for black. The problem is if white just doesn't flinch, doesn't do anything on the queen side, even if white just moves the king, it's very unclear what black's doing. Like, the black rook doesn't really have any inroads on the a-file either. And I don't know, it just feels like the white knight holds 2 pieces in its grasp here. 2 black pieces will be tied down defending these pawns.
Should we just look at the most direct line?
Let's do it.
What happens with the trades? Let's say you go pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn. The b5 pawn's attacked. I think the only way, by the way, a decision on the board, and it is the streamer's favorite move, en passant played, and now you have to defend the pawn. So I'm thinking b4 is the only possible way. Am I wrong?
I mean, you can maybe play rook c8 first.
b4 on the board, so he goes
better
for it. And let's say you take pawn takes pawn now. Help me. What do you recapture with? By the way, this is on the board. This has been played.
Live position. Pawn takes pawn, the last move. Yeah, this is calculation, right? This is. I'm a bit worried if I take with the pawn that the pawn might just drop off after knight back.
So let's take rook takes pawn.
Yeah,
I agree.
How is the pawn going to drop off? Can I kind of be concrete about it? Because I know Gukesh is like a mega concrete player.
You want rook a8 there.
I do want rook a8.
Very tricky.
I missed that one. Knight to c1. But okay, the question is moot because rook takes was played. I think logically this also makes a lot of sense because white's most active rook is this one, so trading off the active one, leaving white with the passive rook on h1 is kind of justifies the tactics behind it. And now a trade and the black pawn is very hard to stop.
But then you're saying you keep the rooks on the board with rook a3. That looks quite like you're playing with fire, no? With rook c8 coming in, the two rooks going down the board.
Maybe white will castle, still legal.
Oh, yes.
Just to get the white rook on h1 into the game. But yeah, this is not easy for either side, Magnus included. I think Gukesh needed to do this just for activity. I think it was just a comparison. The other line, he was passive. Magnus does keep the rooks on the board.
Attacks a5.
It's also very instructive, like from Gukesh. Like he knows when to just abandon his strategical advantages and just switch into active play.
And I think it's so important to have that quality, right? If you have to fight for the World Championship, if you have to fight in the candidates, you should be able to play and take on all kinds of position and challenges. You can't stick to a style.
Yeah.
Actually, before the candidates, before he won that, I thought Gukesh, this was his main weakness in this type of endgame. Like quite technical and big kind of strategic decisions, but he's shown that he doesn't really allow people to target him here anymore. So I was very impressed by him over the last 12 months in that specific part of his game, because just in 2023, 22 as well, he was losing some kind of positions that he should have been holding. But okay, now rook to e8, last move. Clear threat, every move coming with tempo. I really like that one, because now white is not able to castle in time. If white puts the king on the second rank anywhere, there's a check. Not easy to defend this pawn.
Yeah, and coming to your point, I think so much of that has to do with like maturity as well, right? Because 22, 23, you're talking about a 15, 16-year-old Gukesh. I think it's so easy to forget how young he is.
Exactly. It's, I mean, still 18? Or was he turning 19?
He's 18, yeah. He's turning 19 on 29th, I want to say, of May.
I haven't been invited to the party somehow. Like, what? Big birthday party. Isn't that the rest day? Or is that?
Well, it's a good time to have a birthday if it were on the rest day. But, well, we had one player that left the tournament today very happy, and that was Arjun Erigaisi, as he won his Armageddon game against Wei Yi. So let's hear from him.
Arjun, you have just played your very first tournament in Norway Chess, and you made draw with black pieces in the classical game, went to Armageddon and beat your opponent. Was that your strategy?
There was no particular strategy as such, but yeah, the classical game was solid. Nobody really got any chances, and in Armageddon, I think I played quite well.
You flanked your opponent, right? And you also took everything possible on the board. Were you calculating all those lines, or just follow your beliefs and flow?
Yeah, I was calculating some lines, but I think it's impossible to calculate all the lines. Like some of the moves I was playing on field.
And Arjun, we saw you at the confession booth. Was that something that you planned in advance, coming here in Norway Chess, or during the game you felt a little bit bored and you said like, okay, let's check it out?
Yeah, I was planning to go at least once a day, and yeah, I was also a bit bored, so I went more than once.
So you said once a day, right? We're gonna see you again in the confession booth.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, best of the luck.
Thank you.
It's nice to see Arjun just embracing the spirit of Norway Chess. And, well, we go back to the game between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh, and it's still decision time for Magnus. How is he going to defend the e3 pawn? Yeah, step forward with the king.
It's not easy. Like, you will get checked. Yeah, stepping back with the knight looks wrong somehow. Like, defending it with the knight just... you put your piece on passive squares. It's still a dynamic endgame. The opponent still has a pass pawn. It just feels wrong. So I'm expecting the move king f2, just so that a check can be blocked by the white knight. It does feel clumsy. It just smells wrong. Just to maybe put a few moves on the board while Magnus thinks. King f2 to defend the e3 pawn. A check. The white knight blocks. I'm really scared of moves like, I don't know, knight e4 or rook f8, just setting up some kind of Just kind of check here. Maybe it's fine. Maybe white just grovels, put a rook on e1, and it's fine. But how about this one, just to be flashy? Does this work? Knight knight g4.
Oh, nice.
Check.
And pawn takes knight. Then you switch the move order and get your other check in. And king e1, there's a disastrous rook b1 check.
Skewer on the back rank, and if you go the other way, maybe Magnus still has some chances here, to be honest, because the black pawns are still so weak. He doesn't go this one, he goes the other way.
He does, and I was kind of curious about this one as well, because he's trying to house his king on d3, and he's just going to argue that, yeah, you can have the g2 pawn, but I will have the a5 pawn, and I can just try to swarm you in the center with pawns.
Yeah, he does have a lot of central pawns, Magnus. So, okay, trade of pawns there. I'm wondering what happens after the rook goes chasing weaknesses.
Then you just hold. So you chase, if you chase on f2, then I will hold with h3. Although I'm not necessarily convinced by what I'm selling. But if you go rook g3, then I'll go rook f1, and then I'm happier.
I'm convinced by what you're selling, Ivanka. I'm seeing tactics. I don't know if they work. Like rook g3, rook f1, knight g4.
This could get really tricky, right? In the line that you're discussing, rook g3, rook f1, rook h3, and then Magnus picks up the central pawn, Gukesh picks up the side pawn, and it becomes a complete race. And with both majors on the board, it's, even if the bar says it's level, it's a 3-result endgame.
Definitely. I think racing, if the knights come off, I would prefer white. If it's a race, just because central pawns tend to run quicker than flank pawns in rook endgames, but with knights on as well, yeah, anyone's game.
Okay, well, a lot of drama here, but we've got to race to the Fabiano Caruana Hikaru game, because the drama is there on the clock for Fabi. He's not got too much time.
Oh my gosh, that is not good news for Fabiano.
Whoa, that's 33 seconds?
Yeah.
It's not 33 minutes, I can guarantee.
And wait for this.
What?
They're on move 25.
Huh? No.
And they don't get any increment. Am I
move
like
50.
No, move 50.
Okay, my computer is a little
Yeah, it's move 50, but it's only a 10-second increment.
Exactly,
It's
yeah.
barely anything.
Your computer's half right, like 25 is.
Yeah, I must have clicked.
But it's not just that, it's the position on the board as well. Like, the pawn structure earlier was almost totally symmetrical, apart from the queenside pawns. Suddenly, what's happened on the other side, like the king side, the black pawns all connect. Yes, they're on light squares, maybe vulnerable, but white has two weaknesses now. It's the g3 pawn. The black knight could easily come in and gobble up if you take your eye off the ball there. And it's also the other pawn on the other side. The black king is actually going to start advancing in the near future. I don't know, this is a Hikaru type of position. Fabi struggles against Hikaru, no time on the clock.
I love that Hikaru's got two knights, which will be so much more powerful with all the holes. That knight on c7 can eventually land on b4. There's this e4 spot as well. Meanwhile, yes, you pointed out that black's got pawns on the light squares, but it's so difficult to get to them. That king's doing a beautiful job of stopping the move bishop to d7, so plays a key defender in this. Hikaru can play this on forever. And 33 seconds, you're on the defense for the next 100 moves, I want to say.
Yeah. At least. He's enjoying this, Hikaru. He's looking away, like his body language, he's like, oh, I know I've got chances. I know I've got this. I know I can do something to Fabi. He's going to wait, and then he's going to play like 4 or 5 moves quick. That's what Hikaru does. He like thinks for 5 minutes, and then he'll play 5 moves quickly, and then he'll think for 3 minutes, and then he'll play a few moves quickly. He's going to really try and confuse Fabiano now.
Yeah, he's got these incredible senses, right, where he just smells that, okay, this is shifting, the momentum shifting. I've got something to try on in this position.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's also not very easy for Fabi to come up with a plan, as you guys highlighted, because there's no way that the knight and the bishop can coordinate on the light squares, because what white would really want is to magically transport the knight from c3 to c5, and now we're talking. The bishop can come to d7. But you can't ever let go, because a black knight is ready and willing to jump into e4. So it's problems, and it's very difficult to sit there or take the decision to just sit there and wait when you've got no time.
But then when that's the situation, very often if I'm white and I've got no time, I'll just think about, you know what, I'll just shuffle my king. My knight needs to defend this e4 square like you pointed out. The bishop doesn't have great retreating moves here. King d3, king e2. If that's the path of defense that Fabi takes, how does Hikaru break through?
Good question. I'll take away one of those squares. I loved your plan of putting a black knight here. Also because the white bishop is almost trapped. The white bishop only really has like the a4 square to come back and hide on. Like once a black knight lands on this square, I don't really know what you do with the black king. That's the problem. The black king doesn't really have a job. And okay, in the meantime, there has been a result. And it's not good news for my Armageddon prediction because this game was a draw, but great news for Sara Kadem, who defended a very difficult position.
Yeah, it was very tough, and we'll be seeing another Armageddon. Wow.
That's 3, so I just need one more to get my prediction right today. 3 in the bag. Exciting Armageddon coming up, and this one might, David, but Fabi's got a tough task to take this to Armageddon. And it's the one game that we were all sure was going into Armageddon within the first 10 minutes of the exchange Slav.
Yeah. Even 10 moves ago, I was very sure. Like I was like, okay, this one's going to fizzle out. Maybe black has an easier position, but oof, the clock situation could be Fabi's undoing, as it was in several games actually last year. In this tournament, he lost, I remember, to Magnus in very, very close endgame, and lost to Prague, I think, in an endgame as well, just because of the clock situation.
Yeah, somehow that loss to Magnus last year really affected him because he didn't quite manage to recover. But here he's going to have to play on instinct. He's going to have to make those quick decisions. How can he hold his position? It's such a difficult question, you know, because you've got no time on the clock. And if you just keep passing the move, as you suggested, you allow black to make those incremental improvements.
Is it really as easy as we're talking about this? Because yes, you take away that square of d3, you know, but I'm just wondering if the white king keeps moving around. I've got enough options, right? I've got the d2 square, the f2 square, the f1 square. I keep my bishop as is or move it back to a4, and I just say I've got a fortress. You know, you don't have an e5 break. Your king has to be there to stop bishop d7 at any point, picking up those pawns. Does Hikaru have more than the clock advantage to say that, you know what, I'm actually pushing for a win here?
Well, he can do things gradually, right? And so first up, he can just take away the d7 square from the bishop. He can then try and snake his king on the dark squares, you know, try and get it into the dream that is b4. You know, I'm visualizing a future now. This might be wishful thinking, I admit that. But, you know, the knight can come to h5 to attack the g3 pawn.
Wow, that is an idea.
It might be wishful thinking because the knight currently is a very bad circuit for that square. But it's there.
It's there. So you're saying, okay, does this go into an Armageddon or not, Yobi? Yes or no?
Unlikely.
No,
yes.
I can't afford any more Armageddons. I've already reached 3. Yeah. Of course it's going to be decisive.
So you guys think this gets decided in the classical? I'll say this goes to Armageddon. Fabi holds this.
Fabi hold.
We'll find out, right? Well, we also have the Armageddon between Lei Ting-jae and Ju Wenjun starting very shortly. So, and then we're going to be seeing Anna Muzichuk against Sara Kadem. They have some time to relax, to reset, and then they will be back on the board. And meanwhile, well, what do we have here then?
Wow. Well, some big moves being made on the Magnus board.
Gukesh finding a very concrete way of trying to deal with his issues. His central pawn being attacked, he's trying to counter-attack on the king side. The Armageddon about to begin, but just to mention that Gukesh defending very actively, but also very accurately. And it still looks like the eval bar planted in the middle, both sides at 8 minutes. Magnus trades a set of pawns. We'll update everyone there. But maybe that game going to Armageddon, that only means more chess for us. That would be a fun one to watch. World #1 versus world champion in Armageddon chess.
We do want that match to go down to the wire. Want to see them play all kinds of formats.
Yeah.
Okay, Ju Wenjun, in the meantime, about to begin.
But I do like what Gukesh has done on the board because he has now this H passer which can be used as a distraction. You know, it's got his clear path ahead of it. The double pawns have been neutralized, Ivanka. Meanwhile, Magnus still has to get his pawns rolling up. It's not easy to get E4 right now. You take that pawn, the rook on A5 is hanging.
Yeah, definitely. Let's dive in and take a look at all that's happening there. And we'll keep you updated on this Armageddon game and once things get spicy.
Yep, we'll just see the handshake and then we'll move on over. Okay, 10 versus 7. Oh, okay. Let's move on over to the Magnus game. I'll just bring that one up. As, yeah, there was, just to action replay for everyone, this key moment. We talked about the position after rook f1, g5, great move by Gukesh to try and trade pawns, capture here, and now he went back, captured with his rook, defending in the center and still looking level.
And now Magnus wants to get e4 in, right? He's defended his rook on a5, so there's no idea of winning that. And look at that, Gukesh is going for the most direct approach in the position. He's just pushing that h-pawn. Are you picking white or black here? If you had to pick a side to play.
White. I don't know, I've had a few of these games where it's just nice to have the central pawns. I don't think you're risking too much. As long as you don't let the pawn down to like h2, you should be able to catch it in its path, and black is a bit tied down.
Yeah, and White's knight has the capability to kind of relocate itself to f4. I can see that as being a very nice square. Just eyeballing the pawn on h5. The white rooks can coordinate. The question is, do you make a trade of rooks?
Oh, yes, you do.
Yes,
if
you
you're
do.
world number one.
Great question, great timing.
Yeah, I think maybe the one downside to Magnus's position is that his pawns were vulnerable, so by trading rooks, he makes them less vulnerable. The problem is you have fewer resources to guard against the black pawn running. That's the downside. I think his last move did give away that he wanted to trade rooks. Rook a1, though, like there was no other reason. Yeah, unclear how much this helps winning chances for Magnus Carlsen. Not sure where it matters, whether it matters here where you go with the king. Magnus most likely to push forward in the near future.
Yeah, you have to get that move in for any kind of winning chances, right? You have to create your own passer. Now, again, Gukesh goes into a thing. For me, the most natural move would be get your king to the center of the board. Get it closer to the center.
100% agree. I think the only thing speaking for the other move, king to h7, is that you stop the white rook going behind to kind of stop the h-pawn running. But I don't think white really wants a rook on that square anyway. So, yeah,
That's a good point, though.
Towards the center. I think we're just taught from a young age, right?
Yeah.
Centralized kings.
King's a piece in an endgame, you got to get it towards the center, but I think that's exactly what's going on in Gukesh's mind. He wants to push that h-pawn. Why give the defensive resource of rook h8? The more I look at it, I think he might go king h7 here.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
It kind of makes sense, right, from pushing
He
pawns.
does!
Who cares about endgame rules? You're the world champion, you can do what you want. And yeah, I mean, I think they were of equal merit, those two king moves. So, okay, we'll see the h-pawn rush down the board. That's more exciting for us.
Yeah, and every tempo counts.
Okay, does Magnus push now?
You got to do it, I feel. The more we look at it, e4, it has to happen.
e4, I'm a bit scared of rook to g3, but then it gets so complicated. e5.
Takes pawn.
Also, could you just go on the run with the h-pawn immediately?
Yeah, making me calculate, Ivanka.
Yeah, I know.
It's literally a race now. Depends how much risk Magnus wants to take. If he wants to bail out, probably he can maybe just bring his rook back and just sit and then go e4 at the right time and it should fizzle out. But
Also, shout out to Gukesh's clock management. You know, usually he's the one who's behind on the clock and struggles with it, but right now he's got that extra minute in a very critical position. e4 has happened. This is an all-out race now.
And you might say level 0.00, but 3 results all still possible.
Yeah, definitely. And the one move that I would be reluctant to play as black would be to capture the pawn on e4, because then you're literally helping white make a second pass pawn. So either go rook g3, go on the offensive,
I like your
calculate
idea. Push that
h5.
pawn. Push him, baby. Get h4 in.
Yeah.
That's the logical continuation of his last move. Like, if you put the king on h7, which isn't going to participate in any defense against the white pawns now, then you stop the white rook going behind, so why not just commit to the plan? h4 also creates a nice square for the black knight to come to, if need be.
After h4, if white was to go e5, do you just ignore it and keep pushing?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my goodness. That would be crazy if that's the way forward. It looks like it's too much, though.
Although, yeah, maybe white just takes the knight? Oh, gosh.
So let's just do it with arrows. h4, h4, e5, h3, takes, h2,
f7,
queen.
queen.
Whoa.
Yeah, but the knight is the king's best friend.
Knight is the king's best friend.
I only have like one check.
There's only one check on f1 and the white. Let's put it on the board.
Okay, let's do it.
Until Gukesh makes a move. h4, e5. When's the bar going to move? h3.
Ooh, already does.
Oh, he makes the move just to show this variation to everyone. There would have been queens And white is actually winning as the king will hide. But let's go back to the game. E4 met by a capture. That's brave by Gukesh, allowing connected pass pawns.
Right, and that was commentator's curse because it was like the one move I was not going to be advocating for.
But you know, Gukesh is a player, he just sits and calculates his way through. And I think he's seen the resource, he's seen the way forward here. And I'm expecting him to show us the way. Is it h4? Does he throw in a check?
We should mention Magnus. If he wanted to draw, he would have taken that pawn back with the knight, trade of knights, like rook f5, the knights go, and that would have been a dead draw. So, yeah, Magnus wants to win. That is clear. It's got to be h4. It's got to be h4. You've committed.
You can't have an objective evaluation. Both players don't know what this position is, right? It could be just anyone could be better. Anyone could be winning here.
It's going to be emotion as well. It's like, I want to win. That's going to be Magnus's kind of deciding factor between two level-looking moves. If you want to play the safe one and go for a draw, fine. But if you want to win, you have to take a risk.
Yeah,
you have to play the more
and I'm
ambitious.
suspecting that Gukesh, he has no ambitions to win this. I suspect that he just wants to liquidate. So maybe he's going to throw in a check on g3 and then think about ways of sacrificing the knight to get those two pawns. And then you get yourself into a rook versus a rook and knight. And that is just a theoretical draw.
Yeah, like, for example, if you move... I like your move as well, a check. But you could move your knight, hoping for the e-pawn to step forward and then give up your knight in the center for those two pawns. There's lots of candidate moves. He does start to look a bit nervous, though, Gukesh, I feel. And the clock is finally playing a bit of a role. Down under 4 minutes, and this is crazy, this endgame.
It's insane. The ending is crazy, right? And it's also just 10 seconds increment, even if you reach move 40. And it's at least another 15 moves that these players have to be very careful with. Okay, maybe not 15, but the next 10 moves.
Definitely. Probably in 15 moves, they've both got queens, and it's going to be a totally different endgame.
Oh my gosh, imagine playing with just 10 seconds on the clock, that position.
Not going to be easy.
It still feels like Magnus's position is easier to handle. You just push pawns.
Speaking of pushing pawns, Gukesh can do that as well. Is h4 a possibility, or does that just lose on the spot?
I think it's definitely a possibility. It's the move I would play if I was playing this in blitz. Okay, I'll turn on the engine and check. I don't normally like to, but it is the best move. h4, pawn to h4, then e5, then h3, and...
What's the difference?
There's a difference, apparently. The difference is the black rook can also start giving checks. Okay, I'm going to quickly put this on the board while Gukesh thinks. h4, e5, this is what he's calculating. Pawn takes knight, pawn down to h2, f7, queen, queen. This is actually relevant. At the very end, rook g3, only move to draw. And now you can't go forward because the black queen comes back. The white queen blocks, the rook hangs.
h4 on the board.
This is happening.
Has he calculated everything?
Of course, it's Gukesh.
Oh my gosh.
Moment of truth. Will we see the queens on the board?
That is a crazy endgame.
That's a crazy line.
Magnus is going for it. And like, you're pretty much all in, actually, with Gukesh. Like, e5, I think you just have to push.
Magnus reaching out. And such a key difference, right? To take that pawn first before you start pushing h4. How important is that?
So important. And, h3.
It's about to happen, guys.
Moment of truth.
Gukesh is going for h3. He is going to sacrifice this knight.
Maybe you could give a check first, but apparently you have to play h3 anyway at some point.
But is it the only move, or are there other moves to hold here?
There are other moves. Knight to h5 also possible, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, can you just kind of go away with a knight and then try to use the knight to retreat back to a square when white advances?
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, though, white is advancing with two pawns. Black is just advancing with that one. So you're always going to have at the back of your mind that Magnus can just drop back with the rook and maybe just fend off and slow down the advanced h-pawn.
Yeah, normally one does run quicker than two. Like, one is so fast you just push it down the board, but you have to push it.
Look at the tension there. Look at Gukesh. His chair is moving faster than he needs to right now, but he has to bring on the pace. He has to make a decision.
He's under 2 minutes.
Feeling the nerves. h3, will he go for this direct line? Has Gukesh stuck to his biggest strength and calculated his way through?
This is crazy. h3. If not, you can move the knight. The white rook will come back and start guarding the pawn, and it's a totally different type of game. But that one, you need to be accurate for another 10, 15 moves. Here, if he's accurate... Oh, look at him. He's definitely calculating this line.
He's going to play it. It's happening.
Yeah.
I think it's happening. If I had to bet, Gukesh goes for h3. It's the direct calculation, and this is what he does best.
Oh, he's reaching the 1 minute mark, though.
Make a move, make a move.
Oh, he has to have a clear head. You know, just to give you an update, meanwhile, it looks like the world champion could be in trouble. The women's world champion is definitely in trouble in the Armageddon.
He goes for it.
He does it. Oh my God. Brilliantly calculated. And Tanya, I can feel the tension from here.
Yeah, the Indian spirit now coming out, willing Gukesh to play that move, and he does play that move. This is going to get dramatic either way. We might see the birth of new queens on the board. We might see simultaneous promotions, perpetual checks. Magnus also needs to calculate. He might well spend the remainder of his time trying to work out what to do. But for whites, have you burned your bridges? Are you forced? Are you committed to this line?
And that's the big question, because if you start bringing your rook into defense on the first rank, I think Gukesh is just super fast, giving that check, putting the pawn on h2, knight jumping onto g4. You've got everything that just flows into the position here. Magnus, I think he has to go for this line that you showed earlier.
And that one, we should mention, at best play is a draw because black gives a check to the rook, to the king with his rook, and because the king is forced onto squares, it will continue getting checked. And we'll see actually a dance between queens and the white king there.
How tricky is best play in this position?
Should we investigate while Magnus thinks?
Let's do it, let's do it.
Okay, again, this is us using a bit of help here, but best line, if Magnus plays the most natural move, pawn takes knight, it is a race. It's something we pointed out before, and this is very findable for both sides. Rook g3, only move to give a check to the white king. Cannot come forward, because now black wins after the queen slides back. Due to the fact the white rook hangs in the corner, Magnus would be forced, therefore, to step back with his king, and now only move. You have to check with the queen. If Magnus steps this way, you have to check with the queen, and we might just see a repetition like this.
So the queen needs to check the white king, but also stay connected to the white rook.
Yes.
So that the white queen can't block, can't build a bridge to that king. This is incredible stuff. And if Gukesh has seen this line through, and that's why he took pawn takes pawn before pushing that h-pawn, that is super impressive.
Yeah, some crazy lines even in this position, by the way. Like, the king can go back and not get mated. And we could see this position and only move to draw, queen c1. And at the very end, it is a only move again to force a draw.
Gosh. So you don't have time to capture the knight. You'll get checkmated as black.
Yeah, you don't have time.
And you only have seconds, guys, to calculate this. It's just insane. You almost have to feel your way through the complications. What a position. h3 on the board. And Magnus calculating, should he capture that knight? Should he perhaps go back with the rook, try to stop the pawn on h3?
I have a feeling if Magnus doesn't capture the knight, he's actually running risk of losing himself. And I think he's going to just take it and settle for the Armageddon.
And that's the irony, right? If he doesn't capture the knight, it means he's playing for the win, because he's calculated it all the way through and has realized that Gukesh has that perpetual in the end. But then he's putting himself at so much risk.
Oh, 2.5 minutes versus 1 minute here.
Clocks are leveling out.
Anything could still happen.
Yeah. And this position is just so complicated, you know, with the queens on the board, there's so many checks, it's open, like you have to calculate a safe place for the white king to hide, and, well, the jacket is off.
Oh, he's just readjusting himself. Someone tell Magnus he's got only 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, but look at him, he's settling into calculation mode. Wow.
He knows it's a race on board and clock. I think that was him getting ready to fight. That's not the look of, or the action of a man who's about to bail out with a draw.
So the players do get a 10-second increment now. We have crossed move 40, but again, 10 seconds is barely anything. And Magnus about to make a decision. He does go for the line. We will get that endgame with the queens on the board, and Gukesh will have to be precise with his checks.
Yeah, absolutely. Whew.
Queen's coming. Just to mention the white rook, if it drops back now, that would be met by maybe a check first, I'm not sure, but the black rook coming down to the bottom of the board and cutting the connection. So both sides are committed. They both have to make queens.
And then Gukesh has to find the right checks. He loses otherwise.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen will take the win if Gukesh isn't precise. And he doesn't have
hang on a second, he's reaching for the rook.
You can give a check first.
He gives a check. It's still fine.
But maybe this is tricky because it encourages white to step up with a king. And that would be a mistake.
Magnus moves forward, he loses.
Oof.
Magnus has to go back with his king. You, of course, can't go into the center because you walk into a promotion with check. So you only have 3 safe squares.
He reaches out. I think his hand movement says he's falling back with it. And he does.
Indecision almost from Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, king to d2. So Magnus is getting ready to potentially shield any checks with his knight.
That is another layer to this whole problem here. So complex for both sides.
But how do you fight that? You queen, your opponent queens, you give a check, the knight blocks it. How is this still a draw?
Maybe it's time to give a check with the rook.
Yeah, with the rook, the knight check, the knight blocks, and then you can start checking with your queen. This is walking a tightrope. More for Gukesh than Magnus, we should mention. Magnus should be safe. Magnus has the opportunity to play on if he wants, but can also bail out with a draw. But here, Gukesh just needs to queen. He can also give a check with his rook, though. That gives away that is the continuation, even with queens on the board.
15 seconds.
Gukesh needs to move.
He picks up the queen and he goes for it. Magnus will queen as well. And now, will he find the right move?
Only move. He has to check with his rook,
Everything
not with
else
his queen.
loses.
If he touches his queen, he loses Gukesh.
Oh my gosh. Huge moment.
He's down to 10 seconds.
Make a move.
He needs to check with the rook. Only move. 5 seconds.
Oh, he checks with the queen. It's the wrong one.
Oh my goodness. And the bar shoots up.
The bar shoots up. Magnus is now winning as the black queen cannot get in the circuit of checking the white king and touching and keeping its contact with the white rook in the corner, as we showed earlier. Magnus is using his knight to pivot around with his king. Magnus is going to win this game. If the checks run out, Magnus is the one to give checkmate with his own queen.
Yeah. Oh, it was just a split-second decision there for Gukesh. You know, not much time, and he carries on the checks. How?
This is heartbreaking.
How
because
clear
now
is the path?
He's just going to hide with his king to a2. But there's rook g2 check at the end.
It's still not easy. Magnus is going to have to walk a tightrope himself here to win. King b2, only winning move. And then after a check with the black queen, he'll need to find putting his king in the corner and then slowly walking up the board.
You invite rook g2 and then you go up with your king.
Then you walk forward. And then you have to realize that you are still checkmating black at the end when you lose your knight.
And of course, Magnus sees it all. He's doing it. Watch him do this step by step.
And another check.
He's going to play king a2. Everything that you just said, he's going to make it happen on the board.
Yeah, you could start with king a1. Same idea, though. You allow a rook check and then you walk up the board. But this is the only way for Magnus to win. If he moves his king back towards the center, if he slides to the right, it's a draw again.
Yeah.
Wow.
He sees it, and he's got 30 seconds to figure this out.
There's no time with a rush of blood to the head
It's
and
an eternity
seconds
for him.
ticking down, you know.
No, he's going to find this, Jovanka.
King a2. Understanding that rook takes knight is not possible. He's reaching for the king, and it looks like he's going to be shifting over to the left.
He's getting nervous himself. Down to 15 seconds, Magnus. I think he's actually going the wrong way. The way he moved his hand. Oh, no.
No, he's going a2.
He finds it, Magnus. He spotted that even if the white knight is captured here, that it's white giving checkmate. White, it is this discovered, this diagonal check even. Sorry, queen to f5. That is the key, and the black king will not be able to hide safely. Gukesh needs to keep checking.
This is amazing. And of course, he's found all of it. He's going to walk up with the king. It's incredible what Magnus does. You know, it just levels in chess. It just levels, and Magnus is on a different one.
This is another level of game. The knight is taken, the checks have dried up, and now Magnus is winning if he finds the right checks himself. Black's turn is done. All the checks are gone. It's white's turn to check now.
Right. And the question is where to check, because, you know, the black rook is a defender. It can block any diagonal checks. This is still incredibly complicated.
It's no longer this check because the black rook has not left the G-file. The rook was moving in other variations. He actually needs to check. There we go, behind.
Incredible. Look at the precision. He's just finding the best moves. And he made the last one with 2 seconds on the clock.
Magnus, 5 seconds.
Has he just found his way to checkmate right now? Has he figured all of this out?
He's finding all the best moves. He has to give a check on f8. He finds it again.
And he's doing it with just, you know, seconds on the clock. I mean, it's incredible.
The problem for black is if you walk into the center as you want to do, you get skewered on the long diagonal and your rook is hanging.
And it's happened.
Wait, This isn't even the best move. I'm wrong. Rook to e6 is the only winning move.
It's the only move?
Oh my god.
What? And he's reaching out for the rook. This is masterclass in motion by Magnus Carlsen.
He's found every single top move.
Unbelievable.
In this crazy position.
And now, Gukesh, his king has been incredibly mighty in this game, but ultimately, it will not survive all on its own.
I mean, I don't even know why he couldn't just pick up the rook. Were there perpetuals?
It was a perpetual check.
And the handshake. Magnus Carlsen does it.
Gukesh resigns. What a game that was. That was game of the year so far, I'm going to say.
Unbelievable.
Magnus Carlsen still the boss.
Wow.
Absolutely. And, you know, that finish at the end, you know, first with Gukesh finding this incredible resource, you know, but then only having seconds on the clock and making the wrong turn, the wrong check. And then Magnus, the way that he played that final stage with such accuracy, with 10 seconds on the clock.
That was genius. Both of them genius. Like, Gukesh went wrong just one move, but the rest of the game he was inspired himself. And it is fitting that 2 king walks decided that game because it's 2 kings of chess.
Yeah, just incredible stuff, right? And for Gukesh, he really did play well. It came down to that one big inaccuracy, and then Magnus Carlsen, 100% precision there. Flawless play. And once again, the king reigns here today as the world #1 takes his win against the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, whilst we were following that game with bated breath, we did have a few results. Lei Ting-Jie did win her Armageddon game against Ju Wen-jun. And we're also going to see a victory for Hikaru Nakamura if we are believing the bar.
Yeah, Hikaru's about to win. We can see it on the camera. He's so relaxed right now. He's about to force through his central pawns. First, he's going to come back and attack the white knight. Fabi is busted. All of his pawns dropping. He's just got no time, Fabiano. It's a knight endgame, but it's currently 4 versus 3, and it's all about the black e-pawn. That pawn is going to run through and promote.
I was just...
We were talking about where's the breakthrough, Ivanka, and look at the way Hikaru's converted this, right?
Just bring your king forward, push the pawn.
Nothing's going to stop it from promoting into a queen in just 3 moves, and that's resignations.
It is.
Fabi resigns.
And Hikaru notches up his first classical win, which gives him 3 points. So, Hikaru, Magnus, the big 2.
Oof. Well, #1, well, #2.
Out of the stable pretty quickly. Wow, what a start. But I don't know, I mean, that just kind of happened so quickly, you know, Hikaru just breaking through like that. But I guess at the end, it was a bad position combined with not much time on the clock for Fabiano.
Yeah, Fabiano, in the end, it was the clock that came back to haunt him, maybe trying too hard to push for a win earlier in the game. In the meantime, 1 game remaining. The 3rd Armageddon. There were only 3, I should say, today in this round.
There's studio competition hanging by the balance, by the thread, depending on this one.
Yeah, and I think it's sorted. This is the 3rd out of 3 Armageddons. And in the meantime, white is a pawn up. She needs to win Anna Muzychuk. She doesn't have much of a time advantage anymore, but it's 5 pawns versus 4 right now with heavy pieces, queens and rooks, still on the board. It's going to be hard for Sara Kardam. She held a difficult one in the last game, though. She needs to hold here, but queen endgames are going to be tough. Rook endgames are going to be tough. Hard to know how black is exactly going to draw this one.
So you're rooting for a result here?
I have no skin in this game.
But how? Because this would be the 4th Armageddon, right?
No, this is the Armageddon.
No, because
this is... Oh.
But you know, Humpy Kanaru beat Vachier-Lagrave in the classical.
In a worse position.
Yes.
Vachier-Lagrave just blundered and allowed a checkmate.
Wow.
Maybe we'll recap that later if we have time.
We should definitely
definitely do that.
In the meantime, huge tactics on the board in this one. White is threatening 2 things. A rook checkmate, the black king is caught on the bank rank, and the white queen also attacks the black rook. She needs to retreat here. She needs to go back, Sara Kardam.
But there is a big threat, so you can't take the pawn, and she's about to
pin.
reach for her queen. She does pin the rook.
That is tricky. If the rooks disappear, then the black queen also hits a pawn in the corner on a2.
Nice idea.
Yeah.
You neutralize the material deficit.
Yeah, but still the black king is looking pretty shaky.
So wait, have I just won the Armageddon competition?
No, David did.
How? Isn't this our fourth Armageddon? I'm losing my mind now.
No, because Humpy won the classical game against Vachier-Lagrave.
Oh.
Try as you want. You can try to manifest it. It's fine.
We'll get you
Maybe
another
tomorrow.
day.
But you know, I was so close to my 5. Just the fates intervened. Okay, so,
I would happily have lost that bet, though. I mean, just the way that Carlsen Gukesh game was, like, I would have been happy with any result. Like,
Yeah.
it would have been, like, it was just an incredible game.
Yeah, it was brilliant to watch. It was two genius at display. Yes. But then Magnus just doing Magnus things at the end, you know, just always winning. It's just what he does best, regardless of the position on the board, regardless of who he's playing against.
It's crazy. The winning habit, yeah, don't know how he does it.
it was, and just super, super interesting. I love the sublime technique at the end, and yeah, Magnus with a 98.9% accuracy.
Wow. Amazing.
98.9. Wow.
In that position.
Almost perfection.
I mean, let's not forget, you're not talking about some theoretical battle that ends in perfection in a draw or a win by a blunder. You're talking about a full-blown game with a proper opening, middle game, a crazy end with queens on the board where every move is the difference between a loss and a win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think I would have made like 5 blunders in a row at least in that endgame, let alone found all of that insane variation. Magnus needed to calculate so far in advance. Like we were talking about it earlier today. That is an underestimated part of his skill set.
And it did come down to the clock in that one. By the end of it, you know, had Gukesh got that extra minute or two to find that right check, things would have been very different.
Yeah. And meanwhile, in this Armageddon game, well, Sara hasn't managed to recover that lost pawn, but she's still fighting hard. I mean, queens are very tricky pieces. The white king has to find a way to hide itself from the checks. And at the same time, that extra pawn on the queen side, it wants to promote. But the king to g2.
I'm surprised to see the bar and balance in this one.
Yeah, that is wild to me. Like, obviously, only white can win. How can this be level? White is a pawn up. Black's going to have to defend perfectly for the next 100 moves to hold this game. I think in practice, this is won more often than not. More often than this is ever a draw.
All right, there's a threat on the board. If you take the... But you can't even take the a2 pawn, even if it was your move. The f7 pawn's hanging, but in any case, Sara falls back with the queen, keeps everything defended, eventually wants to advance the queen side pawns.
Yeah, the player's not yet getting increments, so 2 minutes is what you see is what you get right now. Centralized queen makes a lot of sense for Sara.
Yeah. So queen trades and that's game over. So Sara has to keep the queens on the board and hope to find a perpetual.
Yes, and it's no easy task for white as well to advance the pawn and keep the king safe. And in the meantime, we are being joined in the studio by Hikaru Nakamura. Oops, I just gave the game away.
That's a great tease.
My bad. He's going to be with us soon. And there you are on the screen. Hikaru, first of all, congratulations on your win against Fabiano. A great start with the black pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fabiano was surprised by the opening choice. I guess, let me put it this way. If Fabiano had watched the games in the Chess Champions Tour, he should have had a pretty good idea that I wasn't going to play the same opening that I played against Nepo and Magnus. And then he just went for this exchange Slav. And as I said in the confessional, it was very funny that he did this because, you know, Fabiano has this podcast he does. And when he spoke about the candidates and the performance of players, he was saying that my game against Avasov was kind of ridiculous. And, you know, I wasn't there to play to win the tournament. And it was the exact same line that Fabiano decided to play with white. So I didn't really understand it at all. I mean, maybe Fabi thought he could make an easy draw, but you know, at some point I offered him a draw. Move 30 when I put the queen on c8, I just offered a draw, and then Fabiano decided to just keep playing as though he was better, and I was just really puzzled by that. But eventually, you know, the time played a big role. We got to a situation where his moves were tough. I had the knights, and it was a classic sort of blitz game. So it was good, very, very good finish for me.
So what was the point that you knew that you were going to win it? Or you had great chances?
once I got the knight to e4. I mean, until I played knight e4 and I was able to take with f-pawn and get this knight f5, I wasn't sure that it was that it was winning. I mean, I think Fabiano could have defended it probably if he had time, but the thing is, the 10 seconds, if you get low and you don't have easy moves, you can't really build up the clock. And it's not like I was actively trying to get him low on time necessarily, but he just kept drifting. And again, I'm sure there was some way to draw, but with the knights, as long as I don't hang an obvious setup where he can attack the pawn on e6, or I can get the knights moving to the critical f6 and d6 squares, I have chances. So it was only once I got knight e4, but I had a feeling I was going to find a way to complicate it just because 10 seconds on the clock, just very, very hard to play.
And what do you think about this time format in general?
I mean, I think the time format's very good, so long as you can play quickly. If you're well prepared, this time control is great. If you're not well prepared, it's going to be a doozy. So I think for me, I was able to play very quickly. I mean, the first 20 moves in my game were just like very easy, never really any danger. And if you can do that and put pressure on the clock, then good things happen. And what is Queen C5, by the way, in this game?
Yeah, okay. Well, you can give us your thoughts.
It's game over.
Just game over, yeah.
What is Queen C5?
Yeah, and you're just in time to see the handshake as Anna Mezicuk wins the Armageddon against Sarah Kadem. Were you following?
Oh, that was Armageddon.
Yeah.
No, it's not a big deal. I thought that was a regular game. No, I mean I wasn't following because I mean it's like I said. At some point I had 30 minutes versus 30 seconds, and there's no reason to follow because I'm in this situation with the luxury of just sitting there forever. I mean, it kind of reminded me of this game many, many years ago. There was a game Fabiano played against Levon Aronian in the Tal Memorial. I mean, it was a little bit different in terms of the flow, but at some point, I think Levon had like an hour and Fabiano had like 30 seconds. And I mean, Levon just sat there and took all day long. So like 10 minutes on a move, 20 minutes on the next move, and Fabiano had to keep sitting there suffering. And I kind of felt like I had to do that towards the end of the game today. I was just very fortunate that it was a situation where Fabi had no easy moves, and I just maneuver, keep the game going. And this time control, I think, is very unforgiving if you get low on time. Very, very unforgiving. I mean, if you don't have a simplified position, I think it's just very hard to play. And I just played all the good practical moves, and it's very, very good start. So I'm happy.
You're very happy. It was the perfect start, winning with the black pieces against Fabiano, an old rival. And what more can you ask for? But going back to a time when you had 30 minutes against 30 seconds. What were you thinking? If all you had to do was maneuver, was it just...
I mean, the thing is, I wasn't sure because at the start I thought maybe I could have got the knights. I played king e7 at the start, which let Fabiano get this bishop on the a4, e8 diagonal. And as soon as he did that, I had a feeling I might have made a mistake. But the great thing is I can, again, do what I did in the game. I can just put the knights all over. He has to find a setup. I mean, I think there was probably some way for him to draw once he had the bishop on a4 or c6, knight c7. I thought there was some way that he should have been able to hold it. But again, I keep maneuvering the knights. You're not sure whether you leave the bishop on the diagonal. Do you go king e2, king f2? And I eventually tricked him into a spot where he couldn't find the right solution. So, I just was thinking about options. But the most important thing is there's no risk, and I have all day. So if you have all day, I mean, you might as well use the time there. There's no reason to rush.
Yeah. Really instructive, awesome endgame technique there, Hikaru, and YouTube chat went wild when you gave them a shout out in one of your confessions. And I'm just wondering, how quickly can we expect today's video?
I mean, once I get back, I'll do it. But another thing I was going to say is that this endgame, it reminded me a lot of endgames that Magnus has played. He's had some endgames. It wasn't quite the same, but he had some endgame, I think, against Vidit in one of the World Rapid and Blitz, where he got the same structure. I think there were A and B pawns, but he got this e6, f5, g4 versus g3, f2, I think it was. So in my mind, even though I wasn't sure it was winning, I vaguely had this recollection of all these games Magnus has had. I mean, he had a game against Rager in the recent Title Tuesday, which was a draw, but it was a similar kind of situation. So it's not like this is the first time I've seen this setup. And then when you add in the time factor, it's really just a dream because you just play forever and hope for good things.
Yeah. It's interesting you're referencing Title Tuesday games. Like when you're searching the player, when you're preparing for them, do you search absolutely everything?
Well, I mean, I was watching the game live on my stream, and my game had ended quickly. I mean, this was like 2 weeks ago, so someone can easily find me covering it. But I mean, the main thing is I've seen a lot of Magnus games, a lot of games that are very similar with this pawn structure, where it's like two knights versus a bishop knight, or it's two knights versus two knights. A lot of these sorts of things. So it's more just obviously you follow the best endgame players, and if you see their games, you try to emulate them.
And I don't know if you saw what happened in the game between Magnus and Gukesh at all, Hikaru?
I assume Magnus won, right?
Yeah, I did. In the classical.
Yeah, I mean I don't know what was going on in the game. To me, it felt like a typical Magnus game, something where very, very tiny pull headed into an end game, and then at some point, Gukesh just went wrong. I mean, I didn't see the last 20 moves of the game because I was focused on my game, but it just felt like one of those classic Magnus situations. I think for Gukesh, he was... I felt he didn't sense the danger early enough. I think he was moving a little bit too slowly, and then, obviously it's happened to me and everyone when we've played Magnus, but he got this spot where there was a queen a6, queen f3 or something, and then Gukesh had to tank and think forever. And I'm sure it was still okay, but then you're going the wrong direction with the time and then the position, and it's just hard to play. So, yeah, I mean, it's, of course, not too surprising, in my opinion. I kind of expected Magnus to win after this opening, just because the game goes on, and I had a feeling Gukesh would struggle, but yeah, it's still just the first round of the tournament.
And, well, you're back in Norway. What's it like being back here?
Yeah, I think it's quite nice. It's a tournament that I've played the last couple of years. I won it 2 years ago. I think in general, the environment is very good. I especially like the late rounds. I think I'm actually, even though I've been here a week, I'm still a little bit jet lagged. And then all the playoff sports doesn't help either. So I've been struggling a little bit with sleep, but with the game so late, it's not that big of a deal. So I think the 5 p.m. games definitely are to my benefit. But I think mostly it's just familiar surroundings and a lot of good memories, so just hope to keep it going.
Yeah, and Hikaru, 2023, you won last year. You were very close this year. Are you expecting anything in particular? Are you going to do anything differently?
No, I mean, I think for me, as I said before, I have no real expectations. Just here to try and play good chess. I mean, of course, as I've said a few times, the thing that's important is this result determines the rest of my year pretty much. If I don't do well here, then I will simply go and relax and play the World Cup, play very, very few events. If I do well here, then, you know, to be like Magnus, because he used this reference years ago, and he did it himself recently, I'll go find some Mickey Mouse tournaments and get the 40 games. But, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But mainly, I just want to play good chess. I think if you do the right things, you have a positive attitude, good things will happen. So I'm in a good place right now.
But Hikaru, with putting so much on the line with this tournament, is that extra pressure or extra motivation for you?
I mean, it's just depends how you look at it. I think you know, what's it? There's a famous Tony Robbins saying, I think, which is about leverage and, you know, finding a way to have balance. And I think for me, you know, I'm trying to do well and play good chess. If I play well, good things happen. If I don't play well, bad things happen. I mean, it's really very binary, so I'm not too worried about it. I will say though that in general, I'm much more relaxed, or I have been. I mean, obviously since 2022 than I used to be. And you know, like this game, I did some preparation, not a whole lot, and just kind of showed up and played. And in the old days, I never would have done that. I would have been freaking out every last little possibility. But you know, I think if you have a good mindset and you do the right things, I mean, good things will always happen, and you know, everything's meant to be. So,
yeah.
Pretty happy.
What is preparation like at elite level?
I think that depends. What I would say is that it's much easier now. I've been a big beneficiary of all the people who have made the mistake of giving away their great secrets for like $29.99 on Chessable, or $49.99 or whatever it is. Anisha's course is too expensive, so I can't afford that. But I would say that in general, it's much easier. There's so many courses out there. Computers become so strong that, you know, I think Magnus said this in the press conference yesterday, where if your goal is to survive, it's a lot easier now. If you find some basic opening, some basic idea, you don't get surprised as often as used to happen. So that's pretty much my approach. Just get a position, play the game. But I think definitely with Fabiano, I've been on a big hot streak against him, and I think also I'm now like 6-0 with the shirt. I think I wore the shirt when I beat him in 2023. I wore it when I beat him in St. Louis or Isle of Man in some tournaments. So good luck shirt and the right opponent. So it's all good.
Wow, I mean, we were talking about superstition earlier. That's impressive stats. I'm going to put you on the spot, Hikaru. What would you define as a good enough result worthy of making a push for the World Championship?
Well, I mean, it depends. On, well, I guess one other player, most likely, since I beat Fabiano in this game. I was expecting Gukesh to be a strong contender to push for 2,800, but he had a bad Grand Chester event, and he's off to a bad start here. So, I mean, we'll see. He could obviously get red hot, but I was viewing it as Gukesh. Now I would say that, especially with the win against Fabiano, Arjun's the only one who I think could be a contender. So, effectively, if I maintain my rating even, I'll be pretty happy. So, like, if I go, I guess +1 maintains my rating, something like that, I'll be happy. As long as I keep the gap around what it was going to this tournament, around like 15, 20 points, then I'll push.
Well, it's definitely a goal. Hikaru, thank you very much for joining us here. And once again, congratulations on that perfect start to Norway Chess.
Thank you.
And on that note, we are going to go on a short break. But when we come back, we're going to summarize all of that action that we just saw. And, of course, it's going to be fun, as always. So you don't want to miss it.
Hi, I'm Gukesh. I'm the world champion. Who is Gukesh's coach? Right now it's Grzegorz Gajewski. We've been working for a couple of years now. Before that it was GM Vishnu from India. Who is better, Gukesh or Prag? Gukesh. Who is Gukesh currently dating? Like Vishy sir said.
Who do you go out on dates with? A chessboard?
Where was Gukesh born? I was born and brought up in Chennai. I still live there, and yeah, I'm in love with the city. How old is Gukesh? I'm 18 years and like 7 or 8 months, I think. But yeah, a lot of people don't believe it. Did Gukesh drop out of school? Yes, I did. Like fourth. I mean, I stopped going regularly from around 4th grade, and yeah, now I'm just not going to school. So.
We have the freestyle drawing challenge. You can either draw your favorite chess piece, you can try and draw the country where you're from, or you can also draw something else you like.
I can't draw though. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think I'm a good painter.
You guys will see how I'm going to draw, or can I?
That would be nice.
I'm drawing the US map with an oval shape. And then we have this. I told you I can't draw. That's not actually what I envisioned. Okay, so this is supposed to be... No, that's not good. Do I include Hawaii and Alaska?
Sure.
But Hawaii is just somewhere up here. And Alaska is somewhere here. I have no like spatial awareness.
I don't think many chess players are so talented. No. Something like that. Approximately where would you be living?
Somewhere around here. Okay, I'm gonna draw a chess piece.
Okay, very good. On that map, where is like Florida, and you can show us a few cities.
Florida. But Florida is a little bit too far west on this map. Okay, I'll try another one. No, but this is also not good. Okay. Well, this is Florida. It needs to be a bit longer, I guess. Originally, I'm in the East Coast. I'm somewhere on this map here, and now I'm around here.
Amazing. Wow.
That's horrible. The map is the easiest, but it depends if I want to be artistic or not and draw like a piece. Should jut down like this. It goes over. California should be like something like this. It should go up. And then Maine should be right over here. And, okay, it's a bad drawing, but this is much closer than Fabiano for sure. Someone should still be able to tell this is the US.
My thought was that he was supposed to draw France and mark Paris. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've lived here. I've lived here in Florida. I've lived somewhere up here in New York. I mean, this is terrible, but whatever. It's close enough. I lived in St. Louis, which would be somewhere in the middle, up here towards like all the Great Lakes, somewhere up here. So yeah, it's a couple of places that I've lived in the U.S. I lived in Seattle, which would be way up here. So it's not perfect, but I think someone will tell based on Florida being down here that it's the U.S. So I've lived in all these different places.
are back, and what a day of action it has been. It's been absolutely unbelievable at times. At times we have even just waited for the moves with bated breath. It has been extraordinary. And I have to turn to you guys and say, well, you know, for us, the hype match, Magnus against Gukesh, it lived up to expectations, but there were some other shocking results, I would say.
Yeah, there were some crazy moments. Of course, we had to focus on Magnus against Gukesh, but several games finished while the finale of that was unfolding. And I just wanted to take us to a classical win in Norway Chess Women, and that was by Humpy. She defeated Vachier-Lagrave in what I'm going to say is one of the most surprising ways I've seen in recent times. Of course, this was mostly due to the clock situation, but this position was just 5 moves before the end. Black, Vachier-Lagrave in this case, had full control. She can choose to trade queens. I think if she had traded these queens off and now just marched her king towards the queen side, tried to infiltrate on the light squares, she would have had a great chance of winning this game, maybe even planting the knight even further on this square. 0 chances of losing here as Black. Instead, she tried to keep the queens on. Understandable, since queen and knight normally work really well together, but here the black queen was slightly offside, unable to team up, and one of the biggest blunders I think I've seen in recent times in classical chess. Here, the white bishop has to guard its pawn, but Vachier-Lagrave took her eye off the board, took the queen onto a bad square, double question mark, and she forgot about her own king. Her defense here, and bishop to f8 was over, checkmate coming.
This is heartbreaking, but I want to point out that 11-second on Vachier-Lagrave's clock there, and I think that had a huge role to play in this last move blunder by her, perhaps played with just 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, it's the stuff of nightmares, right? You know, you're in full control in the game, and then you just take off your eye off the ball for 1 second, and that's the result. Yeah, well.
Heartbreak for Vachier-Lagrave, but Humpy, that's a godsend. 3 points in the classical when she was worse for most of the game. Great result.
Huge start.
And you almost feel like with a result like that, that maybe luck is on your side, right? If you can win a bad position.
And she was worse pretty much from the start, you know. After the first 15 moves, Vachier-Lagrave got this stronghold in the center. That knight that we see, it kind of landed there, I think, within the first 15 moves of the game, and just sort of took this positional dominance there. But one move, and this is the brutality of chess. You play 40 incredible moves, you keep your advantage, you keep pushing, and then one mistake and it's all over. There's no coming back.
Yeah, and that's why you need to keep your queen well connected to the rest of her forces. I think the one thing she forgot here, coordination is everything, especially queens need to be centralized. But that wasn't the only decisive action. In an Armageddon, we also saw Zhu Wenjun taken down, the women's world champion, losing to Lei Tingzhe, her compatriot here. And I'm just going to jump in at one critical moment just to show some of the cool moves, the cool moments in that game. Lei Tingzhe actually chose the same exact opening, same variation as in their classical encounter, which was a draw. Maybe her husband, doing some prep while that game was going on. And white here with 3 very strong pieces. Very ominous looking for the black king here. And already Zhu Wenjun in big trouble. She played the move f6, and now a brilliancy by Lei Tingzhe. She captures this pawn, and this is a winning tactic. If the bishop were captured, retaken, the whole idea is to infiltrate on the back rank, and the black queen is actually almost trapped. She only has 1 safe square, but if you step her forward, everything wins here, including the very simple rook takes and a check. And at the very end, you don't even need to take the queen. You give checkmate. And this tactic led her to a winning advantage. There were actually some twists and turns ahead, but Lei Tingzhe was always in the driver's seat.
Very impressive start from Lei Tingzhe. Also perhaps laying to rest some ghosts, because since the Women's World Championship 23, you know, maybe she felt some kind of pressure playing against her compatriot.
And that's such an important point, because you just need that one win to break that psychological block that you have. And, you know, believing you can do it and knowing you can do it are 2 different things. And I think for Lei Tingzhe finally getting this win against Wenjun in Norway Chess, a tournament where Wenjun's dominated, a huge start for her. And let's not forget, you know, last year as well, Lei Tingzhe was so close. She was fighting for the title as well, which was eventually taken by Wenjun. And today, Wenjun was a favorite, but Tingzhe gets the win.
She does get the win, and it has been a thriller of a day. So let's take a look at the results. There were 3 classical victories, 3 decisive results, and 3 Armageddons. So we were spoilt in every sense of the word. And there you can see the big results were Hikaru Nakamura beating Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, Magnus Carlsen just taking over from Gukesh, and there also Humpy Canaru beating Vachier-Lagrave. But it was all about that hype match.
It really was, and I think we will dive a little bit into that, perhaps, David, break down the last few moments, because it all happened, all the beauty happened so quickly in that. But Hikaru getting a big win in the Classical as well, you know, this will go a long way, getting 3 points at the start, and that was a great interview, Yovi, you had with him there. He gave so many insights about how much this tournament means for him. I'm still very gutted that David Howell gets the prediction game of the number of Armageddons today.
What can I say? It was written in the stars. I could sense it. I could feel it. And I mean, we were talking about Hikaru there. He plays Magnus tomorrow. That's going to be so much fun. Just every day is a gift here. But yeah, maybe we can show those closing moments of Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh yet again, because it was just incredible. Actually, here are the pairings first for tomorrow.
Yeah, you can see, and you already spoiled us with one result, and that is, of course, Hikaru playing Magnus Carlsen. And for Gukesh, he starts with a double black this time. He is playing Arjun Erigaisi, and so many great matches in store. Which one catches your eye, Tanya?
What catches my eye is that center line. Look at the lopsided scores that we're seeing on that first 2 boards, right? 1-14 in the favor of Magnus Carlsen and 5-0 for Arjun Armageddon against the world champion. I mean, are we going to see some breakthroughs here, breaking that psychological barrier tomorrow? So much at stake. But David, are you as surprised as I am about the 5-0 and 1-14?
Yes, Tanya. Some of those games were when they were quite young, when they were in their earlier teens. In Gukesh's, Gukesh's case, especially because he's a few years younger than Arjun. But it is very rare at this high level to see lopsided scores like 5-0 and 14-1.
Oh gosh.
And of course, that's a very famous one. But yeah, one last trip down memory lane today before we wrap up, and it was, I'm going to say, game of the year. Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh. And it all started here. And it was a bit of a race, Tanya, the next few moves.
Yeah, a great memory to go down. I mean, this is some of the best chess we've seen. David, take it away.
Yeah, here Magnus has just attacked the Black Knight, and here Gukesh, with just seconds left on his clock, decided not to react. He calculated really well the early stages of this, at least. He pushed his pawn forward, h3, one of the best moves. This maintains the balance. Magnus had to call the bluff. He had to take the knight if he wants to win. Ignore these arrows from earlier, but pawn to h2. Both sides made queens, first after a check. Magnus found a great square for his king. I think this was actually the key choice here, knowing that the white knight can block some checks in a moment. We saw 2 queens appear on the board, and this was the only mistake from Gukesh in the entire game. On move 46, no time on the clock. Otherwise, a perfect game. A rook check would have saved him here if the white knight had blocked now. The black queen has just enough space to check the white king, and always will check the white king. If it steps forward, she comes back on the h-file, and anywhere the king steps, there will be checks. If she goes back, then a repetition of moves. This would have ended in a draw, most likely. Instead, right idea, wrong order. Gukesh, he brought his queen back first, and this allowed Magnus a brilliant winning sequence. First sliding his king across, and then across again, and across again. And again, ignore those arrows, but this walked into yet another scary check. But Magnus now bringing his king up the board, and the checks drying up. If this queen check now in the corner, white is winning in a variety of ways, but you can even walk your king further up the board. And this game ended after Gukesh decided to take the white knight. Magnus only, again, with a narrow path to victory. He found the winning check in the corner here. Another winning check. Another winning check, and actually the only move in this position. I was expecting a queen skewer here. This would not have been enough to win due to perpetual check ideas, but instead rook to e6, and here Gukesh's king finally caught in the center. He actually resigned in this position because he was about to be forked, double attacked, skewered. No matter where you go with the king, there's always a way to deliver the killer blow. For example, like this.
Amazing. This is just like wild, messy, and so beautiful. And I think Magnus Carlsen just reminded everyone that Gukesh might be world champion, but this game has levels, and he's just on a different league. He's just a different level.
Exactly. And if you know, this is just going to be a sign of things to come. Tomorrow, he's playing his other league co-leader, Hikaru Nakamura, and both of them playing phenomenal games, so I'm expecting more of the same. Well, talking about tomorrow, it's going to be an incredible day of action if today is anything to go by. So if you want to join us, here are some of the start times. And in Stavanger, the action begins at 5 p.m. Central European time. It's a little bit earlier if you're on the East Coast, and a lot later if you're on the west side of the world. But I got that the wrong way around. It will be on the west side. It'll be earlier, and east side later. I've never been very good with my east and west and left and right. But guys, it's been a fantastic day of action.
Great start. We couldn't have hoped for anything more, Tanya.
Yeah, except I wish I had won the Armageddon prediction, but I'll stop on that. You know, I'll get my revenge with incredible chess, beautiful play, such turnarounds in those critical moments. But I think, you know, you called it the game of the year, undoubtedly the game of the day, Magnus versus Gukesh.
Yeah, it's all about that headline, right? It was a beautiful game, especially at the end. It almost was study-like. And then the end was just unbelievable.
Stunning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like some dull rook and knight endgame, and then suddenly it exploded. Queens on the board, king chases, king hunts. Yeah, just incredible.
Yeah. It was perfect for a world #1 playing the world champion.
Yeah.
What a day.
It was a day with all the emotion, all the feelings. And tomorrow, well, we can expect more of the same. I'd like to thank everyone at home for watching. I'd like to thank all of you guys for the action, for the fun, and for the pure thrill and enjoyment. See you all tomorrow.